Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 8. Hyun nodded silently and sat back down. He closed his eyes and began cultivating advent of spring. For some reason, he couldn't calm himself. There was always a thread of attention fixed on Liren. Liren didn't look at Tian for hours. At first, he could see that she was furious and controlling herself. Then she was ashamed, then angry, then ashamed. The cycle repeated many times. Before coming to a rough equilibrium, Yang could overcome Yin for a time, but it couldn't last. She settled in shame. "I don't like it when you run off," she muttered, looking down at her hands. "Sometimes, I'm afraid you will be hurt. Somewhere I can't find you. Other times, I'm worried you will be stolen away from me. In every possible way you can imagine that sentence to mean. Fall into a hidden grotto, snatched up by a goddess or a passing dragon, or kidnapped by pirates and taken to another kingdom, recruited by a charismatic elder of unspeakable power and taken as his inheriting disciple. Meeting some jade beauty and deciding she is the love of your life. Someone who isn't afraid of getting naked, emotionally and otherwise." Tian let the silence be filled with the sound of the riverside, the lapping water on the shore, the wind in the grass. Liren shook her head and looked up, meeting his gaze. "I hate Dao's Chu. You know. Not a lot. Hate might be too strong a word, but a bit, because she is everything I'm not. And even though you chose me, there is that little voice in my head that whispers you didn't break things off cleanly with her. You kept the backup, just in case. I would never. I know. It's another damn delusion. That whispering voice is my heart demon. It's my fear, and anger, and guilt, and shame. I shouldn't get angry with you. Angry with the whole world, but not you. But you are human. Getting angry is a human trait. How you act on that anger is another thing." Tian kept his voice steady. "We are trained in regulating our emotions. You more than most." "Yeah, I'm working on it. It's just always there. That fear and the guilt that." She buried her face in her hands. "Ziho, I'm so messed up. I'm more scared of good things happening to you than bad. I'm scared that you are going to go off and have a happy, brilliant life and leave me behind, even more than I'm scared about you being attacked or hurt. Because if you are hurt, I can rescue you. And if you are killed, I can avenge you. But what the hell am I supposed to do if you are happy without me?" Tian didn't have any answers for her. They ran down the road in silence, keeping parallel to the river. They were fast enough that the peasants in the fields never caught more than their shadow. Quite different from a casual stroll. They wanted to move hard and fast, trying to outrun their emotions. They ran until the sun started setting, turning the sky a brilliant orange and gold. Tian sensed the breath of other cultivators, almost all in the earthly realm. But there was one in the heavenly realm, stronger than them too, at least judging by the strength of the chi, though not stronger than both of them together. "Did we reach the Pavilion of Winds?" Tian asked. "Shouldn't have. My understanding is that it's further from the river." "Do you think it's water bandits? We should be coming up on the junction of the Long Neck and the Green. And the Green is notorious for bandits." Go in and said was the silent hope that it was bandits. Tian felt a rapidly approaching chi coming from the west. A heavenly person's chi. Not the one he had sensed before and quite different than what he was used to. It felt sharper, more metallic and aggressively young. "See anything?" Tian asked. "No." "Yes. Cultivator on a flying sword. He sees us and has turned this way." The cultivator flew down out of the sun, coming to a stop 10 feet above their heads. He was wearing a white robe, decorated with a single golden sword on its back surrounded by the rays of a rising sun. He had a white headband too, and clear, bright eyes under strong brows. On his waist was a single sword in a black scabbard, the hilt decorated with silver and wrapped with worn red leather. An excessively tall woman reeking of yang qi and the spear Dao, and a short, womanish man reeking of perfume. "Clearly you both are products of some unnatural cultivation methods. Your dual cultivation practices merely deepening the disgusting foundations, both disguised as peasants, both with their faces covered, clearly lying in ambush for passing experts despite the blatant poverty of their condition." The swordsman snorted. "I can guess the formation. The so-called woman rushes forward with her spear, while the so-called man hides in back, flinging out poison and hidden weapons. Revolting. The Tao is blind to have permitted you to ascend to the heavenly realm, though it retains enough mercy to send you to die beneath my treasured sword before you could harm more innocents and gather more strength. Tian nodded thoughtfully, then pounded his fist into his hand. I get it now. That saying has been bothering me for years, but the young hero has cleared my doubts. Regardless of how the next few minutes go, please do accept my thanks for the teaching. The swordsman looked puzzled. What saying? I'm quite sure the only thing I intend to teach you is how to die a dog's death. A very silly one, yet it's so popular. Everyone seems to use it. Why, you probably used it yourself recently. Maybe even today. Tian flexed his fingers, a happy smile under his face wrap. The sword idiot is courting death, and lucky him. He's going to get his heart's desire. Tian was ready for a fight, and he still nearly missed the sword she coming for his throat. His body slipped to the left, a long gash slicing along the side of his neck, first freezing cold, then burning. Only then did he see the sword cultivator's stance, 2 fingers raised in front of his nose, and a flying sword swinging back around for another attack. To people that don't look quite how he expects, and he attacks on sight. Is he insane? Or is the heavenly realm this crazy? He's standing on one flying sword, and attacking with another. They might all just be crazy. Tian rushed forward, his footwork illusory, drifting like the moon over water. The rope dart came flying out of his sleeve. He might not have a heavenly spell for it, but he could still throw it pretty damn hard, and that was something, not enough. As it happened, the sword cultivator called his flying sword back, returning it to his hand spasm fast. A sharp chop saw the rope dart cut, the head flying away, the ruined rope falling on the ground. Tian felt a sudden pang of loss, then a rising alarm. He didn't have a better backup weapon beyond the heavenly swallows. If a hidden weapon was no longer hidden, it wasn't much of a weapon either. Worse, the swordsman was waiting for them. Liren wasn't one for waiting. Her snakehead spear might not be suitable for the heavenly realm, but at least her spear arts were. A brilliant line of fire rose from the ground and smashed into the spearman. He blocked the incoming spear with a curse, his flying sword carrying him backwards through the air. Tian narrowed his eyes. The swordsman had near-perfect mobility in 3 directions using his flying sword. Presumably it used chi too, but equally presumably, it was a manageable amount. Certainly all the heavenly realm experts he had seen fought in the air. He actually couldn't recall seeing one fight standing on the ground, ever, combined with the smaller, attacking flying sword. And the swordsman had more power, more mobility, and more range. That meant running away was impossible. He would try talking it out, but the man launched a lethal attack without warning. He had a short temper. Maybe Tian could use that. Such a gallant swordsman, attacking from ambush, then running away, afraid to get into melee. Are you, actually? Is it still swordsmanship if you aren't touching the sword and attacking from range with it? Tian's voice was quite carrying. Ignorant fool. The sword rose, faintly wreathed with a golden aura. Tian could see the swordsman was gathering his strength for a powerful blow. You aren't a swordsman. You are just a rude, murderous scumbag who can only run away and throw big darts. Are you from a hidden weapon sect? Report your name, if you can bear the shame of it. Tian had learned a lot from Senior Voidcatcher. This wasn't what he had expected to use first. I'll kill you. The golden sword came racing out once again. Tian raised his hands with a fluttering flourish of his sleeves, focusing on evading. Liren hauled back her spear and launched it in a blaze of fire at the swordsman, using the moment of his attack to launch her own. The swordsman swore and dodged, not seeing the heavenly swallow darts that drilled into the back of his head. The fluttering sleeves had been enough to conceal the almost invisible darts. The swordsman had been watching for them, but he missed them in his fury. He didn't miss Tian. Tian had dodged, but the sword still managed to pierce his flank. The metal chi rampaged inside of him, shredding apart tissue and muscle. He could feel his intestines had been cut open. A bad wound. A damn bad wound. Finish him, sister. The swordsman was swaying on his flying sword. He seemed to be pawing something on his chest, but his hand wasn't working properly. Liren pulled a spare spear from her ring and threw it with a grunt. The spear couldn't handle the force of the throw. disintegrating in the air and slamming into the swordsman in a cloud of shrapnel and chi. Tian felt the chi in the sword cut off. This was a mixed blessing. The metal chi stopped rampaging in him, but the suddenly heavy sword sliced downward, cutting open yet more of him. He did his best to lay down carefully. The pain was incredible. He was keeping a tight grip on his emotions, but the urge to scream hammered at his throat. Crying seemed right. He resolved not to cry anyway. He focused on his breathing, trying to plan his next steps and staying alive. There was a soft thud in the distance, or rush, and a considerably louder thud with underlying wet, crunchy notes. I think most people don't know the sound of a head being crushed. I'm including all the mortals in that. I kind of wish I didn't. Strip his body and grab his ring. Sis, if he has medicine, I'm going to need it. Tian tried to distract himself from the pain, focusing on the smaller details and straining to keep his voice bland. Your neck. More than a scratch. But it didn't cut anything important. It will heal with a bandage and some cultivation. He could feel Liren's emotions in her words, all jagged and raw. His teachers had told him many times everyone else might be panicking, but the doctor is calm and in charge. Right now he was the doctor. So, he was calm and in charge. And if he wasn't, he should fake it until he was. He called back his darts with a thought. At this range, the Imperial Heavenly Swallows were no harder to control than his own hands. They really were very hard to spot, even with his senses. The swordsman might have blocked them, were the circumstances different, but they weren't. And now he was dead, and Tian didn't want to follow his example. The sword wanted to slide around inside of him. He had to hold it steady while running the hell-suppressing sutra to control the sudden explosion of sepsis. Infection didn't do it justice. He'd have to do some serious surgery. The good news was that he had practiced his stitching a lot. The bad news was that he had never tried to repair his own intestines while they were severed and inside his body. It didn't seem like a great way to learn how to do internal surgery. Hopefully there was some kind of heavenly miracle medicine in that ring. Stolen novel, please report. Here, I don't see anything that looks like medicine, or at least, not the kind of medicine that might help you. What can I do to help? Liren asked. Tian closed his eyes, sighed, and reached out his hand for the ring. Stand guard. Someone will be coming to investigate the scene soon enough. Did you stow his body? Yes, and concealed the traces as best I could. Want me to pick you up and run somewhere more hidden? Yes. Should you? No. Tian turned his attention to the ring. At least this guy knows how to pack. I was worried there would be another Senator situation. The medicine supply is better than you think. Forcing himself to keep the detached voice going helped. It gave him yet another thing to focus on beyond the pain. Besides, if it helped keep Liren calm, it was worth the effort. Tian pulled out a small jar and gave it another sniff. He scooped a yellowy glob onto his finger, examined it carefully, then gave it a very tentative taste. Goldenrod wound paste, specifically intended for healing wounds with a lot of metal chi in them. Decent quality, I think, but I don't have anything to compare it to. How do I apply it? Liren had recovered her snakehead spear and was raking the skies with her glare. Just smear it over the wound and wrap in a light bandage, and fortunately, it's for external use only. I'm still going to have to do surgery. Tian did his best to make it sound like he had to wash the pan again, as a bit of tonight's dinner burned onto the surface and was resisting cleaning. Tian quickly cleaned off his darts. They weren't really right for acupuncture, but they were the best he had at the moment. Time to see what theoretically and sound but practically correct acupuncture is like. Brother. Oh, I said that out loud. Whoops. I have been doing so well with the detached voice thing. Eyes up, sis. I'm counting on you to keep me safe. The Heavenly Swallow's darts weren't right for acupuncture. Skinny as they were still far too thick. Didn't matter. He could control them with his mind, freeing up his hands to do other work. That made them excellent needles. He started sinking the needles into the acupoints that should paralyze the nerves in his stomach, numbing the pain. He couldn't hold back a short scream. They really were much too large for the job. Panting, he focused his senses on his stomach. Impossible to rely on his eyesight for this. He needed to use his chi and elemental senses to find the damaged tissue. What followed was 2 hours of slow, painful exploration and surgery. His crude acupuncture worked on some organs in some places, but not others. Things got jostled or pulled. Tian considered himself quite experienced on the subject of painful sensations, but even he soon ran out of properly descriptive words. There was some noise, but Tian had to ignore it. The organs were slippery, coated in blood, bile, or even less pleasant substances, and twitched when you weren't expecting them to. He very nearly missed a bleed. That wasn't a good moment. He had been dead certain it hadn't been there when he last checked his stomach. A frantic examination found more tiny cuts and bleeds opening. Remnants of the metal chi, still trapped in his body, still trying to kill him. He had to pause the surgery to frantically pull them together with the demon-pulling art and grind them down with the hell-suppressing sutra. The whole surgery was like that every time he felt things were getting under control. A new problem opened up. Problems had to be dealt with quickly and correctly, as there might not be a second chance to fix them. I just need to spread it on the wound, then lightly bandage it, right? Liren sounded breathless. Tian had his eyes closed, his full attention on the wound. The detached, slightly irritable doctor voice came easy. Use less than you think, just a thin smear. You should be able to slide a finger under the bandage once it's tied, but don't put any on me now. I'm in the middle of surgery, for heaven's sake. I wasn't going to. Tian cracked an eye and glanced over at Liren. Her hat was in pieces. She had long gashes up and down her arms, but she had kept her core safe. There is a heavenly person backing the earthly bandits up the river. She came to investigate the fight, see if there wasn't an opportunity. Thankfully, she wasn't much stronger than us, and wasn't willing to trade flesh for flesh and bone for bones. I didn't kill her, but I ran her off. Liren grinned through her exhaustion. Good sister, don't mind all that. She didn't break any bones, so I will heal quick enough. Focus on yourself. It was fiddly. Very damned fiddly. At one point, Tian nearly lost his grip on the suture needle and experienced a moment of utter horror imagining the needle roaming loose inside his stomach cavity. He was able to hang on with the very tips of his thumb and index finger, the needle trembling, eager to fall, feeling the call of the void. After far longer than Tian would have wished, he got everything stitched up. Maybe not stitched perfectly correctly, but nothing was bleeding or leaking or otherwise making things worse. He had powerful body cultivation arts. He could heal the rest with cultivation and time. Now the ointment, please. Liren rushed over and started gently wiping the paste over Tian's wounds. He controlled his flinch. She needed encouragement. You are doing just fine. Thin layer, then gently wrap with a bandage. It didn't go all the way through, so you don't have to worry about the back. How did it go? Liren asked, looking as concerned as she sounded. In time, I will make a complete recovery. Not even that much time. Thanks to all the body refinement. Did he have anything good in his storage ring? I stopped looking once I found the wound paste. He had a lot of things, but what's most important is this, I think. She held up a token, a white jade tablet as wide as two of his fingers. Inlaid was an elegant picture of the sun rising, its rays stretching out and covering the length of the token. Proof of identity in his sect. Like our rings? I think so. Remember someone mentioned the Radiant Dawn sect or something at the tea house. Pretty sure he was one of them. And judging by the contents of his storage ring, they aren't a heretical sect. I haven't heard of them before. But he was here to kill heretics, clearly. He might have just been saying that to cover up his evil intentions. He was roaming around killing people on sight. That doesn't seem orthodox. Liren just shook her head. Tian sighed. His first act in the secular world as a heavenly person was banditry. Somehow, it seemed very appropriate. In retrospect, they could have avoided the whole thing by pulling on their uniform robes and displaying their sect insignia. He didn't regret killing the man, though. He regretted the trouble they were doubtless now in, but not the killing. He could forgive a lot. He did forgive a lot. He thought he was quite tolerant. He was a little sensitive about being called girly, but that was manageable. It was the hurt the swordsman caused Liren that Tian could not forgive. You cleaned up the battlefield, the heretics too. Yep. Liren nodded. Double quotes. All right. Gently, please. Do please gently carry me away from here, but gently. Please. I'll be gentle if you say please. Liren grinned, but her hand still flinched as she reached for him. He met her eyes steadily. Her hands were soft and moving slow as she lifted him up. There wasn't any trace of effort on her face, just concern. "Can you tear the talismans?" she asked. No idea if they will work on Heavenly Realm trackers. But they are better than nothing." Cheon pulled out the old anti-pursuit talismans they had from back in the Redstone Wastes. They were thick paper, clearly not ordinary stock, with sigils drawn in esoteric inks. Cheon had no idea how they worked. Some you had to stick to your body. Others you had to tear, or throw, or paste on a door framed out. These talismans you tore. They made you harder to divine, covered your smell, hid your footsteps, and, he noticed, looking at where he had laid, dissolved your spilled blood into dust and dirt. How the talisman knew to destroy that, and not the blood in his body, he really couldn't say. "Do you ever feel like you don't actually know how anything works?" Hyun asked. "Constantly. To the Green River." "Yes, let's find a mortal city or something. Some place where we can lay low for a while. We are definitely throwing on our uniforms, though. I have to imagine the status of the sect has changed. But given that most of the inner court was trapped out here, well, you would have to be pretty bold to make too much of a fuss. Can't imagine whatever trap Starsieve set up killed everyone." Liren's hands were very steady, her feet landing feather light on the ground. It took less than 2 minutes for the two to be back on the water. "This feels right. We may need a new boat, but this is always going to feel right to me." Hyun grinned. It was a strained grin. The pain in his stomach was rather incredible. He had seen patients in the hospital act this way many times. That manic courage. Saying everything is fine and nothing hurts, even though you can see the sweat beating and falling from their head and turning the sheets dark. "Yeah, I'm okay with patching a boat, but I don't think I could make a Heavenly Realm boat." "Who do you think has won?" Liren asked. "Maybe the person behind the water bandits. It seems reasonable." "Water bandits, boats. Sure, we should go looking for them when we've healed up a bit." Liren kept the conversation going, and it took Tian an embarrassingly long time to realize what she was doing. She was doing what she had seen him do for years, sitting with the sick, and talking with them, comforting and distracting them. He smiled and touched his heart, feeling it warm in the light of her. Liren rode them down the river for the rest of the day, passing by several towns and a small city. Tian entirely agreed. The more distance between them and where they killed the swordsman, the better. Tian amused himself by looking through the storage ring. Nice robes, good quality, very small stitching on the embroidery. Tian smiled. He wouldn't wear white and gold himself, but he could see why someone might like the look. "I'm tempted to see if I can't get them altered to fit me," Liren admitted. "Not the uniform robes, obviously, but that white gold robe with the blooming peony on the back and the falling petal motif on the sleeves is." Tian had to hide his smile. "What about the headband?" He had a couple of headbands in there. "I will become a farmer before I wear a headband with hero written on it. Written in red though. Looks sharp, very gallant." Tian Ziho. "Exactly what hair am I holding back with a headband, for that matter? What sweat am I keeping out of my eyes?" Tian shook his head. "Are you going to let mere practicality limit your gaudy ambitions? Maybe we should add even more red to it. Or gems. You could have a white headband with the word hero spelled out in rubies." There was a pause. The waves broke in steady waves across the prow. No, I couldn't possibly. That would be tacky. Don't you think?" "Now, I maintain that, for maximum sparkle, head ornaments are the way to go." Elder Feng had 6 earrings and a little pendant thing that hung over her forehead. The earrings were too much. Ears shouldn't look busy, but the pendant was nice. "That's something you can imitate." The pause was longer this time. Tian covered his grin with his hand. He let his eyes fall over the other boats on the river. A distinct lack of pleasure craft, which was a pity. No reclining beauties or handsome young men carried on their flower boats over the waves, laughing and exchanging cups of wine and poetry and flirtatious looks. Just dead-eyed men and grim women, working fishing boats and merchant ships and rafts of logs or bamboo, making their way along one of the great water roads of the kingdom. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Tian couldn't understand why things looked so different from what he remembered from the Ingot, and nearly slapped his forehead when he figured it out. Who goes on a pleasure boat in an era of bandits and rebels? Who's that free? More to the point, Who would dare put such a target on their back? Maybe something simple, like a pearl on a golden chain or something. Liren sounded tentative. Sounds fun. Any particular kind of pearl? Well, they come in different kinds, you know. Some of them are in my medical books, actually. Really, she looked fascinated. Oh yes. And the descriptions are pretty fun sounding. Want me to read you some? Sure. It was a pleasant way to pass the day, and it helped keep him distracted. By the time they had reached a larger city, they had narrowed their choice down to 3 blessings: cold water pearl or heavenly illusion rose wash pearl. The fact that they had no idea where such pearls could be found or how much they cost was no matter. The chase was the thing. Liren pulled the boat up to a small dock and carefully lifted Tian out. I think I can walk now. Sis, set me down before your arms get tired. I think I can carry you for a week, even with you being heavy as you are. Let me do this. All right. I bet you whine your head off when I have to carry you. Tian grumbled. He wasn't really that mad. Illyrian was very warm, and they hadn't been as close physically as he wished they were. For the millionth time, he cursed morning cry. Is there a temple in this city? Hyun asked. Maybe, but let's not risk a visit. We will leave them be, unless they come and see us. And if they do, we show them the rings and robes. I'm not getting into some nonsense again just because we want to be careful. This time it was Liren grumbling. Did you pick up anything about the relationship between the Radiant Dawn sect and ancient Crane Mountain? You were next to me the whole time. So, no. She shook her head. That looks like an up ahead. And I can feel the breath of earthly realm. Cultivt or a stout, probably decent. Up to you. It was, actually, pretty decent. They got some odd looks, but the mortals of the Brodsky Kingdom knew perfectly well that immortals walked amongst them. The ability to be selectively blind, deaf and dumb was bred in their bones at this point. We have a room with an attached bath. If that would suit you, perfect, thanks. Also please send up a pot of tea and, Liren glanced down, soup. A pot of soup. Broth or congee? Of course, madam. The innkeeper bowed 90 degrees, before extending his right hand and, still half bowed, guiding them towards their room. Liren's hat was beyond salvaging, and with bitter regret, had been discarded. Tian happened to love seeing her rowing with the sun making her bronze skin blaze and glow. The sheer glory of her making him breathless. The way the innkeeper was looking up at her with the whites of his eyes showing suggested she was making him feel a bit breathless too, though in a rather different way. Tian couldn't understand people sometimes. He was glad he didn't. We don't have to stay here. Actually, I don't want to stay here. He used the spell the sect master had given him to whisper the words to Liren. She glanced at him, smiled, and shook her head. It's fine, she mouthed. It wasn't, but he didn't make a fuss. The pain in his stomach made everything tiresome. He was ready to lie in bed for a while. They were led up to the 2nd floor, to a room facing the inner courtyard of the hotel. It was simple, though comfortably appointed. The windows were wide, the shutters fit tightly. The paint was bright, and there was even a nice flower arrangement in the room. Someone knew what they were doing there. 1 or 2 blossoms, brilliant golden bursts against the cream white of the plaster walls, framed by carefully trimmed stalks of green leaves. Tian didn't know much about flower arranging, but was prepared to say that whoever made the display did. What lovely flowers, Liren murmured, christened them. Though don't ask me what variety. There are more varieties than I can easily count. There was only one bed, set against the wall in a corner of the room. It wasn't a very big bed either, though it was entirely big enough for both of them. Put me against the wall, please. Don't be silly. You will have a hard time getting up if I do. You will be right in the middle. I'll just meditate. Liren. She jerked to a stop. Yes, I'm done putting up with this, at least for today. I'm hurting, I'm tired, and I'm getting cranky. Put me against the wall, and lay down next to me. I promise I won't ravage you, at least until I regain my strength. Just close your eyes for a bit. Soon, the maid will come along with some soup and tea, and when she does you can jump up and make a fuss. Until then, rest. She looked torn, but carefully set him in the bed, near the wall. I'm not worried about you ravaging me. I'm not worried about me ravaging you. For that matter, I know what you are worried about. I also know that you are warm and beautiful, and I feel safe in your arms. So shut up, lay down, and feel safe in mind for a while. She hesitated, but in the end, she did. He had to awkwardly side hug her. His stomach hurt if he tried to turn on his side. She still pressed her back to him, letting him wrap an arm around her shoulders. She was warm. After a few minutes, he felt her shaking. He pretended not to hear her crying. It took 15 minutes for the maid to arrive with tea and soup. Liren jumped up, fresh as a daisy, and filled their cups and bowls. She did a fine job propping him up with pillows. In his professional pillow fluffing opinion, though she pushed things too far trying to feed him, his hands worked just fine. When he was done, and she laid him back down, he caught her eyes and patted the bed next to him. I'm going to cultivate for a while. When I wake up, you will be next to me. I will I? You will. He nodded. Liren's face twisted. Then she snorted and lay down again. Neither bothered with a blanket. It would have looked cold to an outsider. To grown people, lying on top of a bed in their clothes, not looking at each other. The last thing Tian heard before slipping into sleep was a whispered thank you. Liren practically levitated out of the bed as soon as Tian opened his eyes. She was at the door by the end of the first blink, and through it before he could start the second. Tian laughed silently. Small steps, one after the other. They had eternity to figure things out, though. He really didn't feel like waiting an eternity. Maybe it was the young Qi, or maybe it was just being 20. But Liren was giving him a hunger that food wasn't filling. Tian could endure hunger, but he didn't like it. He sat up. His wounds were healed enough that he could move around without too much difficulty. Though he wouldn't want to fight or run flat out, he still had the swordsman's storage ring. Time to investigate. The first thing that caught his eye was the sword the swordsman had been carrying. It looked quite fine, not excessively decorated, and clearly well used. But the decorations it did have were tasteful and elegant. In Tian's admittedly ignorant opinion, it was the pride and joy of someone who took their swordsmanship seriously. He waved it through the air a couple of times, gave it a few experimental chops. The sword was back in its scabbard and tossed unceremoniously back into the storage ring less than a minute after it was drawn. It just wasn't for him. He had no foundation in swordsmanship, and it just felt wrong in his hands. It would doubtless fetch a good price. Or perhaps they could swap it for something actually useful. Armor, maybe. He was suddenly very interested in this soft armor he kept hearing about. It would be a fine thing to load up on lots and lots of that. He pulled out the sword the swordsman had been flying around on. This was a comparatively more crude sword, simply adorned with an unusually wide blade. Tian lifted it with a grunt and examined the edge. It had been properly beveled and ground down, but the edge itself was dull, bright, shiny, and dull. No nick marred the surface of the sword. No scrape or any indication that it had ever been used for its apparent purpose of being a sword. There wasn't even a scabbard to go with it. It couldn't be a sword just for flying on, could it? Tian murmured. It seemed insane. But on the other hand, what would you stand on if you had to fight with the sword you were flying around on? Though he now took a very dim view of the whole notion of a heavenly realm swordsman. Darts with extra steps. Simply darts with extra steps. And if the gallant swordsman couldn't accept that, then he would happily prescribe therapeutic boots to the head until they learned. He stowed the sword and pulled a small stack of books and manuals from the ring. Rising Dragon Phoenix Rankings, Wasteland of Song Region.mmm. What's this? Tian opened the slim volume and started flipping through. His eyes quickly started bugging, and he bit his lips to keep from yelling for Liren. Heavenly Note Sum. Heaven Realm Middle Division and Ranked. Direct disciple of the regional class Ancient Crane Monastery. She is possessed of both beautiful looks and a beautiful voice. This is in service of her zither spells, which have reached minor completion. Believed to be on Ancient Crane Mountain behind their mountain protecting formation. Wandering Sword Fae. Heaven Realm Middle Division Rank 1002. Direct disciple of the regional class Sword River Sect. Sword Cultivator. Possessed of a heroic mien. His 3-foot sword cuts through all confusion. Believed to have achieved both one with sword and world as sword, despite being less than 500 years old. Tian flipped to the back, then jumped back to the front. Heavenly Demon. Heaven Realm Peak Rank 1. Affiliation unknown. Cultivation art unknown. Name unknown. All that is known for certain is that the Heavenly Demon is 7 feet tall, possessed of unearthly beauty and impossible strength for his realm. His desires are immense, his mood capricious, and his hunger for slaughter unmatched. His well of chi seems nearly infinite, as does his vital energy. There are no known survivors of any attempt to fight him. He has successfully defeated 3 human realm experts, killing 2. Because of this, his battle record would usually not qualify him for a place on the rankings, due to exceeding the limit. As a public service, the editors and publishers have decided to keep him perpetually at the peak of the rankings as a warning to the wasteland of song. Heavenly Demon is the most dangerous being below the human realm in the wastelands. If you see him, don't try to run. Forget the bounty. Just give him what he wants. Don't invite calamity on your family, friends and sect. Last seen by the sole survivor of Golden Reed's castle in the Green Dragon Nation, who screamed out who was responsible for the unspeakable nightmare within before she tore her own head in half. Well, that's alarming. Qian quickly flipped through the book, finding a few of the direct disciples from ancient Crane Mountain listed in the book, but no one he particularly knew. Interestingly, there were no members of the inner court or the core disciples listed. Perhaps the difference made by the sky-treating art was just that big. I wonder what middle division means. Middle of the heavenly realm. But teacher didn't mention anything about subrealms. Just accumulation and one big transformation at the end. He set aside the books for a moment. He needed to calm himself for a moment, ultimately opting for the soothing power of greed. There were roughly 2,000 spirit crystals stored in the ring, even with the money given to him by Voidcatcher. That wasn't a small sum. There were also numerous pills, but from what he could tell, they were intended to either help gather chi, releasing chi in the pill for absorption, antidotes, and a few whose exact purpose he was unsure of as they contained a number of seemingly contradictory chi within them. They smelled nice, at least mildly floral, with notes of burnt honey. Despite that, he would swear they were both a narcotic and a stimulant. Bizarre. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. He set them aside and checked out the SUNDRIS. To his delight, the swordsman had several barrels of water in his ring, all at the heavenly realm. He also had a few large tea cakes, well pressed and wrapped in colorful paper. It was a little hard for Qian to tell just what they were from looking at them, but at a guess, white tea, and possibly Harmony Village tea. He was fairly sure they weren't red teas. To his utter delight, one sealed jar was full of tightly rolled little leaves, also clearly tea, but of a sort he was unfamiliar with. Treasures. Now these are true treasures. He looked around the ring in hopes of more joy, only to feel his mood plummet. Disgraceful. Such good tea, and such lousy snacks. Completely indulgent. These would ruin the palates of everyone who eat them. There were sweets, little bean cakes, honey-soaked pastries, even boiled, sweet and dough soaked in syrup and carefully preserved. The candied hose seemed almost dignified by comparison, and the obviously much-neglected haw flakes a mere cover for the sugary slaughterhouse of flavors favored by the idiot swordsman. There was not, Qian noted with a hanging judge's finality, a single rice cracker to be found in the whole of the storage ring. Death wasn't too good for the idiot SWRDSMAN. It was exactly right. With a final harumph, he started investigating the rest of the SUNDRIS. Good food, lucky that. Good supply of charcoal and firewood. No boat, which was a shame. A rather decent tent, very decent, in fact, big enough for 2, or even 3 if they were particularly well acquainted. It wasn't optimized for the wastes like their small, low-slung tents. This emphasized comfort and luxuriousness. Worth trying out. Definitely. Teaware and camp knives. Good quality but nothing special. He'd ask Liren to sell them. He couldn't feel any connection to them, and they would taint his tea service. He couldn't put it off any longer. He went back to the books. Radiant Sun Supreme Young Sword Spell. Advertising nonsense if I ever heard it. Worthless. Sell. Chess sword tactics. Do they just lump words together and act like it means something? Maybe they just toss a bunch of characters in a cup, shake 'em up like dice, and whatever rolls out is the name of the art, or spell, or whatever. Another one to sell. Heavenly Earth-Piercing Spell. Sounds like a perception art. Worth investigating. Supreme Young Kidney Nurturing Art. Wasn't the sword spell also called Supreme Young? Surely they both can't be, right? Are they part of a set? And why would a young man need to nurture his kidneys? Did he have a health problem or something? Tian, whose background was almost entirely in battlefield medicine, with barely a year's exposure to normal hormonal balance, possessed of a godly pair of kidneys after many rounds of tempering and refinement, and still a somewhat contented virgin, shook his head in utter bafflement. Well, hopefully he will be in better health in the next life. What else was there? The last book was also the most worn. The cover was smudged and stained, the corners worn down, and the thread binding it was starting to fuzz. It would need rebinding soon, he guessed. Stamped on the cover, the characters fading from black to gray, were the words Introduction to Sword Flight. Tian stared at the cover. He made a little growl of frustration, then started to read. It took Liren a suspiciously long time to return with breakfast. By the time she did, Tian was buried deep in the text, muttering furiously, "It's aesthetics. It's for the damn look of the thing. What is?" Liren's eyes widened as she carried a tray into the room. The flying sword. According to this, your real-deal sword cultivators didn't bother standing on the sword. At least, not urgently. They just drew the sword from their waist, thrust it up into the sky. Tian mimed the action, and flew off. They could just hang on to their swords and fly wherever they needed to go. All right. Imagine it for a second. Imagine what it would look like if, say, Brother Calm was racing across the sky, robes fluttering around him, as he hung onto his sword, knuckles presumably whitening on the hilt as his mustaches flapped around. I mean, I'm just assuming here. He does seem to love his sword. Maybe he would enjoy the experience. Hard to maintain a dignified appearance. Liren smiled with the easy satisfaction of someone who never used a sword, and never would. Then there is the fighting side of things. Remember how that guy stood on his sword and controlled it with his mind? It was like he replaced all his footwork with moving the ground he was standing on. Liren took a moment to parse that, then nodded. Double quotes, yeah. The sword was basically like a platform or a boat. The shape was basically irrelevant. Tian nodded. Hand held up the flying sword. This is not a sword. 2 edges, a point, a hilt and a guard, but not a sword. Liren set the tray on the little table in the room, and carried a bowl of congee over to Tian. Thank you. Breadsticks, afraid not. But they put some white fish and plenty of vegetables in the congee. Quite fancy. I thought. Tian agreed, and put his spoon to work. It was good. It is not a sword. It is a sword-shaped flying platform. So-called flying swords are built to gather chi efficiently and generate lift, requiring little extra chi from the user. Most of the spell deals with things like navigation, and not falling off as you move around on it. Makes sense. You want to keep it and use it. Not at all. But yes. At least until we can get something proper like a boat, Hyun sighed. According to the manual, they tend to be pretty fast once you get the hang of it. We aren't in any particular rush, but I think our honored teachers would be less than amused if the people we were sent to collect and protect died while we loafed around on the river. Liren's spoon stopped in the air with a jerk, the congee nearly escaping her. Right. Not the most patient or forgiving souls, I would say. Not so much. The two shared a deep sigh. Then Tian scooted over and patted the spot next to him on the bed. Liren's shoulders momentarily sagged, but she squared them again and sat. They read the worn book together. Tian carefully kept a little frown on his face the whole time, completely failing to hide the fact he was delighted to have her warmth against his side. Think it's worth making contact with whatever of our peers are in the area? Tian asked. We have to at some point. The better question is, do we try to find others from the ancient Crane Monastery? Can't be that many core disciples running around. What are the odds we turn up in our new robes and don't immediately reveal our ignorance? Tian shook his head, to which Liren grinned and raised the finger of cunning. But what if we wore our old robes? I thought about this waiting for you to wake up. She paused, went through a remarkable range of facial expressions, and settled on Rai. If you think about it, the absolute majority of Heavenly Realm cultivators we know are on the other side of the ward, other than Auntie Wu, who is still recovering at the bamboo medicine hut, and a handful of others. We are pretty unknown. That unknown. We are kind of famous. But famous for what? When? How? With who? She was grinning now. We got sent aboard the Windblown Manor. What? 6 years ago. 5. I swear you are rubbing off on me. The point is, we look pretty different. You have all your fingers, and got pretty. I got taller and a lot darker. My facial features have shifted a little too. Tian nodded slightly. She was right. Her face was now perfectly symmetrical. Her cheekbones were a tiny bit more pronounced, and there was an upward sweep to her eyebrows that probably shouldn't be so fascinating. But they just made her eyes so wonderful that he couldn't help but cherish them. Let's say they don't recognize us on sight, which, I agree, is possible. But so what? So unless they verify our identities by checking our rings against the sect rules. The what now? Ziho, brother Ziho, thou companion Ziho. Have you, or have you not, practically grown up inside the sect? Well, yes. So have you. That's right. I have. She nodded, her face a mask of kindness, and in that time, I picked up things. Things like how the sect keeps track of its membership, how they keep track of all those missions and merits. Tian said, with insight and sophistication. Liren closed her eyes and breathed out slowly. If you ever wonder if I really do like you, just know I'm sparing you a 15-minute roasting, complete with specific examples and props. I have always said you were an avatar of mercy. That got him an eye roll, but she pressed on regardless. It's a 3-part system. Part 1 is the sect records, short-term stuff. Things that only need to last for a couple of decades or so. Go down on paper. Longer-term storage is on bamboo slats or spiritual imprints on jade slips. But if you think about it, not that much needs to be stored long-term. Makes sense so far. Tian wasn't sure it did, but wasn't willing to risk being wrong. That's the most official, authoritative source. What goes down there is what it is. But it takes a fair bit of time to generate the records. And since we operate across a massive country, and since it's not unusual for people to just vanish for years or, in the heavenly realm, decades, you need something more flexible. Okay, like our rings. She waved her hand. The plain storage ring on display. It is proof of membership, records our merits, lists our current mission. That kind of thing. It's the equivalent of 2 or 3 lines on a ledger. It's also a key for a very specific type of device. You know how they update our merits on the rings? They tap something on them. I just think of them as talismans, close enough. I don't know how it works. So, I just think of it as an array. The array works as a giant ledger, listing everyone's name, merits, assignments, all that. But it can't hold that many entries. And it doesn't last that long before burning out. One mean a few years. Tops. So they have to periodically replace it, after adding in all the information stored in the records. But the reason they use it is that, 1, it's fast, and 2, you can apparently change the information on it very easily. So they stay very up to date. And the temples regularly update their magic ledgers by sending copies to each other. I see where this is going. Tian started nodding with a bit more sincerity. Our rings still list us as members of the outer court in good standing, but don't specifically say who we are. They would have to check the magic ledger, but that's not up to date anymore, and might not even work anymore. They would check the records, but assuming those aren't on the other side of the ward, it would take weeks or months, and they aren't likely to be that motivated. Exactly. So us companions were stuck in a hidden grotto for the last couple of years. We imply that we weren't exactly trying to escape, and don't elaborate. But time passed, and eventually, thanks to the intercession of our ancestors and the grace of the world, we broke through to the heavenly realm. Now our little grotto home can't sustain our growth. So we are out into the wider world, wondering just what the hell happened. Jian looked wonderingly at Liren, then sighed. Where is that honest girl I once knew? Now her heart is full of duplicity. What lies? I'm just strategically presenting the truth. And, honestly, you are going to have to do the lying. She looked suddenly awkward. I thought I was a terrible liar. The corner of Chan's mouth twitched. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. You are. Which is why you are going to tell as much of the truth as is sensible. And let people draw the wrong conclusions. The art merciless taught me makes lying unpleasant. Qian grunted, then nodded. His teacher certainly didn't have a problem with lying. Not in the sense of a moral objection, anyway. I guess we have a plan. Let's give that perception spell a quick read-through before we head out. Last thing we want is to get ambushed. And besides, He could feel Grandpa Jun's eagerness to improve the spell. It seemed like the old ghost really enjoyed doing it, and Tian was curious to see how it would turn out. I really should have asked this ages ago, but could you upgrade Heavenly Swallows? Yes, but it's not worth it. Not because Heavenly Swallows is bad. It's surprisingly decent for what it is. It's not worth it because any improvement I make would fundamentally transform the art, massively increasing the cost. A poor use of energy, especially since Heavenly Swallows will be entirely adequate for your needs for a good while. I was hoping for something with a bit more stopping power. The rope dart could smash things if you whacked it hard enough. Tian, do you remember throwing a rock at any point in your life? Grandpa Jun perfectly hit the exact harmonic to convey to a junior that they are being dumb past the point of grandparental indulgence. Yes, Grandpa. Did you ever notice that rocks would hit harder if you threw it faster? Yes, Grandpa. Now, tabling the issues of overpenetration and force transmission with the related mechanics of wound creation resulting from a penetrative trauma. Do you think you can deduce a way to improve stopping power while still using Imperial Heavenly Swallows? Make them go faster, Grandpa. Yep. Or increase the weight while maintaining the speed. But the things you are going to be trying to kill will be moving a lot faster from now on. Increasing the speed is the smart play. And you are a smart boy when you pay attention. Now get back to studying. This art is ripe for improvement. They didn't have it mastered by the time dinner rolled around, but by next breakfast, they had it at a usable place. Tian's suggestions about how the text should be interpreted were remarkably effective. After a fortifying bowl of congee and some inferior green tea, they set out to meet their peers. Their peer, in this case, was a distinguished-looking woman, reading a book as she reclined in a rattan chair in a gazebo on top of a manor. Tian and Hong stopped outside the building and bowed politely to juniors from the ancient Crane Monastery. Request to meet the senior. Would she have a moment to speak with us? Very juniors. What happened to your robes? We were trapped in a certain senior's cultivation ground for a couple of years. Eventually, we managed to break through. And some time after that, we were. Perhaps the best way to describe it is permitted to escape, contingent on certain things. As the senior would no doubt suspect, upon emerging, we discovered the world had changed. Tian clasped his hand and bowed. This little Taoist is surnamed Tian, and this is my sect sister surnamed Hong. Neither of us have taken an honor name, nor has one been bestowed upon us. Might I have the privilege of knowing the senior's honorable name? The distinguished lady's face switched, but she set down her book and stood. Courtesy should be met with courtesy after all. I am the wandering cultivator Wang Qingyan, and I to have done without an honor name. I suppose you have a lot of questions. Yes, starting with, what exactly is going on in the Brodsky Kingdom? We know that ancient Crane Mountain has been sealed behind a ward, but what of the rest of the temples and convents? And those seniors trapped outside? She smiled and nodded. Those are important questions. And I can give you some pretty good answers, however. That wasn't the most important question. Please, Senior Wang. What was the most important question? Tian cupped his fist and smiled apologetically. How much will this information cost, Senior Wang? We just broke through. And our main achievement to date is surviving our first ambush out in the field. Please be merciful on my barren purse. Fair enough. Well, it's all common knowledge anyway. But I'd be doing you a disservice if I explained for free. Call it 10 spirit stones. Hyung gawked at her. 10 spirit stones. The dignified woman snorted. Now it's too little, not too little. I'll have to ask my sister to make up for my shortcomings. Excuse me. When the exchange was made with the pitying senior, she explained the official story, which nobody really believes but nobody can disprove, is that the Dao reserves of the ancient Crane Monastery burned themselves out, striking a fatal blow against the Black Iron Gorge. With the last of their power, they activated a recall ray that called back their direct disciples and a frankly bizarre cross-section of their inner and outer courts. Then sealed the mountain to guard against retaliation now that their core has been dangerously weakened. That matches what we have seen. A fatal blow against the gorge, Tian asked. Apparently. Though I can tell you the number of old monsters from the wasteland in the kingdom has only gone up, not down. But I can also tell you for nothing that they are here because the gorge has turned into a true hell. Nobody is entirely clear what happened, but the Iron Blood Council has descended into civil war. Since essentially all the heretics are mercenaries, she trailed off. They scrammed when the money ran out. Liren snorted, just so. The remainder of the ancient Crane Monastery has reformed around the temple complex in the Mystic Mountain Range, leaving a strong garrison in Mountain Gate City. Most of the outer court has vanished, but much of the inner court remains. That being the case, the various temples were aggressively shut down and emptied out by the remaining elders of the inner court, as were the monastery's positions in the wasteland. As a practical matter, they completely pulled out of the Brodsky kingdom except for those two positions. The city noise seemed very loud, for some reason, and the sun was quite blinding. Cheon thought he must not have healed properly. He was rather dizzy. Everyone gets it. They are consolidating their strength and guarding against retaliation, figuring they can endure until the mountain reopens. It's not a dumb idea, but the consequences are rough for everyone. The long and short of it is, if you see someone in the blue and white out in the kingdom, they are there to show the flag or suppress anyone who looks like they are trying to take control of the kingdom. If they are out adventuring or on missions, they are moving around without their uniforms. She gave them a meaningful look. We appreciate Senior Wang's kind reminder, and will keep it firmly in mind going forward. Jian bowed. It would be for the best, while no one is bold enough to post a bounty on you homeless birds. There are quite a few looking to discuss old matters. One day, the monastery may return, but who knows on what hour or day that will be, or in what state they will be in when they do return. It would be wise to fly low, little bird, at least until your wings harden. Taoist Wang was kind enough to mention that Heavenly Realm cultivators would periodically gather in towns to organize bartering sessions, and that once you have managed to gather a little money, the largest merchant houses, the ones backed by Heavenly Realm ancestors, did buy and sell goods appropriate to their new realm, definitely not open to the public, and strictly in the very largest cities or located near prime cultivation grounds. But they did exist and were available. It was part of why Mountain Gate City was so vital. It wasn't just the improved cultivation environment. It was the single largest commercial hub for Heavenly Realm cultivators in the whole country. The waters there run very deep, out very deep indeed. You might think it the safest place to run to, being freshly ascended. But, unless you already have a patron, it might be best to build a little foundation first. Just in case. That, they reckoned, was very sensible. They didn't mention where they were headed, and Taoist Wang didn't ask. They parted politely, pretending not to feel her thoughtful gaze on their backs as they left. Time to test the flying sword. Jian sent the thought to Liren. The spell still new and fascinating. Yes, her replies were always choppy. She hadn't adapted to it as quickly as he had. 2 hours later, Liren was looking bewildered at the immense grievance radiating from Chan. A year and a half, really. And I barely mastered the dragon suppressing palms. Mastery is too strong a word. A year and a half to gain basic competence. Well, your yang qi was all messed up. Naturally you found it hard. A year and a half though. And it's not like I was slacking on my practice. At least an hour a day. Usually a whole lot more. I mean, effort doesn't always equal results. That's true. That's very true. 90 damn minutes to master a new spell. Though SHH. What's wrong with you? SHH. She waved her hands, pressing towards him like she was trying to push the shouting back inside his lungs. Do you know how frustrating it was? I knew every move perfectly, and I still couldn't make it work. I remember, but the sword enthusiasts spend 90 damn minutes-ish. All my ancestors, SHH. The next sword bum I hear talk about how hard and lonely their path is, about how much dedication the way of the sword needs, will be eating theirs. There will not be so much as a drop of chili sauce provided. These pretentious frauds deserve no mercy, and shall receive none. Yes, yes. They are the worst. Liren looked torn between laughter and deathly embarrassment, and opted for distraction. But since you did pick it up so quickly, then we don't need to hang around here. We can start running south. Though I'm not sure how we are going to do this. We can't both balance on a single sword blade. Qian's mulish expression transformed into an infernal grin. Before ascending to an angelic one, he advanced on Liren, his hands stretching out. She retreated. What? What do you want to do? What, exactly, do you want to do? 20 minutes later. And Tian was prepared to admit that, just possibly, the sword lunatics were onto something. This was a remarkably satisfying way to travel. I'm going to die. I am actually going to die. First of shame. And then when you drop me, I'm going to die twice. And both times it will be your fault. Liren was being carried in his arms. It was ungainly, absurd looking, perhaps, and yet, he was prepared to cherish it. She really was very warm. And holding her like this warmed him all the way through. You are really light. Actually, oh, go to hell. Liren squirmed in his arms, but not too much. They were about 200 feet in the air. No, I'm not being polite. You are a whole lot lighter than I would have expected. Less than 100 pounds, maybe, which is a hell of a trick for someone who will never have to guess what's hiding on the top shelf. Liren went still. That can't be right. Closer to 85 than 95, I'd say. No, that's just. Even my bones should weigh more than that. And I have some muscle on me. All true. And yet, you really are quite light. Personal guess. All that yang qi in you. Fire rises, resisting the earth element that would make you weigh more. You have the southern mountain physique. But fair to say, the fire side is very dominant. Either that, or you inherited the yang aspects of the mountain. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. It was pretty fun, actually. She really had to curl up to be held comfortably, so she was somewhat leaning against his chest. Liren wasn't a cuddler, but Tian was really seeing the point of cuddling now. It felt like he had been hungry for something he had never tasted before, and a stray bite brought that flavor to his mouth without a whisper of warning. The sword cut through the air near silently. Tian wasn't pushing the pace, as he didn't know how long his chi reserves would hold out for. They were still moving fast enough to make the boats on the river look like they were standing still. There was a messenger on a horse, rushing down the road near the river. Tian knew he was probably moving at a brisk canter, but from up here, it looked like he was poking along. It felt so right to be flying with Liren. It wasn't as good as flying on the back of burning heaven, but it felt very, very right. Something about him lifting her up into the heavens. It certainly made a change from all the times she carried him. You are grinning. Stop that. Can't imagine what you were talking about, Tian said, grinning even wider. You are. Tian Ziho. You put me down right this minute. I can't possibly. You might float away, and then I'd have to chase after you. Can't risk it. Ziho. We need to get to the ground. Now. Look. Tian frowned and tried to see what Liren was pointing at. They were passing between two tall hills now, still following the course of the river. The trees spread their branches wide on the heights, while thick reeds filled the water margin. There was a small child running through the reeds. Tian couldn't see what was chasing them. Now that he was focusing, he could hear faint cries for help. The child darted out of sight, seeming to fall into a hole or something. Tian didn't hesitate. The sword stooped like a diving bird, plunging towards the spot where the child vanished. Do you see what was chasing them? No. Liren raked her eyes back and forth, desperately peering around. I can feel something twisted, though. Something vile and hungry. She could. Tian didn't. They were on the ground in seconds, both keeping their hands empty. Tane ran the earth-piercing eye, their new perception spell flashing through the tall reeds to find the hole in the ground the child had fallen into. It looked like there was a cave stretching into the hill. The boy was crouched on the ground with his hands over his head, mumbling stay away, over and over. Liren didn't hesitate for a moment. There was a bang, and she was in the cave. Tian was barely 2 seconds behind her. I told you to stay away. Why didn't you listen? The boy cried out. They never do. The voice was cruel and happy. Black flames rushed out of the darkness of the cave, cold, bitterly cold. Tian remembered these flames in fire. He vividly remembered the way they licked up from the freezing acid in the belly of the demonic bird that swallowed him. The cold froze everything, breaking it down to nothing. He moved to stand in front of Liren, but there was no use. The flames filled the little cave and washed over the 2 cultivators, bitterly cold. But that was all. Tian blinked, then snarled. The hell-suppressing sutra was roaring along, happily converting the curse energy and yin qi into nourishment. I see you now. Too late. From the darkness of the cave, a tiger leapt, Smoke gray with inky black stripes, yet unquestionably a tiger. It had been invisible, perfectly hidden amongst the shadows, until it made its move. Tian could see the muscles bunching and rippling under the beast's thick fur. He could see the obsidian sheen on the claws and the aged ivory of the tiger's long fangs. Tian dashed forward, Moon crossing the lake, turning him suddenly elusive. With a drifting step, he dodged to the right of the tiger. The tiger wasn't so easily fooled. Twisting in the air and stretching a huge paw towards Tian's face, the tiger's paw descended and was met with a rising palm. Thunder shakes the earth was the ultimate skill of the 18 palms of dragon subduing, the culmination of the art. Tian put the full force of his vital energy and chi into the strike. Supported by his deeply refined body, it felt like trying to stop a falling mountain with a single palm. The demonic tiger blew through the strike like it wasn't even there. Tian desperately shifted out of the way, just barely letting the back of the clothes scrape his front. It wasn't that he wasn't strong. It was just that the tiger was much, much stronger, with far more accumulated chi. A futile effort, but by all means, keep trying. I do enjoy playing with my prey, and perhaps you will be my new little pet once I have eaten you, the tiger purred, sliding into a growl before leaping forward once more. Tian desperately tried to get a sense of what was happening with Liren, but the tiger took all of his attention. There was just so much of it, and so little of him. Retreat was impossible, especially if Liren was unable to fight. He had to fight, and win, which meant thinking creatively, and the tiger wasn't giving him any time. Paw swipes came from either side, forcing Tian to dodge and glide around the floor. The tiger hadn't lied. He did enjoy playing with his food. Tian could see the tiger was teasing him. Eventually, the tiger would get bored. Can't win attacking the front, don't attack the front. Tian crouched down and rushed forward, keeping his body small and mobile. Fast steps, left right left, zigzagging with constant changes in rhythm. He feinted a lunge for the belly, as though he was going to attack the soft underbelly. But as he gathered his legs under him, he leapt for the tiger's back. Time seemed to slow as he flew upward. He hadn't deceived the tiger's eyes. Tian watched the huge head turn and keep turning and turning, keeping those huge blazing orange eyes on him. The nearest paw rose up too, turning and rising in a way that no tiger's joints should have permitted. The tiger was smiling. He could see it clearly. The tiger had been waiting for this moment. The moment the prey thought it had a chance to win, more than Tian's flesh or his fear. It was his despair that most satisfied the monster. Tian smiled right back. He had been waiting too. His left hand flashed out, a bag of white powder leaving his storage ring, landing in his hand and then on the tiger's face. The tiger closed his eyes at once and recoiled with an enormous sneeze. What petty trickery! Tian's right hand snapped forward, again and again and again and again. So fast it was a blur, though nothing seemed to be coming from his hand. There was a wet noise and a muffled crunch. Then the tiger backhanded the falling Tian hard enough to knock the dust off his robes even before he hit the wall of the cave. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I'll torture you for 1,000 years for that. I used to replace my decoys when they bored me, not you. I'll keep your soul trapped for an eternity. The tiger wasn't smiling anymore. Blood poured out of one of his ears. He was staggering. His balance looked shot, but he was still on his feet and prowling towards Tian. The great tiger was big and felt even bigger, taller than Tian was at its shoulder. It filled the narrow cave. The animal's stink of it sank its claws into its victims before the tiger was even visible. Of course, the tiger might not be visible until after you are dead. Its gray and black coloration dissolved into the darkness, aided by whatever heavenly magics it had comprehended to hide its chi. An ambushed predator, already the stuff of nightmares and fevered worship before its demonic corruption, now terror incarnate. Nothing Tian had thrown at him could stop him. The only thing that had slowed the tiger down was a handful of needles burrowing into his ear. Trying, and failing, to reach the tiger's brain, Tian quickly ran through his options and reached a grim conclusion. His needles were wedged in. No chance of recovering and attacking again with his limited chi. His palm arts were worthless. Unable to overcome the chi and vital energy of the tiger, he had some things that could be used as poisons or blinding agents, but trying to use them against such a plainly demonic tiger was idiotic. He couldn't run. Because Liren was behind him and counting on him to win. Out of tricks. Out of ideas. Out of hope. Out of time. The tiger gathered itself to pounce, swaying a bit. Tian could see it was having a hard time staying upright. But in the narrow cave, it wasn't going to matter enough. He could remember what it felt like, mastering the thunderous palms technique in the West Town outer court. It just disintegrated the wooden posts he practiced on. It seemed unstoppable. What could be more powerful or more terrifying than that? This tiger. This tiger was scarier. He didn't seem like he could be disintegrated at all. Tian's palms couldn't even reach through the tiger's skin. Several things happened in very short order. At the moment the tiger began its explosive leap, Tian connected to seemingly unrelated memories. In the fraction of a second between leap and landing, the tiger spread out its paws, sealing off any room Tian might have had to dodge. Tian didn't dodge. He used that same shattered instant to try merging two arts that were never intended to work together. The tiger twisted in the air. Its glowing eyes rolled up as its body lost coordination. The beast still slammed into Tian, knocking him down and pinning him under its bulk. Not enough. Not enough. Going to eat your soul. Eat your face. The tiger's words slurred, its stinking breath washing over Tian, drawing Tian in the stench of rotting meat, then the stench of blood. There was a hissing noise, like something burning very hot and fast, and Liren was there, the horn spear in her hands, ripping through the beast's neck. A lingering line of fire hung in the air behind her, dimmer than the utter fury on her face. He is not yours to touch. The light left the tiger's eyes, its heavy head collapsing onto Tian, pinning him even harder against the ground. Liren buried her fingers in the tiger's fur, ignoring the cold smoke that rose when she did. With a mighty heave, she shoved the corpse off Tian. Talk to me. How do I heal you? Easy, easy. He smiled up at her. I'm banged up, but nothing that won't be mended with a good meal and some rest. How about you? Tian asked. Less good. Tian took a closer look at her. The usual luster of her bronze skin had faded. There was an ashy residue on her, as though a whole layer of skin had died. In just the few seconds Tian was watching, he could see her mood plummeting and a killing depression taking hold of her. Severe yang qi depletion. Eat this ginseng. It won't taste nice, but it will hold you until I can fix you up properly. Immortals. Before I go. The little voice yanked their head around. The boy they had rushed in to rescue was fading, dissipating into the darkness of the cave. Thank you for freeing me. The tiger captured the souls of those it ate, and used them as lures. It enjoyed keeping me as a lure. It was nurturing a root in the back of the cave. I don't know what for, but even I can tell it's powerful. He hid the storage rings of the cultivators he hunted in a hole under the big rock opposite the root. If you get to Bamboo Crossing Village, please tell them. And he was gone, his body fading with every word, until the soul vanished into the afterlife. Tian clasped his hands and prayed the black and white impermanences would treat the ghost gently. He'd had a hard afterlife so far. Despite his aching body, Tian started to laugh. Liren glared at him as she munched the ginseng. What's so funny? We got lured into a trap, fought a monster, and now we are getting some natural treasures and whatever good things remain in those storage rings. Killing, looting and eating strange roots. Now that's what I call being a proper cultivator. Liren couldn't hold the glare. She started laughing too. The cavern seemed a little less dark afterward. Tian decided that the easiest treatment was dual cultivation. He laced his fingers between Liren's, as they sat facing each other on the floor of the cave. I love touching you, which sounds a little gross, now that I say it out loud, but your skin is so warm in a way I never find myself to be. Like I'm nestling my fingers in the feeling that everything is going to be beautiful, and nothing will hurt. I can't understand why you worry about the eyes of blind people looking at you. I see you, and you are beautiful, and I love holding your hands, Hyun murmured. He knew she would blush and sputter, but he didn't care. Every word was true. After all, Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. He circulated the hell-suppressing sutra, draining away the excess yin qi from Liren, letting some of his young vital energy warm her. The corrupt black fire had been unable to penetrate her skin or taint her, but it had drained her badly. Using the supremely young spear art and the powerful spear, compounded the exhaustion. It was fine. No harm done. The tiger had been an old monster, but had met his match in the two of them. Each of them its counter, in their own ways. When they finished cultivating, Liren asked, "How did you make the tiger collapse?" "I didn't see what you did. Poison. Nothing I have would work on such a strange creature." Tian wiggled his fingers. "I used a palm art. Thunder responds, in fact." Tian got a perverse satisfaction from seeing someone else stumped to the point of monosyllables. He smiled and explained. "The power of thunderous palms lies in the penetrating power. Threads of vital energy that burrow into the opponent's body, then start vibrating. Think of them as razor-sharp wires that jitter in place very, very quickly, turning whatever they are touching into mush." "But you were feet away." She leaned in. "I was. But my heavenly swallows were buried in its ear, not too far from the tiger's brain. My chi wasn't strong enough to punch through its hide and muscle. But I thought, what if I send it through its inner ear and into its brain?" "So, you were still feet away." "Yes, but those heavenly swallows are linked to me. They are, to a degree, part of me. And I was very, very desperate. So, I just tried it. I flushed my remaining chi into the darts and recreated what Heavenly Palms does with vital energy. It didn't work perfectly, but it kind of worked. Under the circumstances, I'm calling it a win. We have got to get you a Heavenly Realm weapon. We need one for me too, for that matter. One I can actually use more than once a day." Liren rolled her neck, stretching after sitting still for so long. "With time, the Heavenly Swallow's darts will become true immortal weapons, I believe. But yes, this is unacceptable. I have a whole new appreciation for how my senior brothers looked out for me when I was starting out in the earthly realm. And I thought I appreciated it plenty at the time." The root was an unsettling mass on the ground, just cresting out of the dirt. "Would you say that looked more like a bloated pancake, or a squash snake that just ate something?" Liren asked. "I don't know. I just don't know. These are the sorts of questions that haunt me." "I think that's a mushroom, not a root." Tian squatted next to it, carefully examining it for signs of poison, hidden parasites, and other unpleasantness. It practically reeked of metal and earth chi. Not particularly useful for either of them, but it was so staggeringly chi-dense. They would be insane to leave it unharvested. "Any idea of what it is?" Tian shook his head. "It's not one of the mushrooms teacher had growing in his garden. I'd say it was related to Bloecker stone step mushroom. But that's an earthly realm herb, which, despite the name, is the basis for quite a few medicines, and remarkably good for you despite the taste. I know how to harvest it, anyway. Let's leave it for the moment, and check out the buried loot." The goods were right where the ghost had pointed. It seemed to be the tiger's midden, where the shattered bones of his victims were swept along with their ruined robes and frequently ruined weapons. "I want it known that I object to the spear being shattered in 4 places, but the stick is fine," Liren announced. "Did you have to say that you wanted it known? Would I not have known if you just said that you objected to the pointy stick being broken more than the treasured staff made of burnished heavenly ash heartwood and capped with what I believe is cold water iron? Not like it does you any good either, Mr. Noodle Pokey enthusiast." "Yes, but I don't have to announce my frustration." They hardly noticed they were bickering. There were a lot of rings to go through. No spirit crystals. Tian assumed that they were consumed by the tiger. Same for the pills. There was, however, a delightful selection of teas, teawares, and, less interesting, wine, jug after jug of wine. Some were nearly as big as he was. Did the tiger prey exclusively on alcoholics? Why is there so much more wine than tea? Tian held up a clay jar sealed with paper talismans. 100-year-old 100-flower wine. I'm assuming that's good stuff. It's got enough chi in it to make me curious, at least. Liren grunted and shrugged. Food selection is decent. Lots of good camping supplies. And I know you will love this, a folding boat. Tian shook his head. Not sure he had heard that correctly. A folding boat, like what the Dome-Light Lark had. It's not as nice looking, or as powerful feeling, but yes, praise the heavens and the earth. Our days of flying around on a sword like idiots are done after only 1 day. Tian threw his hands in the air, only to lower them when Liren shook her head. We don't have the art to drive it, and what's the use of pushing it around like a regular boat? Tian deflated. What kind of manuals did we get? A whole stack of them, and without even cracking a cover. I can confidently say my expectations are low. It seems the tiger was picking its targets carefully. If any of these rings belong to someone in a major sect, I can't tell. Certainly no one from the ancient Crane Monastery. Well, hand them over. I'm enjoying looking through them. And there may be something useful in all the trash. She did. Couple of swords and a saber that look slable. No intact armor. Damn it all. Nor talismans. Same on the swords and sabers. There is a bow, but only for arrows. Quiver looks nice, though. A belt. It feels enchanted. But enchanted to do what? I don't know. Not stop its owner from getting eaten by a tiger, I guess. Some boots. These your size, not remotely. Yours. Nope. They exchanged a long look, sighed, and finished up their sorting. Tian added some new rings to his string, then flexed his fingers, aiming for a satisfying crack. No matter how often you try, they won't crack. You haven't crackable fingers. They might one day. You don't know. Liren's grin turned speculative as Tian drew a long knife from his storage ring. I don't think surgery's the answer. Oh ho. No, this is for revenge. Get out a rope and find a place to nail a pulley to the ceiling. We are taking this tiger apart. Liren looked blank, then savage. We do have a lot of wine. Tiger bone wine is very nutritious. Tian nodded. Every part of it is a treasure. Waste not, want not. I'm going to be very thorough. The tiger had lost a lot of blood, which was a shame. But its pelt was almost perfectly intact, which was wonderful. As were its bones. Most of its organs. And even the tiger whip, which John wasn't particularly interested in, but knew had a fatal attraction for some of his more seniors. Voidcatcher had spoken often enough of the people he had assisted with such medicine, to the point where Tian had wondered if there weren't celestial tigers after his teachers had too. Maybe that's why the One-Eyed King was so touchy about his little patch of the mountain. He was afraid of Voidcatcher sneaking in and stealing something he really couldn't bear to be parted with. Can all tigers do that? Trap the souls of the people they eat and use them as decoys, I mean? Tian asked, as he separated the skin with exquisite care. Not that I know of. It was pretty clearly demonic on some level. Liren was packing the clean bones into wine. Neither of them knew what good wine was, but putting it in the one with the most Yangqi and Qi overall seemed like a safe bet. They only made a few jars, saving the rest until they learned more about the process. Another mystery of the heavenly realm. Tian smiled. He was finding he didn't mind that kind of mystery. Out in the world, adventuring, fighting strange monsters and gathering treasures. And with Liren, once they had processed and tiddied up, they buried the human bones and set out for the river once more. Tian had the surviving staff in his hands and gave it a few tentative whacks through the air. It was slightly shorter than he was, and quite heavy. The balance seemed to be perfect, however, and it had a simple charm he quite liked. Thinking about taking up the staff, on the one hand, running around and bashing things with a stick doesn't seem like you. On the other hand, I'm not sure what does. Some kind of poison fan art, maybe? Liren stroked her chin. You would look rather charming with an umbrella. Liren considered that a moment longer. Never use an umbrella in public. I will not explain why. Do you have a heavenly level fan, and heavenly level poisons, and an art for using them? Tian ignored the umbrella issue, even if a rebellious part of him was now determined to find one. I do not, but I have a stick, and I can whack things with a stick. I don't need an art to do it. I just whack him. It is, therefore, an excellent stick, and there is no more godly a weapon than an excellent stick. Tian gave the stick a few more experimental whacks, and nodded. Besides, I watched enough staff drills in the temple to pick up how I should practice the basic movements. And I'm pretty sure one of those manuals is a staff art. Good enough for now, Liren grunted. Where to next? From what Taoist Wang said, we are probably okay going around pretending to be loose cultivators. So we can try trading away some of this loot. Always expecting treachery. Of course. Of course. Isn't there a city a bit further down the Green River, 9 gates or something? No Gate City. I remember it from the aphorism heaven has no gate, and the door of hell is locked. But you barged in anyway. Is that really it? Tian blinked. Something like that. Incredible. To think there are Taoists that could travel between heaven and hell. I can hardly imagine it. Liren gave him a dark look. It seems ascending to the heavenly realm can't fix all your deficiencies. She tossed out the flying sword and jumped up on it. Come here. This time, I'm carrying you. An hour later, as they sped above the river, Liren finally cracked. How are you reading? You are being cradled in my arms, and somehow, you are reading. I like being in your arms. I like holding you too. But this is very good. Tian went back over the passage he just read, making sure he understood it. Maybe not dignified, but as good enough ways to get around go. It beats running. No, but how are you reading? I can practically feel your eyeballs moving. You are properly reading, while flying, while being held in a weird way. You just answered your own question, didn't you? That's exactly how I am reading. Tian could vividly remember the feeling of the tiger blowing through his strongest palm art, and ignoring everything he could throw at it. He could feel the weight of the tiger pressing down on him, and that enormous face leering over him. He could smell the stink from that dreadful mouth, rotting meat trapped between teeth that could crush his head like a lychee. Tian's breath hitched at the memory, his muscles flushing with blood and adrenaline before he calmed himself down. He turned back to reading, his eyes fixing on every word and committing them to memory. The staff spell was transcendently basic, Baby Town Frolics levels of insight. But it's so basic that just a few tweaks will make it both basic and functional. According to Grandpa, that suited Tian perfectly, as he didn't have the foundation for anything more advanced. In the meantime, he was memorizing the manual and doing his best to master the energy flow, to minimize the energy cost for Grandpa. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Liren snorted in disapproval. Now that Tian thought about it, he had never seen her reading when she wasn't sitting still on the ground. She was always the one rowing the boat, so it had never come up before. Was there more to it? What is the name of that art, anyway? She asked. The spell is called Thousand Mountain Heaven Stamp Spell by its author, but what I'm calling it is the Heavy Stick Spell, because when you get through all the fluff, that's what it is. It makes your stick heavier and more durable, not longer, or make it fly, or drive out demons. Nope, it just makes your stick heavy. I guess all that chi build up in it would do serious damage to ghosts and demons. On the other hand, it is mostly yin chi, so what do I know? Tian shrugged and turned the page. You fill up the staff with earth and with chi with minor metal chi. Then give it a swing. Yin earth, not yang earth, obviously. So the stick gets heavier. It's not really suitable for me, but it's what I've got. Liren thought it over, then grunted. It actually isn't the worst for you. If your heavenly swallows are fast, piercing, subtle and flexible, then having a steady, crushing, obvious and direct staff art, spell, whatever, fills a gap. It's also something you can carry in your hands without drawing too much worry. Everyone freaks out when you walk into a room holding a spear, but nobody bats an eye at a staff. Tian perked up. Good thinking. You can also use it as a walking stick, or hang laundry from it. All kinds of good things. Well, obviously, those are the most important parts. She nodded, then laughed. I still don't know how you can read while flying. There is just way too much to look at from up here. Tian smiled. I have always said you have better eyes than me. Tell me if you see something good. They flew on south, stopping when they came into sight of the city. The two landed on a high branch of a tree overlooking No Gate City, mostly for the novelty of it. Neither mentioned the fact that it felt like a properly Heaven Realm thing to do. But it was certainly in their minds. No Gate City had, in fact, many gates, each with well-fortified enclosures, fronted by another gate. The walls were tall, sturdy, thick, and appeared to be well patrolled. Burning Flag City was more heavily fortified, and had more soldiers. Liren tapped a tree branch thoughtfully. It was also the last city, pretty much the last settlement, before you hit the Redstone Wastes. This has probably 80% as much military infrastructure, and we are near enough in the middle of the kingdom. Tian nodded, then pointed to the road below. See that? They are driving their cattle into the city. It's late spring. Seems an odd time for it. Is it? Beef is beef. Tian shook his head. There are times for harvesting beef, and I can't believe it's right when animals are being born, or have just been born. None of the calves would have had time to grow to market weight. At any rate, see, you can see the calves. Maybe they sell them. They could be for a big sacrifice. That would make sense. Liren and Tian exchanged long looks. Slaughtering the cattle out of season was rarely a good sign. Did you see an army as we were flying over? Tian asked. No, but there were an awful lot of abandoned farms, or at least an awful lot of farms I didn't see people working, which, and late spring, now that you mention it, is alarming. And I get a bad feeling from the city. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. It wasn't as strong as the revulsion he got from some place like the Red Roof Inn or the hideout of the Yellow Bandana Bandits. But it had that same sickly feeling. It wasn't an urgent need to vomit so much as it was the feeling that vomiting was coming. And you would be wise to keep a bucket handy. Still want to go in? Liren asked. We have too much loot and not enough actual power. Let's cultivate, recover, and head in after dawn. They slept in the big two-person tent. Liren looked a bit mulish, but didn't argue. It was a little awkward. Sharing a tent this way, each had grown used to having things just how they liked them. Considering what the other wanted took some adjustment, and made his heart inexplicably flutter. It felt like making their home together, but one step further. Making their bedroom together. It was Tian's unspoken, but heartfelt opinion that she blushed spectacularly when she saw him hang his birthday picture from one of the poles holding up the tent. She blushed again when she saw him staring at it for 5 minutes in the morning. She hadn't realized, even after all this time, just what he was meditating on when he sat in his tent in the morning. In retaliation, she demanded he brew her a cup of tea and play her birthday song. He was happy to agree. The scene at the city gate wiped the mirth from them. The guards were checking the mouths of every person queuing for entry, then checking their necks. If they passed inspection, they were allowed to pay the 1 silver entry fee. 1 silver was a significant sum for a peasant or artisan. As a city entry fee, it was extortionate. And yet, when someone was turned away, they tried to shove the money on the guards. When that didn't work, they tried to force their way past, screaming that they had to let him in. The guards cut him down, hacking open his neck and pinning his heart with heavy halberds. Then convicts in rags used long hooks to drag the body away from the gate to a waiting cart, where the body, and the half-dozen more like it, was covered with a cloth. Tian could see an empty wagon approaching the gate, pulled by 4 convicts. He didn't need Liren's eyes to see the stains. Plague. The words falling softly from his mouth. It's a plague. Though I don't know which one. Should we still go in? Not like it can hurt us. Tian shook his head. No, more than that. I want to go in. I can't cure a whole province, but I can at least see if there is something I can do to help. And I want to know the source of that disgusting feeling, whatever it is. It shouldn't be here. Little Dr. Tian, if I can. He nodded. I was sick for a long time. People ignored me, or they threw rocks. Grandpa Jun helped heal me, and showed me how to heal myself. I will find some way to help. I am not a rock thrower. The symptoms were straightforward. Patients first displayed mild symptoms such as a white discoloration on the tongue and a swelling of the glands on the neck. Then came coughing and a mild fever. Patients usually seemed to recover after a few days. Within a week, the fever was back. Along with extreme weakness in the limbs. The coughing returned, as did the swelling of the glands. The swollen glands made it hard and painful to swallow. The feeling of choking, coughing and wanting to have a drink but not daring to, was miserable. Babies and the elderly both had a significant risk of dying at this stage, as did those who were already weakened. Most managed to recover, until the 3rd wave of fever came. 15 days after the first symptoms were identified, breathing became very hard. The glands were swollen to the point of agony. Drinking water was impossibly painful. The limbs were weakened to the point of uselessness. Trying to sit up would induce dizziness, and patients reported frequently feeling an intense paranoia. Fever made victims look almost festive with how red they were, though they turned pale again once their breath stopped, as it did for about 1 in 10 of the afflicted. Those who survived rarely survived unscathed. Lasting weakness in the limbs was normal, ranging from a week to more than a month, with no sign of recovery. No one was sure how long it would last. It was a new plague. Some people just didn't seem to fully heal. Their throats were still raw and painful. It was still hard to swallow, hard to draw a full breath. Some, those whose fevers ran the hottest for the longest, never recovered mentally. Addled. They struggled to understand their new weakness. Struggled to understand how to survive in these chaotic times. Tian and Han walked through the city. Liren let Tian lead, seeing the way his eyes were reading the city, cataloging and picking it apart in ways she simply did not. He led them through the wide thoroughfares, down into the cross streets, and finally to the alleys. They made no effort to hide from mortal eyes. There was no reason to. People might not know they were immortal, but no one moving with such utter confidence was worth crossing, not without a very strong reason. And in this city staring down a plague to people with hardly a trace of wealth didn't inspire avarice. Tian found a beggar and squatted down next to them. "I'm looking for a doctor." The beggar cupped his hands and looked up at Tian. Tian reached into his robe and pulled out a cold bun. "Best I can do, brother." "Ha, you got close. Just around the corner, a few doors down." Dr. Jin turned his front room into a pharmacy and opened it to the street. "Can't miss it." The legless man waved a stick-thin arm, the other already grabbing the bun with dirty fingers. "Thanks." The doctor's home was humble, as were all the houses around here. Not impoverished, not a slum, but certainly on the edge of it. Tian thought he could see the desperation in the swept street and scrubbed shutters, as though constant cleaning could keep away the stain of true poverty. He smiled a little. Perhaps it could. Keeping one's heart dustless and bright was the source of true wealth, at least so far as he was concerned. There was a queue outside the doctor's office. Tian and Liren joined the line and waited patiently. It was a good enough time to meditate. It had been a trying few days, especially after the enforced stillness of cultivating in Voidcatcher's garden. Some time peacefully meditating was welcomed. Besides, it was barely 2 hours. Not worth fussing over. Dr. Jin was thin, almost as emaciated as his patients. His skin was sallow, his eyes dim. The hair sprouting from the mole on his cheek drooped listlessly. Tian restrained a nod of recognition. That was the face of a real doctor. Someone working themselves to death keeping unappreciative people alive. "You two aren't sick. And if you want aphrodisiacs, scram. I need all my strengthening medication for actually sick people." Tiredness added a vicious bite to the doctor's words. Tian cupped his hands and bowed. "Sir misunderstands. I am surnamed Tian, and it has been my honor to study medicine these last 10 years. Although I do not consider myself a qualified doctor, I can compound simple medicines, diagnose common illnesses, set bones, suture wounds, and perform basic acupuncture. I am on an errand, so I cannot linger in this city for too long. But I come to you with a single request." Tian bowed again, deeper this time. "Please let me assist you. If you do not require my assistance, please tell me who does. I wish only to help and to heal." The doctor gave the two of them a sharp look, carefully cataloging their appearances. His face turned white, then red, then hardened. "Mountain ascetics," Tian smiled. "I have been called that. You truly wish to help?" "Yes, nor will I accept payment, under the circumstances. To do so would violate my path." The doctor blew out an explosive breath. 10 years studying medicine. I'm told 10 years pass in an instant in the mountains. It's an eternity here. And yet, also an instant. We don't know how the plague is spreading. By the mercy of the ancestors, the plague is less infectious than some in the past. Finding out how it spreads would be the best thing you could do. Second best thing would be cooling the excess yang in the sick, easing their fevers enough for them not to get brain damage. Third best thing, getting medicine down them. We are treating with frilled duckweed powdered and mixed into a tea, but nobody is pretending it's a cure. The duckweed grows in the canals, so it's cheap, available, and helps cool the body. Tian nodded. Double quotes understood. Liren. Could you please trace the disease? She sent him a thought with a spell. How? This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Follow the yin qi. It's a yang phase disease in terms of the symptoms it produces, but the sickness itself should be yin. You should still be able to trace the flow of yin qi. If you can't, make contact with the other cultivators in the city. See what they know. He smiled at her. I won't run off. I'll be here with the doctor. If I have to go somewhere else, I will send you a message. With this spell, we won't be out of communication. She nodded sharply. All right. See that you are here when I get back. She turned and strode out the door without a backward glance. The doctor glanced at him. Wife, Dao companion, sounds like a wife. It's really quite different, though I'm not sure how to explain it to you without wasting your time. Tian shrugged. Now, doctor, while you tell me how I can help you specifically with your patients, let me fix you a cup of tea. I guarantee it will perk you right up. Tian carefully controlled the vital energy and chi inside the tea, not infusing it with his elemental understanding. He was beginning to understand a bit more about how his touch shaped the mortal world. He could see it if he paid close attention. The touch of his hands left gentle traces of chi, vanishing quickly enough, but still leaving an almost indetectable residue, utterly insignificant to him. He knew it would not be so for a mortal. Dr. Jin plainly liked the tea. I'm young again, Dr. Jin yelled, his mole hairs quivering with ecstasy. Oh, just you wait, little orchid. I'll show you how much life is left in these old hips. Dare to tease an old dog, humph. Just you wait and see how I deal with you, in retrospect. Maybe adding ginseng and black pepper to the tea was doing too much. Tian muttered, not at all. For the first time in weeks, I feel alive. Now then, you say you can diagnose and do acupuncture. Little third, where are you? Get over here. I have a job for you. A well-scrubbed, if threadbare, child appeared in the doorway, worming his way through the queue. Dr. Tian, this is little third, who grew up in this neighborhood. You sure you don't want paying? The doctor fixed him with a hard look. Tian silently shook his head. Good. Take him to Madame Li's boarding house. He will tend to the patients there. Tian looked over at the newly revitalized Dr. Jin. It's a makeshift hospital. Hospice. Really? Families who can't afford proper medical care or medicine take their sick there. Some people donate food, others cook, others clean. Never enough hands. But it's better than keeping the sick at home. When I have time, I check in. Do what I can to help. Old Cow and Old Wei do the same. They can't do much either. But people feel better when they see doctors and apothecaries come by. Hope. The doctor nodded. Double quotes hope. Tian bowed. Then asked, do you happen to have a set of acupuncture needles I could borrow? My needles are not suitable for those with weakened physics. He displayed one of the horn needles and watched Dr. Jin recoil. Did you actually? I used it on myself. Quite effectively, I am happy to say. Though the pain was significant, yes, significant. Here, these are the ones I train with. They have great sentimental value. So I expect them back, clean. Tian smiled and gratefully accepted the thick cloth roll. Tian started moving towards the door. He updated Liren with where he was going, following the boy out into the street. The long-distance communication spell was very convenient. He could hear the relief in her thoughts, clearly comforted to know he was keeping her up to date on his location. I really hope something absolutely diabolical happens to Morning Cry. I don't often wish that kind of ill on people. But in her specific case, I would be delighted to learn she got eaten by a tiger or something. Don't worry, she's still stuck on the mountain for now. But I can more or less guarantee that if she starts looking into those asterisms and the possible formations they could be forming, insanity is an all too likely result. Depending on how deep in the weeds she gets, anyway, it would be even better if the ward was down. That kind of journey starts in the light and ends in eternal darkness. Still, there is a certain charm to knowing she is feeling trapped. That immense secrets and power are hidden on the other side of a door in the sky. A door she is powerless to reach. Powerless. Unless she takes drastic measures. Dreadful measures. Grandpa, I have wondered for a long time. What did you do before you were a ghost? The best I could. Same as everyone else. Looks like your little guide has a question. Tian looked down. Little 3 had a question or had to pee. Either way, the little boy had an urgent expression. Double quotes yes. Little 3. Are you really a doctor? A doctor in training, certainly. I have made medicines, done surgery, set bones, diagnosed illnesses, that kind of thing. Can you cure Sisbang? I don't know. Is she at Madame Li's? Yes. I took her there when she fell down the first time. Let's hurry along then. I hope Madame is looking out for her. Little 3 turned and glared at Tian. Madame Li is dead, Tian smiled. That doesn't matter. I know at least 2 helpful ghosts. Come, bring me to her. I can't promise to heal her, but I promise I will do my best. Madame Lee's boarding house was 2 stories and a dozen rooms packed with people, barely a couple of feet between them. They lay on mattresses on the floor, most of them, chamber pots and small jugs of water next to them. The stink was an almost physical thing. The chamber pots were being emptied, he knew. But there were only a few volunteers, and many, many patients. Little 3. Do you have friends that like candy? Little 3 gave him a scornful look. Take me to Little Bing. Then go find your friends. Pick the oldest, healthiest ones. Then come back. If they empty every chamber pot in here, I will give each of them 3 pieces of candy. 6. I have exactly 20 pieces of candy. You can have them all and divide them up how you like. So long as all the chamber pots are emptied and rinse clean first. Rinse clean. No dunking them in the wells. I shouldn't have to explain why. Why? Do you like eating poop? That's why. I don't get it. Then you don't get candy. Hyun grinned. I get it. Little 3 nodded sharply. Little Bing is this way. Cheon walked into the stinking room and was shown a little girl, just 5 years old. The first patient he would treat, not as an assistant, or an orderly, or a field medic, but as a doctor in his own right. Little Bing was too thin. She didn't want to drink the water her mother offered her, even though her sunken eyes and yellowing skin said she needed it. The coughs were dry, ripping violence, shaking her body seizure hard. He didn't need to touch her forehead or check her pulse to know that she was running a high fever, much too high. Her mother put a cool cloth on her forehead, which was better than nothing. Throwing a thimble of water on a blazing house fire was better than nothing too, and about as useful. Tian found a teacup next to the bed, and the teapot that had brewed the duckweed tea. He gave them a sniff, about what he expected. Water and with chi, water dominant. Cooling yin, correct, but insufficient. He could rip the disease out of the girl with the demon pulling art. A trivial effort, in fact. And he certainly would do so if necessary. But that wouldn't help the next person. Finding a better treatment, one that mortals could use, would be much better. He quickly sorted through the herbs and medicines he had on hand. He couldn't use any of them. They were so potent. They would kill the girl rather than healing her. Nevertheless, they might provide a clue. Madam, this little Taoist is surnamed Tian. I was sent by Dr. Jin. I have some medical training, and may be of some help. May I have your permission to treat your daughter? It had been drilled in him endlessly. So long as the opportunity to ask existed, you did. Can you help? Priest Tian. Just student Tian or Taoist scholar Tian. I do not preach. And yes, I believe I can. May I? She waved him over urgently. Tian reached out and took a thin wrist, gently pressing 2 fingers to the inside of it, lightly tapping and resting them against Little Bing's feverish skin. Little Bing, right. Let me tell you what I am doing right now. I am reading your pulse. We all know you have a fever, but I am using this chance to see exactly what is going on inside of you, and what I should do to make it better. He was understating it more than a little bit. His chi had thoroughly scoured Little Bing's body, seeing the damage the disease was causing in the lungs and the lymph glands. It was rather straightforward, in an unpleasant sort of way. There was no demonic taint to it. No trace of the supernatural lingered in her. It was just sickness, of a very mortal kind. Medicine that cooled the body and withheld fuel for the fires would help restore the body to balance and encourage recovery, which was its own sort of problem. Tian didn't know what grew around here, but if people were resorting to making medicine from duckweed in the canals, the answer was probably not much of use. Both mother and daughter looked thin, and were here because they couldn't afford proper medical care, even if there was appropriate food and medicine. If it cost more than nothing, they couldn't afford it. Neither could most people, probably. Food was often the best medicine. Many doctors prescribed specific meals and diets to treat diseases. Tian had been trained that way as well. How useless. In a city teetering on the edge of famine, how cruel to suggest food to cure a plague. Dr. Jin had been exactly correct. The best thing they could do would be to find the source of the sickness and get rid of it. The next best thing would be to find ways to make the medicine more effective. Last of all would be to find ways to reduce symptoms. Tian briefly considered what would appear least miraculous to the locals, and opted for acupuncture. Being a mountain ascetic was one thing. Announcing that immortals had descended to cure the plague was quite another. From what he heard, such things rarely turned out well for anyone, immortals included. His acupuncture was basic, but so was this illness. He was just rebalancing her chi and harmonizing the flow of vital energy through her organs. It wouldn't heal her, but it would stabilize her. Once she was stable, he could try and find a better solution than the demon-pulling art. Let me know if you feel any pain or discomfort. Cheon pulled out the needles he borrowed from Dr. Jin and quickly checked them over. They appeared to be in adequate condition, but he was trained to a higher standard. A quick application of chi left them better than new. Little Bing's acupoints were faint, with barely enough vital energy flowing through them to make them visible. It was enough. The long silver needles were placed with exacting care. Cheon had memorized the Venerable Earth's Blessings book on acupuncture, skipping the sections on theory as instructed. He knew where the needles needed to be placed to reduce swelling and inflammation in the lymph nodes, and where they must go to reduce the yang qi in the lungs. Cheon felt a little shiver run up his back watching the flow of vital energy move through Little Bing. The pulses moved, hit his needles, then moved differently. They were diverted, slowed, stopped in some places, while the vital energy flowed even more quickly in others. It was like watching the farmers irrigate their fields. They drew one gate open, and the water flowed in, opened another, and it flowed away, closed to and opened a third. The water turned 90 degrees and irrigated some other paddy. So long as the water could flow, it did. Human wisdom merely guided it, with enough preparation, with enough understanding. All it took was a feather-light touch. Baby, Mom, I'm thirsty. Here, just a sip. A little sip. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. More, Mom. Okay, bigger sip. More. As much as you like. Baby, as much as you like. Little Bing's mother held the cup for her daughter, taking aching care not to disturb any of the needles. Silent tears ran down her face and into her smiling mouth. Priest Jian, is she cured? No, this is just suppressing the illness, giving her body a chance to heal itself. I'm going to give her some medicine, see how it does. Then see what further steps should be taken. Jian swiftly withdrew the needles, carefully cleaning them before putting them back in the thick cloth roll. This is the duckweed you have prepared? Yes, yes. I have some mountain lettuce here. Very cooling and yin. Just a little bit. A very little bit. Jian tore off a fingernail-sized piece of lettuce picked on the slopes of ancient Crane Mountain. It was, by the standards of the Low Country, seething with vital energy. Too much was as bad as not enough. He hesitated a second, then tore the little piece in half, then in half again, and added the tiny piece to a mortar with the duckweed. It was carefully ground into a paste. Then the paste was put into a teapot with ample water. Let this boil for the time it takes a stick of incense to burn. A full, rolling boil, big bubbles, not a simmer. Do you have enough charcoal? Yes, thank you, priest. Bless you. Thank me once she is cured. I am going to check on the other patients now. I will be back once I have done my rounds. However long that may take. I expect to be here all day, so don't be alarmed. If there is a problem, yell and I will hear you. Cheon gave Little Bing's hand a gentle squeeze. When I was a child, I was much sicker than you. I was sick for years and years. But look at me now. Did you know I can jump very high? He arched an eyebrow at Little Bing. It's true, really, really high. And I am almost as good as a crane at catching frogs. Little Bing gave him a doubting look. Almost as good. I swear I don't know how she does it, but when I go hunting frogs with Burning Heaven, she always gets the frogs before I can doubt. I tell you, Little Bing, one time, there was a frog this big and I practically had my hand on it. And that sneaky bird still managed to grab it before me, then ate it right in front of me, not even leaving me a leg. Now is that fair? Little Bing shook her head but didn't look convinced. I'll be back in a little while. We can discuss frog catching and other important matters then. Cheon quickly learned two things. The first was that while everyone staying in the boarding house was deathly ill, not all of them had the plague. The second thing was that no force short of actual violence could persuade them to stop calling him Taoist Priest Jian. Strictly speaking, it was a correct way to address him. Equally strictly speaking, nobody he knew ever referred to themselves that way. So it was intensely awkward. It didn't cost anything to tolerate it, and it made the patients feel better. So he just went along with it. There didn't seem to be any use in insisting. Tian checked back in on Little Bing periodically to observe the effects of the medicine, and surprisingly, her vital energy made a roaring recovery. Her organs were certainly in better balance, and the excess yang was sharply reduced. However, when he took her pulse, it was clear the effects were temporary. It would be an effective treatment if he could ensure she took the medicine regularly for a week or two with acupuncture as needed. But that was flatly impossible. The duckweed by itself couldn't do the job. And acupuncture took a highly trained professional. There were thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of afflicted people, both inside the city and outside of it. He had a lot of lettuce, but not that much. There weren't nearly enough doctors either. Could moxibustion be a possible successful treatment option? Probably not. That was focused on warming acupoints and, so far as Tian knew, combating yin-phase diseases. It really wasn't something he knew much about. He didn't let the patients see him sigh. He didn't know why he was so frustrated. He was not a qualified doctor, at least by the standards of people whose opinions he cared about. Why should a student think they could cure a plague when experienced doctors couldn't? It would be shocking if he could. He was content to be shocking. Being ordinary was unpleasant. Knowing you couldn't fix the problem in front of you was unpleasant. He eventually wound up using the demon-pulling art to draw all the sickness to a spot near the skin under the guise of acupuncture. To explain the sudden redness and swelling, then used a very precise application of qi to destroy it. He didn't try to draw it into himself. He wasn't at all sure how a mortal would tolerate that, and was very sure they didn't have a meaningful amount of vital energy they could stand to lose. The application of destructive qi was an extension of a few things he had tried over the years, but had its origins in thunderous palms. Those tiny vibrating threads of vital energy could leave the exterior of something intact, while destroying the interior. In theory, a heavenly realm palm art should be possible using those same principles but applying qi. He thought about it as he worked his way through the boarding house, giving everyone strict instructions to stay in bed even if they felt better. At least one full day of bed rest, you hear me? I shan't be held responsible if you don't listen and fall sick again. At most, you can get up enough to clean up the place. Little Third and his friends had turned up early and dutifully cleaned out the bedpans. They were then roped into learning the fundamental arts of pillow fluffing and blanket arranging, from which all orderly skills one day developed. Once he had finished his rounds for the day, he hauled the kids to the back of the boarding house. Okay, we can all agree being strong is awesome, right? There were a lot of nodding little faces. And eating good things is awesome. Especially if nobody knows about the secret good food except you. Even more nodding ensued, as well as some hopeful looks. All right, kids. I'm going to teach you some mountain ascetic tricks, and you are going to love them. These two legendary secret techniques, taught to me by a wandering ancient of unfathomable power, saved my life when I was a kid. Now, I'm teaching them to you, and I hope you will one day pass them on to others. Got it? Good. Now, let's learn the basic movements for the Sunnyvale Retirement Community for Active Senior Living Calisthenics. And once we've worked up an appetite, we can talk about my favorite exercise, gourmet. Liren found Tian behind the boarding house, carefully pointing out bits of dirt to his fascinated audience of kids. There were only 5 of them, but they had enough disbelieving wonder for 20. I know it doesn't smell like anything now, but I guarantee you, practice for a week and give the dirt a sniff. Under piles of old trash is the best. But you never know what's going to start smelling good. Then you eat it. Dirt, trash, whatever. Once gourmet starts going, so long as you keep practicing it, your body will turn that good-smelling stuff into medicine, but only for you. It doesn't work if someone else eats it. Lies. Priest John is a liar. A daring boy yelled. I shall prove it. John scooped up a bit of dirt. See this clump? Now, I'm healthy, so it doesn't smell like much, but if I sniff, he sniffed. There is a little bit of the good stuff in there. Jian popped the dirt into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. The kids went ew, as expected. Jian carried on regardless. I'm going to be honest with you. The texture never becomes nice. It always just feels gritty. And it can hurt your teeth if you chew it too much. Wash it down with water. That's my advice. Also, it can't replace food all by itself. You do still need to eat properly. It's a medicine and will help keep you healthy, like the calisthenics. Does it really work? A different boy asked in a whining tone that, were the person he were speaking to not a respectable Taoist cultivator, would inspire immediate thoughts of percussive pedagogy. It does, little boo, right, you are. I'm 6, right? Yes. I was definitely as big and strong as you when I was 6. For sure. Tian nodded with great conviction. Liren eyed the utterly ordinary little boo. Then eyed Tian. There was a great deal of white in that eyeball. A moment later, her shoulders sagged. All right. Once more through the forms. Then everyone gets a bun and their candy for the cleaning job. I don't know how many days I will be here, but if I am here tomorrow, there will be buns for those who practice, and a meat bun for the child who shows the most improvement. More tempting than honey were the words of Tian. After the kids were given their food and sent on their way, Tian walked over to Liren. There will be a couple dozen miraculous recoveries in the next week. While I would certainly love to take credit, it was really them healing themselves. At most, my acupuncture and administration of medicinal tea just helped things along. And really, Liren had found herself a wide-brimmed hat, with a thick veil that went all the way round. Tian could see through it, but mortal eyes wouldn't be able to. The familiar ache pulled at his heart. But what could he say that he hadn't already said? It was tiny bits of mountain lettuce, mixed with the duckweed and carefully diluted, combined with the acupuncture, and ultimately, for 7 of the patients, the demon-pulling art. Most of them would have recovered with adequate nutrition, even if I didn't get involved. John smiled, his lips tight against his teeth. If they got adequate nutrition, yes. The silence settled around them, cupped in the sounds of the city. It's not a famine. Yet, Liren shook her head. Plenty of food. It's just that prices have gone way up because everyone sees what's coming. And nobody's stupid. The patients mentioned prices being up. A lot of them mentioned bandits and rebels. That, and a lot of merchant houses collapsing. The imperial court, to their immense shock, have discovered that not all their merchants have been obeying imperial law, particularly in regards to things like applicable taxation rates, the salt trade, the sale of slaves, permissible terms for loans, the maintenance of private armies, arming those private armies with forbidden weapons and armor, the use, possession and sale of illicit goods, murder, robbery, arson, theft, rebellion, rape, and proper sanitation, failing to observe public holidays, defaming the imperial family, heresy, and selling short weight of grain. This is a brief summary. You understand. Tian's voice grew increasingly dry as he ran through the list. Liren laughed. Listed in no particular order. Well, I'm very nearly as shocked as the imperial court. Not as shocked, but very nearly. Tian nodded, his face grave. Who could possibly have foreseen such corruption? And who could possibly have known? The civil service does sort of leap to mind. Liren's grin turned nasty. The civil service is currently jumping like fleas on a hot plate. According to Madame Ru, who is one of the patients I treated, it seems that there is less a reformation and more an enthusiastic culling of the imperial bureaucracy underway. I don't know that this exact moment was the best time for it, but it's when it's happening. Liren grunted, then changed the subject. I couldn't track down the disease. Or, I could, but it's everywhere. If there is a single point of origin, I can't find it. Not sure how it's being spread either. I did make contact with the local heavenly cultivators, of which there are 3. They are all loose cultivators who settled in this area, just living quietly and cultivating their Dao. Love this novel. Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. She gave him a flat look, making him snort. They don't operate a shop or anything, but they meet once or twice a year and swap any excess they might have accumulated. Naturally, they are more than happy to trade for what we might have stumbled upon, particularly if what we have stumbled upon is spirit stones. Never enough of those. Did they say that as a group, or individually? Individually, though the message was essentially the same. We aren't welcome to stay, but we are very welcome to trade as we pass on through. Will they give us any trouble if we are here for a week? I don't think they would care if we are here for a year, so long as we don't take a single breath of chi that might otherwise have landed in their lungs, let alone a single spirit stone. I don't have much to judge against, but I'd bet they are the survivors of sects that were wiped out or collapsed. Liren's mouth twisted. I know the look of someone who once had money, but needs to scrounge and economize these days. Tian nodded. Speaking of, should we go looking for your granny? No. Liren didn't elaborate. Tian flashed an empty smile. Liren's relationship with her grandma was, at best, based on interests. I want to spend at least a couple of days here. I have an idea. Tian flicked a finger in the direction the kids ran off. We should swing back to Dr. Jin's place. He had tiger bone wine on display. He must know how to make it. I can't imagine just shoving the scraped and boiled bones in the wine is enough. You want to teach those stretching exercises you were demonstrating? Yeah, they really work. You know, I'm not kidding. They saved my life. The two walked down the street. Tian nodded at the beggar, who cupped his fist and nodded very politely back. Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of life-saving, we should stock up on food while we are here, particularly steamed buns. I'll need a lot of them. Ilarion smiled at that. Already hit 3 grocery stores. Let's hit some bakeries too. Let's. Hyun blew out a long sigh. I just turned immortalish, and somehow, there isn't enough time for everything. Double quotes immortal dashish. And what do you mean, not enough time? Well, we still have a lifespan. It's just a very long one. I want to spread calisthenics and gourmet. It's going to save a hell of a lot of lives. It might even push back on the spread of the plague. If enough people take it up, then I want to work on a palm art. I have an idea about how to make my own art, but it's only an idea. Then I want to start practicing that staff art. Then we need to rush down south and see if we can't find Hanshin. And I need to be cultivating heavenly realm level imperial swallows darts and properly elevate my usage of the art to the heavenly level. Then we need to constantly cultivate and adventure and find the other half of teacher's disciple and slander venerable earth's blessings. And find new teas. We need to get that silk woven into armor or robes. I get it. Liren laughed. Well, we can't delegate most of that, but you can delegate teaching those stretching exercises of yours. Those kids won't cut it. You need adults, and organized adults, a school, for example, or a sect. Hyun laughed softly, or the civil service. Honestly, yes, especially them. The streets were busy. Now, as evening closed in, people rushed home, not wanting to linger in the wine houses and restaurants. The food was rushing out of the groceries. 2 oil and vinegar sellers shouted that they didn't know when they would get more in. So by now, peddlers yelled out offers to sharpen knives, while fish merchants reminded everyone of how cooling and nutritious river fish could be. It feels so alive. Tian hadn't realized he had spoken until the words had escaped for a few minutes. Every time we come to a city, it is so overwhelming, and noisy, and scary, but so alive. You can feel it vibrating under your feet, that struggle to grow. Like a jungle of people, they wandered through the streets in no particular rush. The bakeries had closed for the evening, but the restaurants were just starting to really get going. That dragon ranking guide, Rising Dragon Phoenix Rankings, Liren supplied, right, them, Wasteland of Song Edition, which suggests that other places aren't WASTLANDS. Ilarion shrugged. Then frowned. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Makes you wonder what a real cultivator city looks like. Can you imagine a place where the peasants are in the earthly realm and the townsfolk are heavenly realm, with the wealthy in the human realm and nobles in whatever comes next? Liren shook her head, smiling. It would make shopping a lot easier. I have no idea where we are going to get that silk woven. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell to do with that mushroom. I mean, it's seething with earth and metal chi. We have to use it for something. Tian watched a street performer balance on one hand and fling darts at a wooden target with another. Still balanced on one hand, he drew a folded paper fan from inside his robe, opened it with a flash, and flung it upwards. A brilliantly thrown dart pierced the folds from left to right, pinning it closed again. The crowd burst into applause, tossing copper cash at the performer's feet. The performer had a raggedy look to him, a beggar, perhaps, with 2 small sacks hanging from a strap across the front of his chest. Tian's eyes narrowed, watching the show. You know I read everything very carefully. Ancestors, do I know? Everyone on the mountain. Everyone. The damn hegemons on the mountain. No, they probably know across 8 kingdoms. Don't let that kid read. They tell each other. You don't know if he'll end up believing what you taught him. Ho ho. I'm not joking. Moving swiftly along, Hyun said, determined to ignore the probable truth of what she was saying. I remember a certain something I read when I was looking at Dart Arts back at Depot 4. And some things my brothers mentioned in passing. We need adults who are organized and used to teaching. Adults who have experience with body conditioning exercises. Most crucially, adults who are willing to eat dirt. If I remember correctly, and I do, the beggars of the Brodsky Kingdom have their own sect. I think I'm going to introduce them to a new saint and monastic order. Medicine Saint John, and the street-sweeping mendicants. They left a couple of manuals behind, you see, and I think it would suit beggars well. The next few days were busy, but fulfilling. Hyun alternated between treating patients and teaching a growing number of beggars and children. He had been right about the beggars. They did indeed have a sect, Peter. They could see the benefits of the calisthenics straight away. Gourmet took a bit longer to start working, but by the morning of the 4th day, he found a pair of filthy feet sticking out from under the rubbish heap behind Enon. The cries of delicious, I've never eaten something so delicious, were a bit muffled, but Hyun reckoned it was a good sign. Grandpa, can Gourmet cure the plague, in an individual sense? Yes. Can it cure it across the country? You know plagues need to be confronted systematically, or it burns itself out. Still, spreading Gourmet will help a lot. And you are sure it's okay, in the sense that it won't cost me anything? Sure. It's not me teaching it. As for what the fallout of spreading those two arts might be generally, I don't know. If enough people use them, it will raise the quality of life for mortals in this kingdom. They will be stronger, healthier, live longer, suffer fewer diseases, and have easier access to effective medicines. Though there will be a limit to that until someone scrapes two neurons together and figures out what causes diseases beyond evil spirits and imbalanced organs. Hyun paused his staff mid-swing. They aren't the causes of disease. Let us say that the spirits thing is a not every time thing, and imbalanced organs thing tends to be more of a symptom, if you follow me. For the same reason that Liren isn't finding a single origin point for the disease. And no, I can't get into it, because that really would be too expensive. Even mortal wisdom. It's not just mortal wisdom. It's the kind of truth that changes whole worlds, radically changes them. In just a few hundred years. Does teacher know? No chance. Or he would be crowing it from every rooftop. Everyone who could figure it out doesn't, because they think they already know the answers. And they keep finding ways to prove themselves right. That, or they have become so removed from mortal affairs that doing something like making plagues rarer would strike them as immoral. Now focus on your swing. This staff art, at least, is a problem you can fix. 5 days after they arrived in No Gate City, Hyun was still hard at work trying to make staff fighting as instinctive as using his rope dart. It wasn't coming quickly, but he had expected that. It would just take time. A brisk 2 hours of practice later, and Hyun slipped her on the back of their inn to find his contact. I have the goods, but are you sure it's what you really want? It's a bit improper for a priest, the beggar leered, hefting the sack. The 4 little bags looked odd, hanging from the strap on the beggar's chest, but Hyun supposed he wasn't in any position to criticize. Let's see it first. Hyun checked over the goods. That's the best you could find. Not like there are a lot of options these days. They wear out faster than you might think. This belonged to a certain someone who passed recently, and fell into my hands. Hyun frowned, causing the beggar to flap his hand casually. Died of the plague. The family was selling everything they could and tossing out the rest. This needed some repair, but fortunately, a few of us brothers know a bit about how to repair such items. A useful skill indeed. Hyun covetously eyed the sack. What do I owe you? Not a single copper coin. I don't think there is a one of us brothers who would dare take your money. We see you, Priest Hyun. We see you very clearly. This is less than nothing. You ever need the help of us brothers, do not hesitate to ask. These scriptures have already been given to my hallmaster, who copied them and sent them off to 4 cities. It will take some time, but the ancients comfort calisthenics, and Gourmet shall spread across the country. My oath on it. Hyun had to change the name of one of the arts to convince people to practice with it, but Grandpa assured him that it was fine. Tian regretted it a bit, but the important thing was getting people to use it. So he smiled, cupped his fist, and bowed, ignoring the scandalized sputtering of the beggar. Priest Tian, I know you have said this many times, but you really aren't planning to set up a sect or take an elder role in ours? The beggar asked. No, if there is one thing I know about myself, it's that I don't want to organize people. I don't particularly want to preach the Tao either. These arts were given to me to save my life. The person who gave them to me asked for nothing in return, save that I use them and live well. It is my turn to pass them on. The more people who know it, the more will be helped. So, I'm teaching the children here, and I'm teaching you. I expect that you will do the same for others, teaching them that this is a gift to be shared, not hoarded. Tian laughed a little. I heard from an expert that I'm not a genius, but I am an excellent Taoist. Just think of it as me being true to my path. A bit later, Tian returned to the courtyard. Nobody was paying him much attention, and on reflection, they wouldn't understand anything even if they were watching. That being the case, he slowly practiced each of the moves of the 18 dragon suppressing palms. He could push more qi into it, flood his limbs with it, make each strike explode with yang qi, each block thick with yin. But so what? It wouldn't be meaningfully more effective. Not against those in the heavenly realm. It was a mortal martial art. The fact that it could be used in the earthly realm spoke of just how precious it truly was. The 18 moves all built on each other. Once mastered, they formed a unified system of fighting that combined frontal attacks, attacks from above and below, defensive maneuvers, distracting maneuvers, positioning techniques, combination attacks. There was even a sneaky back kick, despite what the name of the art would suggest. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Underpinning the whole thing was a sophisticated, and for a mortal, remarkably powerful, use of internal force, or what Tian would call vital energy, with a bit of qi coming along for the ride mostly by accident. It had been an effective fighting method clear through the earthly realm. That was with Tian's physique and abundant energy to support it. But it was just Tian's opinion. But he'd account any mortal who mastered this art as a master of martial arts, capable of roaming the rivers and lakes without fear. Now if I could just figure out how to make it work for me in the heavenly realm. He swapped over to thunderous palms. They were not a fighting system. They weren't a set of moves either. They were purely a way of applying force, mixed in with a few basic strikes to aid the practitioner in delivering that force to the target. Penetrating threads of vital energy burrowed into the target, then vibrated quickly to destroy what they touched. It seemed like an obvious combination, the fighting system of the dragon suppressing palms, combined with the penetrating force of the thunderous palms. Except the core of the dragon suppressing palms wasn't the external forms. It was the internal use of energy. By changing the flow of energy within himself, he was fundamentally changing the art. Difficult, and not the sort of problem he was used to solving. He found himself smiling as he swung his hands around, trying to catch the feeling and the flow. He shouldn't limit himself to just those two arts. His father's flowing style of fighting was antithetical to the rigid, aggressive, yang forms of the palm arts. Still, he was sure there was something there he could use. A problem very much worth solving. Liren entered the courtyard from the roof, landing in a flutter of robes. Time for us to go. So soon, Taoist Marshlight, you know. The one with the cats? Liren asked. She had been responsible for talking to the other heavenly cultivators in the city, and had described their peculiarities in exhaustive detail. What about him? He invited me to stop by his place tonight for a private drink. Just the two of us to discuss hopes, dreams, and the way of the Tao. Tian stilled, controlling the sudden rush of blood to his head and the fire igniting his nerves. Perhaps it's time I met the fellow Taoist. Liren's smile showed all her teeth. I don't think he likes tall women. Going by his little concubines and followers, he was lying about his intentions. I have the distinct feeling he is going to try to poison me. While Willowhusk and Verdant Spring get the drop on you, it might just be one of them, of course. But I'd bet it was all three. They hadn't found the source of the nauseous feeling the city had given them when they first saw it. It would be fitting if the source of the disquiet came from three older cultivators preying on juniors, killing them when their guards were down. Counter-ambush. Strike first while they are unprepared, Tian suggested. Good thinking. Do you feel confident fighting 3-on-2 against cultivators who might not be anything special, but they have had half a millennia to equip themselves? Tian thought it over and summoned the flying sword. I'll carry you this time. You look around and keep an eye out for anything worth stopping for. They left No Gate City as silently as they had arrived. Tian sensed a stirring of chi behind them, but nobody gave chase. They must have decided that alerted prey, especially visibly broke prey, wasn't worth risking their life to fight. Not that any of the three feared Tian or Liren could kill them, but what if one of the other two struck at them while they were distracted? Tian and Liren traveled south without stopping for a week. It was irritating. Tian remembered the summer torrent, the giant sky barge the sect used for international trade, getting him to the Redstone Wastes in just a couple of days. Navigation was another challenge. They had to guess which landmark or river they were looking at, and aim in that general direction. None of the maps they had acquired seemed nearly accurate enough, adding irritation to frustration. The reason they were so determined not to stop was that there was blatantly nothing worth stopping for. They were traveling through the heartland of the kingdom, the prime farming country, the dense waterways and the life-giving rivers that carried the world upon their waters. There were heavenly realm cultivators down there too, their senses brushing against Tian and Liren's, before deciding to look away. And it just wasn't worth their time. None of it was worth stopping for, which was fine. It all made sense. Of course the parts of the country with the most cultivators would be the most picked over. Of course nobody would start a fight if being wounded, or even vulnerable. Could see you ambushed by a peer. Perfectly sensible. It just grated on them. The sense that there was an ambush waiting for them, or an opportunity, and they just couldn't spot it. Tian practiced his perception spell, meditated on the palm art he was devising, and just enjoyed being close to Liren. It was exhausting, being in constant contact for most of the day, but it did mean grinding through the distance that had subtly grown between them. Circumstances did not permit her to pull away, and neither did Tian. Every now and then, just because he could, he would pull out his flute and play while they flew. This is absurd. This is patently ridiculous. I'm carrying you, standing on a sword, while you play a flute. It is absurd. Would you prefer to be absurd in silence? Because I'm bored as hell, and I might as well practice. She didn't have any response to that, even if she grumbled every time. In retaliation, she would make him pose while she sketched in the evening. She was getting better, Tian thought. Her brush was more skillful, and her arrangements seemed more pleasing. It took almost a week and a half, at their slow pace, to cross the country. A week and a half in the air, and years of growth. But once the trees thinned away and the rolling steppes stretched beneath them, and the dry earth covered the horizon, he was right back to being in his early teens, visiting his first real city. Tian knew that over the horizon, still out of sight, was the Redstone Wastes. He could smell them, he thought. He could taste the blood in the air and hear the buzzing of goo. There would be heretics waiting in ambush around the city, not because they were expected, but because that's what heretics did. They moved in stealth, struck from ambush, and retreated as soon as things looked unfavorable. They weren't cowards, not at all. They were just predators, carefully watching for the other predators. Tian walked through the grass, hearing it crunch underfoot, watching the ticks and insects struggle and fail to bite him. He drew his staff and flicked it through the air. It made a remarkably intense thrumming noise. His breath came with a little shudder, and swirls of emotions like 1,000 colors strung together into a rope that tightened around his muscles and his heart. I have the strangest urge, Sister Liren. Does it involve getting naked, only to take a bath? For once, teacher was wrong. It seems I'm still a bad Taoist. Now that we are back, all I want to do is kill heretics until the gore piles too thick for me to swing my staff anymore. I want to swing my palms until my arms can't move for the weight of blood and organ meat. Then I want to dig a hole, burn the trash, bury the ashes, take a bath, and start all over again. Liren gave Tian a serious amount of side-eye. Tian ignored it. She carried on. Tian did too. Liren wasn't one for being ignored. Seems a bit much. I did say it was a strange urge, Tian sighed. I'm not saying that I've never found you covered in the pulped remains of your enemies. I'm just saying, you don't usually go out of your way to kill them. Tian looked out over the swaying grass. Tall, dense, scratchy, filled with ticks and biting flies. The rare few roads were almost invisible once you were a few yards away from them. The tall grass smoothed everything away. There was a smell to it, rather nice, Tian thought. But under the sweet grass and small flowers was a smell of sunburnt stone. I can smell the wastelands. I know it's in my head, but I can still smell it. Liren nodded. Me too. We didn't spend long in the steppes, did we? Barely a couple of days. But it's like the redstone wastes bleeds into it. All this grass grew out of blood spilled by the nomads and the kingdom. Heretics and orthodox cultivators. It looks peaceful and empty, but it's growing on bones. Jian looked out over the swaying grass. I just had a funny thought. Not a hint of a smile crossed his face. The kingdom is cracking down on the salt trade in a major way, and Starsieve broke the back of Black Iron Gorge. So, all those wars the nomads fought, the whole slaves for salt and weapons trade, all that must be in shambles. So do you think the steppes are more or less peaceful? Liren sighed and pulled out the flying sword. Let's get to Burning Flag City. No idea if Hanshin is there yet, but he's not moving quietly. We'll find him soon enough. The journey over the steppes was quick. They took turns propelling the blade, as neither wanted to stop and camp for even one night. There was something in the air and in the earth, a lingering hostility, an abiding malice, though whether it was aimed at them wasn't clear. Something had awoken in the steppes. You could taste it in the rare rivers that crossed the grass desert. Tian scooped up the earth, letting the dirt rest on his tongue before spitting it out. It must be connected to what Starsieve did, but I have no idea how or what it is. Liren kicked a clump of grass so hard it exploded in a cloud of fibers. Tian didn't either. They could only shrug and rush forward. Carefully, they didn't linger, but they were both pushing their new sensory arts as hard as they could. They were 50 miles outside of Burning Flag City when they tripped the ambush. They managed to spot a hidden killer before stepping into the trap. But she sensed their awareness of her almost instantly, and rather than try to play innocent, she immediately attacked. A cloud of hornets flew up from an empty patch of grass, iridescent wings making a roar as they swarmed upward. Liren sent the sword into a steep dive while pulling rocks from her ring. She threw the head-sized stones hard enough to make them shatter, the clouds of pebbles ripping into the venomous swarm and tearing holes in it. Tian wasn't any slower, poking holes in small sacks of goo powder and flinging them downward, letting the plumes of dust hang in the air. It was intended to manage earthly realm goo, and probably wouldn't do much to heavenly realm insects. But it was better than nothing. When they were close enough to see their ambusher, still a blurry outline against the grass, he leapt from the sword, staff in hand. Arrogant fool! The heretic's voice was a raspy whisper, carried to his ears by Qi. She had reason for her words too. An enormous hornet the size of Tian himself burst out of the ground and rushed up at him. It shimmered a metallic gold against matte iron black. Tian didn't get a chance to see much more. As the jagged mandibles reached up for him, he was falling from a high place, holding a big stick above his head with both hands. He waited until he could see his reflection in the hornet's multifaceted eyes, then smashed the stick downward. The spell shifted the stick's weight, making it weigh a ton in an instant. The weight was enough to jerk Tian completely around. So, he was being pulled down towards the hornet head first, his feet trailing like ribbon behind him. He had timed the mover well. A stinger the length of his leg curved up from underneath the hornet, piercing there where he should have been. The iron-tipped staff, heavy as a loaded wagon, smashed into the hornet's head and exploded it. The stinking innards flew to either side of the blow, the corpse smashing into the dirt hard enough to bounce. Tian lightened the staff again and completed the flip, landing on his feet. The heretic wasted no words, hacking at him with a dagger. It was hard to see where the edge was. She was using some sort of spell that kept her blurred against the grassland and the sky. He let his instincts slide him back, the moon crossing the lake flowing over the waving grass. Then he exploded forward once more, his iron-tipped staff lashing towards the heretic's head. She countered with her own footwork and a flung talisman. Tian dodged to the side, barely missing the sizzling jet of acid that shot from the floating scrap of hide, then dodged again. Because the talisman was no cheap paper thing, it kept spraying the acid and turning to face him, making the grass behind him sizzle and smoke out the acrid, sulfurous stink of it drilling up his nose and burning the insides, as though even the smell of it was trying to kill him. He didn't wait to find out if he was right about that. Tian stopped dodging, fainted, then rushed in. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. The heavy iron staff hummed through the air, the ends spinning as they tried to crush the heretic. Tian could hear Liren shouting. There were more heretics to kill, it seemed. Tian focused on the one in front of him. You really are an arrogant fool. He had been defocused. The hornets descended on him, stinging him, sinking their acid deep into him. He bent over, half kneeling, barely holding himself up with the staff. The heretic stopped her evasion long enough to leer at him. What a fool! What a fool! Well, all the better for me. Tian whipped the head of the staff up and around, smashing the heretic's head into a gray-red mist that stained the grassland. The hornets went mad, some dying on the spot, others stinging each other, or flying away in every direction. Tian slapped the one still attacking him to death. He wasn't harmed, but it hurt. Liren was fighting 2 against 1, and not making it look easy. She was holding the horn spear in reserve, relying on her boxing and thrown rocks to battle the heretics. Tian could read the heretics' frustration as they hacked at her with saber lights and inky black halberd thrusts. This should have been over in seconds. Instead, they were missing and getting punched in the face for their efforts. Tian took 2 tottering steps towards them before collapsing, his arms flying out. Then he was on his feet again, staggering towards the fight once more. Hold her, I'll finish him off, you dare. Liren roared, and rushed the halberd user. He hacked and thrust, footwork keeping the barbed axe head between them, not giving her a chance to slip past his guard. So what if I do dare? Can you stop me? Watch me kill him. The saber user dashed over towards the half-kneeling Tian. Good boy. Just keep your neck stretched out for grandfather. The tarnished saber rose up and fell quickly. The heretic fell with it. A fistful of vibrating darts ripped through the heretic's neck, tearing open the jugular and burrowing through the cervical vertebrae to pierce the spinal cord. The heretic's eyes started to roll up, but Tian didn't wait. The staff swung around once more, and another evil mind was scattered over the grass. The halberd-wielding heretic didn't speak any nonsense. Clearly disinterested in fighting 2 on 1, he dropped a fat ball that billowed into a cloud of choking smoke dozens of yards across. It stank, and worse. The smoke carried a chaotic chi that made perception arts almost useless. Liren dashed through the smoke, charging forward to find her prey. Tian did the opposite, dropping flat and burying himself under the grass. He spread his awareness through the ground using counter-jumper. Just because his chi sense was blocked didn't mean all his senses were useless. The grasslands were alive, thrashing in agony. Where the grass was damaged by acid or the maddened hornets, moving with the wind where it was as nature intended it. The only footsteps he heard were Liren's. Tian didn't stir. He did his best to still his breath and become one with the grassland. Eventually the smoke cleared. He didn't move, waiting until your prey thought they were safe and relaxed. That was a classic strategy. Strike at the moment of relaxation to guarantee a safe kill. He waited for the time it would take a stick of incense to burn. Nothing. He stood up. If he's hiding perfectly this long, he's better at stealth than I am at detection. He swept his eyes across the steps, seeing no trace of the man, which shouldn't be a surprise. He would have flown away if their positions were reversed. Agreed. I took an antidote, but check me out, please. I think there was poison in that smoke. Liren rose from the grass herself, spear in hand. That takes me right back, doesn't it? And yes, the smoke was poisonous, though not a very strong one, mildly hallucinatory. Tian walked over to Liren and took her pulse. Yep, very mild poisoning. I'm not surprised your antidote didn't work. It's an earthly realm remedy, right? Nope. I took one of the heavenly ones we got at No Gate City. We don't have many. She frowned. Tian shrugged. The hell-suppressing body did exactly nothing for improving his chi or shen directly, but it also had no problem ripping apart infiltrating chi and poison and using it to fuel his ongoing bodily refinement. The hornet venom hurt like crazy, and there was some damage from the penetration itself, but on balance, he could only wish there were more of them around. Well, the good news is that it mostly worked. Your body would clear out the rest by itself in a couple of days. I'll get rid of it for you. Tian started running the demon pulling art, gently gathering the poison chi from inside of her. You always touch me so gently. Liren smiled. I love the way you touch me. Then she frowned. Medically. Strictly medically. Which is obviously what I meant. Too late. Tian grinned, his eyes distant. His attention focused on manipulating his chi and vital energy. Too late. What do you mean, too late? Don't worry about it. I definitely won't bring this up in the future. Bring what up? I said nothing inappropriate. Liren flared. I agree. Which is why I definitely won't bring this up in public. Possibly over a meal with friends, incidentally. I can't find a medical reason for you blushing. What kind of quack are you? Hiya, hurry up. I'm itching to see what's in their storage rings. What do you expect? They are heretics. It's going to be 8 jars of pickled organs and a sack of mealworm powder. Maybe a decent camp knife if we are lucky. Possibly a wooden stool. But no, that's a silly, impossible dream. They bickered gently, affectionately, neither saying what the other knew. They were back in the Redstone Wastes. It was like they never left. Hong and Tian entered Burning Flag City in a thoughtful mood. The heretics' storage rings had been short on the usual things they associated with heretics: blood, insects, poison, organs, and general signs of atrocity. There were some powders that were poisonous, certainly, and some special food for cultivating insects. But as a whole, there really wasn't that much heretical in there. There was, however, more than 3,000 spirit stones split between the 2 rings. Liren, you handle the shopping. Is that a lot or a little? It feels like a lot. I'm not too sure myself, honestly. On the one hand, it's really not a lot. I asked around in No Gate City, and a good heavenly spear starts around 25,000 spirit stones, with almost no upper limit. And that's what a wandering cultivator thinks is good. I imagine a good spear by my standards probably starts closer to 30,000 or 40,000. How much was your snakehead spear in the end? I talked her down to 10,000 stones before the discount, and got her to throw in a bunch of other stuff. A good trade, even if I wound up barely using the damn thing. A heavenly realm spear is a hell of a lot more, right? But that's a serious piece of craftsmanship, requiring a lot of skilled work and rare materials. You probably need a higher level workshop too. 10% of that price in the rings of people free enough to hang around a border city in the hopes of ambushing passing cultivators is weird. I have a theory. Liren pointed at the partially empty grocery stores and the hard-faced people snatching up whatever reached the bins. I don't think they have anywhere to spend their money. Black Iron Gorge is there, but from what we have heard, it's a blood-soaked hell as rival powerhouses try to take control. She tapped her lip, half closing her eyes. It's easy to imagine. I was always told Black Iron City was ruled by a cabal of very powerful heavenly realm cultivators. That's probably true, but they answered to Black Iron. Who was at the human realm or higher? Probably the human realm, Starseed said. Well, I don't think he quite came out and said it. But however he tied himself to the kingdom is clearly not the standard way of progressing your cultivation. Judging from everything, he was extremely powerful for his realm, but still within the imperfect human realm. To borrow teacher's phrase, Tian looked around the streets, craning his neck left and right. There had been lamb skewers roasting over charcoal with bits of leek or green onions when he passed through here last, basted with spicy oil. He didn't get to try them last time, and his mouth was watering imagining the taste. Makes sense. So, we had 2 overpowered cultivators with a full realm advantage over their lackeys or juniors. And now they are gone. The mountain is sealed off, and most of our heavenly cultivators are either hiding or, if Starseed succeeded in his culling plan, dead. The external threats from the other sects still exist, but now it's a lot less. All the heretics make a grab for power, because they know exactly what will happen to them if someone on their level takes power. Liren chopped her hand through the air. Tian nodded slightly. So, all the weaker heretics scram out of there, because they are about to be either fodder or an example. Their trade network probably still exists at the mortal and earthly realms, but their higher level crafting and trade is stone dead. Probably. Ilarian squinted, straining to see the length of the street, and not finding a single food vendor. This is the closest city to Black Iron Gorge on the Safe Kingdom side of the wastes. Any heavenly cultivators from the kingdom would be coming through here. There may even be some garrisoning it now. Much easier to set up an ambush here than roam around hoping to find someone rich enough to be worth robbing. Changing topic. Do you see any restaurants open? Or tea houses? No. Let's ask someone. Excuse me, grandmother. Is there a decent restaurant near here? Decent? You will have to settle for being there in the first place. The granny shook her head and kept right on sweeping the street in front of her house. You must be visitors. The governor ordered the restaurants and food stalls to close up, except for a few that operate under supervision. Did something happen? Tion asked. You might say that. The Boriski, those bastards. They slipped a bunch of their people in, a few at a time, for weeks. Then they tried to burn down the granaries. That's why the gate check is so detailed. And why you got that tablet saying what and you can stay at. Tian and Liren had opted to skip the exceedingly long queues and discreetly flew over the walls. The guards were plentiful and attentive, but there were always gaps to exploit if you were fast enough. Did they succeed? Tian asked. In burning the granaries, I mean, boy, are you deaf? She glared at Tian, dust bucket in hand. I said they tried. Thankfully, the spirit of the martyr venerable touched a local who overheard them talking and reported it. I guess they forgot a lot of us have ancestors from the tribes. Not that long ago either. My family remembers the Boriski. I can tell you that. We remember them very well. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. They got directions for the closest restaurant and set to walking. Should we just sleep out in the grasslands? I'm not hearing anyone talking about Hanshin. So, he's probably not here yet. Liren asked. Tian shook his head. Right now, what we have the least of is information, and scouting around won't get us much. Was there a temple here? Nope. There were some loose cultivators around, and I think maybe some kind of rest house for the outer court. Don't hold me to that. I may be mixing up to cities. This close to the wastes. Everyone figured you should be in and fighting or and having a rest. Liren spread her hands wide. Jian grunted. I can feel a couple dozen in the earthly realm and for heavenly realm cultivators. That's not a casual number of cultivators. There were 0 heavenly realm cultivators last time we were here. Liren grunted back. Lunch first, eavesdropping, then visiting the locals. They had the most amazing lamb skewers the last time I was here. Maybe I can have them again. Why are you looking at me like that? The restaurant was packed. Utterly packed. Even the offer of a significant bribe couldn't get them a table straight away. Nor was there a special floor or room set aside for cultivators. Room would have been made if they introduced themselves as such, of course. But this wasn't Mountain Gate City. Immortals were not commonly seen here. If they were seen at all, they stood for an hour with everyone else, waiting their turn in the hot sun. The table they finally got was barely clean, tiny, and they were nearly touching elbows with their neighbors. Waiter, what dishes do you have? Jian asked. Today we are serving lamb broth with day bread, braised vegetables, and tofu with greens and a light sauce. The tea we have available is Caravan Black. And for wine we have 3 Flowers Old Reliable and Master Leng Special Reserve. There is an extra fee for meat in the broth, and the Special Reserve is strictly 1 jar per customer per day. Price is non-negotiable. We'll take one of everything except the wine. Meat in the broth too. And can we get a bowl of rice with that? Liren asked. Did I say we have rice? Aya, this is why foreigners are no good. Rice is only available 3 days a week. You guess if today is one of the days. Tian admired the waiter. It wasn't often he saw a waiter berate a customer, given how packed the restaurant was, and the distinct shortage of waiters. The man's exhaustion was understandable. Never mind then. One of everything except the wine, including the tea, please. Liren smiled thinly, though her veil would have stopped the waiter from seeing it. The waiter hurried off with a sharp nod, leaving the two to look at each other with crooked grins. The restaurant was a susurration of whispered words and clinking spoons, the dull thud of cups and bowls being set down on the stained tables adding bass notes to the scene, with yells from the kitchen or outside bringing in the treble. Jian sniffed. Once, his nose twitched and his eyes tightened. Liren subtly shook her head and shrugged. The worn and soiled clothes should have told their eyes before their noses. Soap wasn't in much more supply than the rice. They say that the Boriski are making moves to annex the Chimur clan. You know Clan Head Wusun's 3rd wife is the 2nd daughter of Clan Head Hakaldi. They will play it like they are just unifying the houses. Hakaldi would lead an army, they say. And he has the achievements to claim a war leader's pennant. TSK, impossible. Don't you see the difference between a father-in-law outside the tribe and a father-in-law inside the tribe? Wusan won't stand for that. Wusan can be generous to his friends, even more generous to his family. Arrangements could be made. Oh, then remind me what happened to all his other fathers-in-law, promoted to the Council of Elders, given all the wine they can drink, and packed off in a brocade tent where they can natter at each other and never see their former clans again. Which still makes them better than Wusan's uncles, who are dead, and 2 of his brothers, who are also dead. The tea arrived with a thunk and a clatter of cups. Your food will be out shortly. The waiter was gone in a blur of beige robes before they could even respond. Jian picked up the iron teapot by its long handle and poured for Liren. Then himself, he brought the teacup up to just under his nose, gently inhaling the aroma. It was a testament to his muscular control that he didn't violently fling the cup away. Another sniff. Smoky. Intense smoke. There was a bit of the sweet smell he associated with roasted red teas, but trampling over that was an intense smell of charcoal smoke. He tentatively took a sip, then set the cup down firmly. The list of teas he would never purchase again was extended by 1. Liren peered into her empty cup, then looked at the teapot hopefully. He silently poured her another cup. I don't look like that, it's different. I'm not saying I'd want it every day. But isn't a change good now and then? Jiang sniffed and looked away, returning to his eavesdropping. Can't believe the Rising Dawn sect moved into the ancient Crane's old guest house. They said they are turning it into a sect residence. That seems bold. Everyone knows the Crane's wings are clipped. The mountain has sealed them off. And who knows when it will open again. What do you expect them to do? Obediently wait still. Right in their old property. Word is they executed all the old servants. Didn't even let them quit. Just executed them all. Just to make a point, they say. Are you looking to die? If you want to commit suicide, don't take me with you. No. No. I'm sure we are all very grateful that they keep the shamans under control. You can feel it out in the grassland. They say the steppes themselves are rising up against the kingdom. Not where the Red Plume General can hear them. They don't. All the water of the Green River wouldn't be enough to wash away the blood the Red Plume Army has spilled in the last year. And now the White Horse General is sending his son, a company of troopers. And the King of Hell rides with them. I'm not waiting. If you want to leave now, you can come with my caravan. But I swear I won't be in this city come sunset tomorrow. Tian and Liren finished their meal in silence, eavesdropping on the restaurant but not learning anything of much importance. The tribes were unifying and taking control of big swaths of the steppes. Rumors, so far unconfirmed, said that isolated villages and towns had been conquered already. Some burned to the ground, with the valuables and people carried away. Others were occupied. There was a clear division between who was scared of what. Tian noticed. The laborers and common folk were afraid of the villages being destroyed, but the guards and the merchants feared the occupation. A sacked village was normal. Bad, but normal. Permanent occupation meant the tribes didn't fear the army's retaliation. Where shall we spend the night? Liren asked. They had gotten used to sending messages through their communication spell, the seeming silence making conversations feel more private. I don't think we can stay at a mortal inn. And it sounds like the Radiant Dawn is not a friendly force for our ancient Crane Monastery. In fact, her voice trailed off in a growl. The servants. Tian nodded. We must investigate, and if it's true, avenge them. Liren's hands were rigid, Tian noticed. Moving through the air in little chops. Agreed. But I have a concern. To concerns, numbers, equipment, experience, local support. Liren didn't sound impressed. That's number 1. Number 2 is the shamans. Do you know anything about them? That made Liren pause. No, I knew the tribes had their own equivalent to cultivators, or not exactly equivalent. Closer to heretics or sorcerers, I guess. But I don't know more than that. What do your books say about them? Not much. They are religious leaders for their tribes, as well as their doctors. The authors describe them kind of like heretics. Bones, blood, taking strange drugs. Lots of ghosts and spirits and demons. That kind of thing. They fell back into silence, drifting along the streets. content to mix in with the crowds. Watching the flow of mortal life, there were still shops open, still grocers selling fruits and vegetables, even if their offerings were limited, still cloth merchants and tailors. The gems and gold brocades no longer displayed. Jewelers and goldsmiths still had their signs up, though Tian noticed most of them were shuttered and bare. Whether they had been shut down forcibly, went out of business, or simply fled the steppes was unclear. Funny how the martyr venerable just slips into daily conversation around here. Liren peered at a stall offering cheap wooden ornaments. Tian assumed they were cheap anyway. He could see the chisel marks plain as day. It went from shocking to normal. Now it's just part of the city. The martyr venerable, who saved the noble girl and sealed the demon, with the loyal assistance of his loyal crane companion, Sister White Feather. Of course. Tian nodded at a painted clay cup offered by a potter. A monk with a basket over their head and a staff in their hands was looking up, watching a white crane fly overhead. I'm going to pretend that part of the story doesn't exist. Liren smiled. I'm not thinking of any good places to sleep. The shrine. Liren gave Tian a dirty look, to which he just grinned. Or one of these sealed-up houses. We would have to be a little careful, but hiding from mortal eyes won't be any challenge. Or we could queue up at the gate, get a pass and sleep in them. Or we could do that. Tian blinked, meeting Liren's gaze with wide eyes. You see an opportunity to not spend money and you are determined to take it. I do, yes. Frugality is one of the supreme virtues. I'm sure someone who needs the hotel room more than us will appreciate it. This is your teacher's fault. He has inspired a heart of criminality in you, a very responsible one, I promise. We will only rob people with good things that are worth our taking. Tian pressed his palms together, smiling fit to melt the heart of an angel. They passed the night in a quiet place. Come morning, they had a plan. Step 1. Check whether all the cultivators in the city actually belong to the Radiant Dawn sect. Step 2. Find out about the shaman. Step 3. Nail down when Hanshin is coming. Tian counted out on his fingers, then with obvious relish added Step 4. Trade for proper heavenly food, weapons, armor, anything we can get. And 5. Visit the shrine, just to take a look. Is it that fun counting on your fingers? The corner of Liren's mouth seemed to be pulled upwards by forces beyond her control. It is for me, yes. Let's go hunting. The cultivators did not, in fact. All belonged to the Radiant Dawn sect. The highest-ranked earthly cultivator was an extremely ordinary level 8, and the best of the rest were no higher than tier 7. Most of the earthly realm cultivators were barely worthy of the name, mortals at the faintest extremity of entering the first level of the earthly realm. With no hope of progressing further, they walked the streets with thoughtless grace, each breath reserved, their eyes bright and alert. He could see them silently marking each other, forming maps of possible dangers, yet holding themselves as though they were in perfect safety. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Grandmasters. They are all mortal grandmasters. Or at least they would be considered top experts. There must be more than a dozen of them. Seeing them all gathered in one place, I would find a dozen heavenly realm cultivators gathering in one place less surprising. Liren shook her head in wonder. Did you see the little ribbon they all have pinned to their chest? Hard to miss. Black Hawk on a white field. They are here for a reason. Do you think it's related to our mission? Hard to say. But I'd bet it has something to do with Hanshin. Everyone seems to be expecting a bloodbath when he arrives. And while he wasn't at the master level when we saw him, I believe he could be considered an expert. Tian sat on a rooftop with Liren. They had been amused to see the mortal masters were treating the roofs like their own private roads, circling around each other like cats defining territory. The mortal masters chose to leave the boy in the head wrap and the woman in the hat and veil alone. There was being casual around experts, and then there was being indifferent to them. You didn't get to be a master of anything, let alone martial arts, by being dumb. The situation with the heavenly realm cultivators was harder to pin down. Tian and Liren could sense them, but they were being sensed in return. The cultivators weren't sitting right on top of each other, but the city was only so big. If the four wanted to gather together, it would be a matter of seconds, and not many seconds at that. On the other hand, to heavenly realm cultivators visiting a lone stranger might well become ambushing a lone stranger in considerably less than a second. The ambushers might not escape. But what good did that do the victim? Tian didn't see a solution, short of forcing one of them into a corner for observation, which would rather defeat the purpose. Tian crouched on the edge of the roof, drawing circles on the dusty tiles with his finger. Liren left, breaking his cycle. We are overthinking this. She tapped the side of her head. We can use the messaging spell. They probably are wondering why we haven't already. No, they aren't. They think we are being properly paranoid. You talk to him. Tian waved his hand at Liren, who countered by looking down her nose at him, then dramatically looking away. She looked out across the rooftops, in the direction of a heavenly cultivator who was by themselves. Her eyes tightened slightly, as she strained to include Tian in the message. Greetings, fellow Taoist. This one is surnamed Hong. My companion and I are wandering cultivators, visiting the city. Would it be convenient to speak? So it is Taoist Hong. This one is called Red Spear, and I am a guest elder at the Radiant Dawn chapter house. We can speak like this, or if you prefer, we could meet for a cup of tea. I have a table reserved at the graceful Roma tea house. This would suit us fine for now. Though your offer is very kind, might I ask, are all the Heavenly Realm cultivators in the city members of your Radiant Dawn sect? Alas, no. It is just myself and Taoist Stonesplitter. Taoist Sweetdove is a member of the Myriad Waters sect, and Taoist Liu is an affiliated. The pause was distinct enough for Tian and Liren to share a look and a nod. We ran into 3 individuals some way outside the city, and one of them ran off before we could conclude our debate on the nature of the Tao. Would Taoist Liu happen to be affiliated with them, by any chance? I really couldn't say. It would certainly be possible, but he seems the sort to have few friends. Tian nodded slightly and mouth set up at Liren, who nodded back. Good to know. Thank you, Taoist Red Spear. I hear the situation down south is muddied to the point of being impenetrable, and the situation on the steppes is getting to clear. Could you perhaps shed some light on these matters? It would be much appreciated. Nothing to explain. The salt trade still exists, but it's a bare fraction of what it was, and prices are highly irregular. Tribes that had grown strong off it suddenly are without money or weapons, but long on enemies. While everyone fights to control the gorge and its endless wealth, the steppe tribes are resolving their differences, bloodily, frequently, but not so much as you might imagine. Taoist Red Spear chuckled. It was not a pleasant sound. You may have heard about a clan leader Wusan of the Boriski. He's brought 12 major clans under his banner, and innumerable smaller family bands, a famed war leader. But you want to know the worrying part? Please, speak on, fellow Taoist. Liren nodded at the empty air. He's mediocre. As a general, I mean. Some of his army leaders are quite exceptional, and the quality of his warriors is top-notch, but he himself is middling. Nor is he a particularly capable warrior. Not a bad one, but not great. So why is he so feared? Because he is very, very good at turning former enemies into friends, and those friends, as I mentioned, are very capable generals and warriors. And part of what makes him so good at that is that he is beloved by the spirits of the steppes. Liren had to pause when she heard that one. Pardon, I mention this, because now that you are here, we will almost certainly be fighting together. The shamans support him, all of them, or near enough as makes no difference. When I say he is loved by the spirits of the steppes, I am talking about things like semi-divine horses running across the grassland to be his mount. One of his sons was born as a blood-red hawk caught and killed a white rabbit directly in front of his mother's tent, and the spear he dreamed of was found when he raided a nearby clan. That would persuade me. Hong nodded. They didn't need persuading. The shaman heard it from the spirits they channel directly. He has been chosen to unify the steppe. His fortune is unstoppable, and he will take his revenge on everyone who wronged him, both in the other tribes and in the kingdom. The kingdom. But it was the heretics who were buying slaves. The tribes were the ones selling them. Indeed, but the tribes are notionally part of the kingdom, as are the salt merchants. The tribes are entitled to the protection of the army and the laws. The dark chuckle was utterly malicious now. The kingdom should have prevented the salt for weapons trade, yet they were betrayed, and sold into bondage. A humiliation for their honorable, valorous people, and so they must have their revenge. enriching themselves in the process, naturally. I agreed, and a righteous cause. That would do it. Just so. And fanatic belief. 2. Those shamans aren't just for show. Their foxtail pennant warriors are as good as any martial experts in the kingdom. And their shaman match up passing well with us cultivtors. Their grand shamans, what few of them there are, have managed to kill at least a score of heavenly realm cultivators that I know of. Over the last 1,000 years or so, scattered tribes were never a threat. We could easily crush them in detail. Unified, however. The question lingered in the air. Tian and Liren shared a long look, then quietly started checking over their weapons. The question over where to sleep was surprisingly sticky, as they hadn't shaken it free by the second night in Burning Flag City. The obvious answer was to simply queue up at the gate, get a pass, get assigned a guest house to sleep in, and generally follow the rules. It would be a lot more comfortable and less tedious than hiding out in abandoned buildings. It was the proper way to do things. The thought made both of them grimace. Mortal air. It was bad enough in the earthly realm, but now it feels gross. It's like going to the restaurants. I can enjoy the flavor, but it's lacking something. I'm listening to the people, but I'm apart from them. Liren's voice dropped, moving from irritation to wistfulness. It feels like we are hiding not just from other heavenly cultivators or heretics, but from the mortal world too. Tian snorted, then bent over backwards. He stretched one hand up, over and back, until it was touching the tiles of the roof behind him. Bracing his fingertips against the roof, he was able to contort and lift his body into a pole position. Balanced on the tips of the fingers of one hand, feet facing the sky, and wavering, he removed fingers until he was balanced on his pinky. With a flex of the tiny digit, he launched himself into the air. He went high enough for a noticeable hang time. The tile he pushed off of was undisturbed, nor was it damaged when he landed on that same pinky. Not the most immortal thing I can imagine, but I get what you mean. Liren shrugged. Hell with it. Empty storefront it is. They have the shutters locked down tight, plenty of privacy, and the new tent is comfortable, if crowded. Before going to sleep, Tian ran through a set of palms, still following the forms of the 18 dragon-suppressing palms, but subtly altering their use. The core of the art was in the internal use of energy, but a year of painful failure had taught him that the right mentality was necessary as well. There was something appropriately heavenly about that. The notion that a proper art unified intention as well as the body and chi. The thought made him pause mid-routine. Vital energy, which is to say the body and the foundational earthly realm chi, the animating spirit, energy, air, the primordial stuff of the universe, for the heavenly realm, then intention, mind, the intellect, but more than that, the thought before thought, and without thought. Shen, you need them all for a proper art. Liren looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. He chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. It was a bit like saying to make chicken and rice requires both chicken and rice. It's true, but so what? I don't know. It all just came together for me. Things people have been telling me for a while, that the best arts all lead towards a Tao, that everything is in everything, that we contain all 3 types of energy from the moment we are born. All that. My palm art can't just be controlling the vital energy or the chi. It also has to work with an intention or image, like with moon crossing the lake. Tian laughed and sat with a thump. It isn't so easy to make an art. The two cultivated through the night. Tian kept his heavenly swallow's darts in his hands, nourishing them with chi. He was finding that intentionality was impacting his cultivation to. At Grandpa's urging, he imagined a giant fish swallowing the sea, before spitting it out again. It seemed to be working. It was subtle, but he thought the efficiency had improved slightly once again. Another recent discovery was that Tian and Liren's cultivation arts were oddly compatible. The decrease in water chi floating around Tian meant there was relatively more fire chi available for Liren. Likewise, a reduction in fire chi made the water chi easier for Tian to filter out. The changes weren't dramatic, but over a long enough time, such little advantages would add up. The heavenly realm had a way of insisting on new thinking. A decade was short term. What would the effects be in 3 centuries, or 6? The next morning, they slipped out of the city. There was only one main road leading north. It was easy enough to guess which way Hanshin was coming. Hey, if we find heretics setting up to ambush Hanshin, Do you think it's because he has enemies? Or because he has your teacher's descendant with him? No. I still think it seems like a major coincidence for teacher's descendant to wind up with him. Liren shook her head. Tian had won the rocks-paper-scissors game, so she was being grumpily cradled in his arms. Still, though, a descendant of that venerable, who has awakened a touch of their bloodline, even if they are immortal, isn't going to have a peaceful life. And they are going to hate lies and injustice. A censor who has taken on the role of the king of hell for the kingdom, purging the civil service and the merchant classes. Who could be a better fit? As someone with a bloodline inheritance, maybe. I have to tell you, they aren't as strong as you might think. Liren continued to grump. She twisted about a bit, trying to get more comfortable. There wasn't really a comfortable way to be, so it happened fairly often. Tian snorted softly, but didn't argue. He was keeping his eyes on the ground, looking for threats or the column, unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Figure that everyone traveling with the censor is on horseback or in a carriage. How far can they travel in a day? Tian asked. Double quotes to know. 40 miles. Tian thought about it for a moment. I have no idea if that's a lot or a little for a mortal. It feels short, but who knows, let's say it's 40. The rumors say he is about a week away from the city or less. That's 280 miles down the road. Yep, I don't know exactly how fast we travel on this sword, but it's been a few hours now. I know. Ancestors, do I know? She twisted her shoulders around again, the point of her shoulder grinding in painfully. Where is the cavalry? Liren didn't answer. She stopped shifting around and looked out over the steppes. It wasn't flat. The land flowed in rolling dales, short hills and valleys, adding texture to the open country. You might not be able to hide a whole army behind those hills, but a few hundred men, especially if they were scattered, entirely possible, unless the other side had cultivators. Tian wanted to stroke his chin, but his hands were full of Illyrian. On the whole, he was content. They followed the road for another hour. When something began to tickle the edges of Tian's awareness, he stopped instantly, tightening his grip on Liren as his eyes hunted for something out of place. There, Liren pointed. A patch of the wide blue sky had a speck on it. Tian focused on it for a long moment. An eagle, but I can feel chi coming from it. Chi too, not cursed, but yin. Enchanted, somehow. Liren kept her eyes fixed on the eagle. They must be doing the same thing we are, looking for the army. It's circling. I'd say whoever it is, found them. Tian leaned forward and drove the sword faster. The eagle spotted us. Is it taking action? Not yet. Liren started looking around, trying to spot where the enemy was. There is a haze over those hills. She pointed. Tian looked over. The rolling hills seemed to shimmer, like air over blazing hot stone. And there is the cavalry. No wonder they were so far out. Troopers on white horses rode ahead and behind a long convoy. Dozens of wagons crept down the road, hauled by heavy draft horses. The pace was maddeningly slow. The wagons groaned and labored over every bump in the road, their burdens weighing on the axles and wheels and teamsters alike. The dusty, tired men looked every way but dead ahead. They didn't want their eyes to linger on the black carriage pulled by 6 black horses at the front of the convoy. Surrounded by a squad of troopers. It's an ambush, Tian ground out. I'm only sensing 6 cultivators in the convoy, all earthly, none at level 9. Same. Whatever that haze over the hills is. It's hiding the chi and vital energy of whoever is behind it. Wait. It's moving. Tian sent the sword into a steep dive. Dead on the ground. Now, Liren nodded, and jumped at a height that mortals would consider fatal. She barely bent her knees when she landed. Tian rose up again, and cupped his hands to his mouth. Stand ready. Enemies come from the east. The soldiers snapped to attention. Hands tightened on their lances. Squad leaders shouted orders, forming the troopers into ranks. Scouts raced out, horns blowing. A bearded man, looking like an ordinary teamster, raced to the back of a wagon and started throwing pigeons out. They desperately flapped their wings, heading south for Burning Flag City. Tian saw the eagle turn and dive for them. His hand flashed out. The eagle twisted in the air, trying to evade. But since when is an eagle more agile than a flight of swallows? Come forth, so I can kill you, Liren shouted, her spear blazing. The shimmering haze vanished. Horsemen in their hundreds raced out from behind hills. Short bows with wicked double curves were knocked with goose feather arrows. Then, loosed with terrible accuracy, the soldiers charged forward on their white steeds, leaning over the necks of their horses, eager to close with the nimble raiders. Tian kept his eyes moving, searching for the heavenly realm cultivator he knew had to be there. The earthly cultivators had raced out from the convoy, diving into the mass of mortals, ignoring them. Tian felt their vital energy: 5 at level 7, 1 at level 8, none impressive. None wearing uniforms he recognized. Mercenaries from very ordinary sects, or simply wanderers. They fell on seemingly ordinary tribesmen, trying to cut them down from their horses. They were met with the magic of the steppes. Tian could feel it through his elemental and chi sense, even if he couldn't explain it. There was a biting wolf on the head of a shaman's lance, or the paw of a bear on a chopping saber. Armor made of metal plates sewn onto hide absorbed blows with the steadiness of ancient hills. The chi wasn't cycling the way it did with a cultivator's arts. He didn't understand what it was doing, nor did he have time to study them. I came hunting for 1 rabbit, and caught 3. The spirits watch over their people, truly. A withered-looking man, more wrinkles than taut skin, rode out on a green-furred horse, to baby wizards, lost on the steppes. Did you think you were coming to the rescue? He raised a withered hand and scattered a fistful of wolf teeth on the grass. White wolves, rimmed in yin flames, leapt from the earth where the teeth fell. Not quite at the heavenly level, but close enough. The shaman lifted a bow of his own, well-worn, with red tassels hanging from it, and blue forms traced upon its limbs. Liren didn't wait around to find out what it could do. She charged into the pack of wolves. She fought using the horn spear, but didn't bother with any arts. She simply stabbed, slashed and crushed the wolves. Wolves that howled when they were stabbed, and blazed with cold flames, but did not die. Tian followed her example, sending the sword into a dive as he raised the staff. He would see what tricks the shaman could play when the weight of a small hill landed on him. The shaman looked up at him and laughed softly, with a bare hint of a smile. His green-furred horse danced backwards, its hoofs leaving no trace on the grass below as it moved to dodge Tian's strike. The shaman coolly raised his bow and drew back the string to his cheek. 3 rabbits in 1 hunt. What a good day. The heavy staff rushed down on the shaman. The shaman didn't seem to mind. His old hands were steady as the green-furred horse moved below him, the tip of his arrow never wavering from Tian's chest. The string was released, slapping into the leather arm guard with a crack. Tian had been watching and waiting for this moment. He leaned far to his left and sent the flying sword dipping at an angle. The timing was split-second, and very nearly not enough. The bone-tipped arrow scraped along his shoulder, leaving a deep cut with a lingering curse. Tian grinned and pressed forward, not stopping his strike. Since when did he fear curses? He used the instant after the attack to lunge in and bring the iron-tipped staff down on the shaman's head. The shaman didn't cooperate. The green-furred horse moved almost as lightly as Tian did on the sword, keeping just out of distance. The shaman held the bow in his left hand and drew a short, barely curved saber with his right. Tian had barely enough time to try and block with his staff when an impact slammed into him. Whatever it was sent him spinning in the air, flying back until he slammed into, and through, someone, tumbling in the dirt. The flying sword spun off somewhere, and only the instincts of a brutal life kept him moving the second he could regain his feet. It was good he did. His eyes hadn't quite sorted themselves out when he heard arrows thudding into the ground around him. The moon crossing the lake was proving itself yet again. He poured more effort into it, desperately blinking and trying to get his eyes on the shaman. Tian raised his staff in both hands, guarding his front. There was a notch cut into it, nearly half an inch deep. The staff had clearly saved his life. Despite that, what came to mind was, I just got this thing. I just got it. He didn't have time to let his mind wander. Liren was battling the ghostly wolves and seemed to be holding her own, but her eyes were tight, and her breathing was harsh. The wolves wouldn't stay dead when she killed them. Summons of some sort. Then, some sort of ghostly thing. Tian knew the cure for that. Kill the spellcaster. It worked in the wasteland. It would work in the steppes. The shaman punctuated the thought with another flying arrow. Tian shifted across the grass, relying on instinct more than sight or sound to dodge. There was the faintest prickle on the edge of his awareness, just caressing the side of his neck. Tian swore and ducked while spinning the staff in a roaring blur. He still felt the arrow brush the side of his neck, a bare fraction of a second slower, and it would have pierced through. The curse on the arrow still managed to burrow into him. Thin tendrils of yin power bored in, hunting for his spine and heart. The hell-suppressing sutra ripped apart the curse, but it left a lingering fear behind it. He wasn't beating the shaman. He was, currently, surviving him. Tian rushed in. The shaman was on a magical horse, with a bow in his hand. There would be no running away. It was win or die. And for him, victory could only be found at close quarters. The shaman knew it too. The horse moved around the edge of the battlefield, keeping well back. Tian wasn't going to catch it. He rushed forward anyway, calling the flying sword with his mind and a pull of chi. The shaman drew and loosed another arrow, every motion effortless and flowing. The arrow bent a little to the right, before sharply curving back towards him. Tian felt that same little touch of foreign chi on him, this time on his chest. He spun the staff again, as fast as he could while violently dodging. The arrow still struck true, barely intercepted by the staff. The arrow wasn't knocked away clean. It deflected upward and bit through Tian's robes and into his ribs before falling away. A long gash started bleeding into his robes. He could feel the curse trying to widen the wound and stop the blood from clotting. The flying sword arrived and dove into the ground, rough earth clouding the bright blade as it slid under Tian's feet. Once he was standing on it, he exploded forward. No careful maneuvers. He charged straight at the shaman and his horse. He crouched low, staff held out like a trooper's lance. The shaman didn't laugh. A smile didn't crease his face. Tian could see he had the old man's full attention. But there wasn't an ounce of fear in the shaman. It was an old hunter's care that the rabbit didn't slip his grasp at the last moment, nor bite his hand when he looked dead. Tian roared, "Die for me." As he raised the battered staff high, the shaman coolly drew another arrow, knocked it, and brought the string back to his cheek. Tian felt the touch of chi on him once more, this time pressing against his forehead. Tian's face pulled into a rictus grin. He gave no outward sign, only moving his chi. The heavenly swallow darts he had sent to kill the hawk swooped down, drilling at the shaman's head from above. The darts were inches from the back of the shaman's head. Just inches. Then they spun away, bouncing off a ghostly blue wolf's head, covering the shaman like a helmet. For a moment, he really thought he had done it. For a moment, it looked like his ambush worked. The shaman didn't even crack a victorious smile. He simply loosed the arrow. Tian knew where it was coming. He just wasn't fast enough to get the staff all the way in front of the arrow. The arrow tore another deep gash in his staff, deflected upwards, and ripped along the side of his head. Tian staggered back, falling off the flying sword again, blinded by bursts of stars and a sudden ringing sound. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Ho! Liren was screaming. He had to do something. Liren was screaming. It was so hard to concentrate, to see anything past the bursts of light and that damned ringing sound. There was a sound like the sigh of a god, and a rip like tearing silk. Then a crunch, like bones under a heavy boot. So close, red spear. So close, but not enough. You think you can run away with my spear, Chin you? Not even Grassheado can carry you far enough or fast enough for that. Ah! The great wolf will eat up your sorcery soon enough. I will content myself with one slain rabbit today. Your king of hell and all his precious soldiers will soon be dead, along with your little mercenaries. Tian blinked furiously, and turned to see what was going on. The shaman was looking a lot less casual and composed than his voice suggested. One hand was pressed to his chest, staunching the flow of blood while the other clenched his short saber. He was glaring up at a plump elder, a man with a long beard and longer spear in the white gold robes of the Radiant Dawn sect. The earthly and mortal battle was still running hot. The earthly cultivators outnumbered the shaman, but the shaman seemed to be stronger. At the very least, they were pinning down the earthly cultivators, stopping them from reinforcing the mortals. The soldiers of the kingdom could use reinforcements. Tian could see bodies scattered on the steps. The white horse soldiers were elites, used to desperate battles. It was fair to say that one was a match for three, but the raiders outnumbered them 5-1. Arrows hissed from double recurved bows, biting through chainmail and finding unprotected throats or faces. When they couldn't kill the rider, They killed the horse and ran down those on foot with their long lances. The troopers retaliated. Their goat-led crossbows pierced the iron plates and leather jerkins of the raiders with contemptuous ease. They had their own lances too, and knew well how to use them. Both sides' sabers rose and fell, but the tide was flowing in only one direction, and the raiders were getting ever closer to the wagons. The teamsters were in it now, some desperately defending their wagons with heavy maces or short spears, more hiding behind thick wooden boards, or on the far side of the driver's box. The smart ones were staying low and trying to keep their horses from panicking. The wagons were too heavy to be flipped, but a panicking horse could easily kill itself and block the whole caravan. There were heroes in the mad melee. Tian knew there were heroes and legends fighting desperately. Even now, he couldn't find them in the dust. It was all just suffering life, soon over. So long as the Grand Shaman was there, he couldn't intervene any more than the earthly experts. Censor Hanshin, a man he had become quite fond of, was sure to die. No amount of skill with a sword would save him from the spears and arrows of the steppes. Tian really underestimated Hanshin and the White Horse General both. The cloth sides of the wagons fell in a flutter, burning paper talismans sending licks of blue-white flame to the sky as they were revealed. Behind the cloth were wooden barricades, and peeking through arrow slits were the tips of crossbow bolts. There were dozens of wagons, hundreds of crossbows. There was barely time to scream. The bolts slid out like black serpents. They came one after another, not in volleys but in streams. If one bolt didn't kill a raider, 3 would, and there seemed to be no shortage. In less than a minute, 1,000 bolts were loosed. The battle was over less than a minute after that. The shamans were capable, very capable, but not capable enough to stop tens of crossbow bolts, each coming from every angle, fired by repeating crossbows and soldiers that knew how to use them. Some were quick enough to escape. Many were not. Headspear, you are getting senile. Little wolf, you mistook a tiger for a rabbit. If you were a cultivator, you might have lived long enough to know the difference. It doesn't matter. You can't kill me. Burning Flag City will be mine, and I will present your head to God's chosen as an offering. I can't kill you. Case my spear. Fool. The shaman raised his saber, hacked out a saber light in the shape of a slavering wolf, then turned and bolted for the open steppes. His green-furred horse was a blur over the rolling hills. Damn, Stonebreaker. Catch him. I'm trying, damn it. Another Taoist in white and gold appeared from a blurred patch of air, their hands forming arcane seals and sending out waves of screeching birds made of fire. After him, the 2 heavenly cultivators sped off. It had been an ambush. Tian stared out over the steppes. It had been an ambush and a damn counter-ambush. Again. It was exactly what happened when he went on the commerce raid. He could taste the cloud grace tea. He was sitting in Brother Long's tent, listening to the dying hero remember his battles along the Green River, and the gentle fingers of Xiao Xiao as she played the zither in the tea house. He remembered how everyone died around the caravan, the little holes left by rains of darts and people and wood and the ground all the same. Liren nearly died. Buried alive in a life-saving egg of hardened earth, he nearly died, riddled with poison and desperately trying to breathe through sand and his rope dart. Also the heavenly cultivators could play their game of ambushes. Tian took a shuddering breath and forced himself back to the present. It wasn't as bad this time. The dead and the dying were strewn about the tall grasses. Cold steel had spilled hot blood widely, but despite the casualties, one would have to call it a victory. Not everyone died this time. He forced himself to draw in another shuddering breath. Hold it. Then he firmed his guts. Liren, are you hurt? Only my pride. And my heart. But I'll keep. You are hurt worse. Nothing that a bit of cultivation can't fix. Tian called back the heavenly swallows and the flying sword, stowing them in his storage ring. No time to rest. It seems that combat medic Tian is needed once more. It feels like I never left. Tian's awareness spread through the battlefield. He catalogued the living and the dead, then sorted the dying quickly and the dying slow. The mortals didn't have organized triage. That wouldn't do, for that matter. Neither did the cultivators. They really were mercenaries, and not hired as a unit either. He would have to take charge. Liren, I'll count on you to guard my back and keep people in order, always. She fixed her hat and pulled her robe straight. She didn't bother putting away her spear. Jiang cupped his hands to his mouth. Attention, I am a medic. Bring those who are wounded and cannot stabilize themselves to me for triage. Those who have medicine, use your own medicine first. Remain calm, obey your officers, and don't be slow. He let his chi billow, covering the caravan. His words would be obeyed. Liren was hard at work, cutting lines into the trampled grass. Wards were marked with cloth. Most urgent here, somewhat urgent, too far gone to save. Those who didn't need saving at all. His awareness flickered over the CULTIVTORS. They all had wounds. Only to needed urgent help. The rest would keep. You and you. Drag those two over to me. Yes, senior. Stab wounds, bleeding. Lingering vital energy keeping the wounds from healing. Arteries hacked open, organs sliced. Infection setting in fast out. Oh yes. It was like he never left. He had been so much younger then. Though it was only yesterday he knelt on the red sands and buried his hands in a brother's guts, trying to push them back inside where they belonged. His delicate fingers flicked out, sending carefully targeted clumps of medicinal powder where they were needed. Clean water washed wounds, while chi pressure stopped the flow of blood. Needle and thread bound together what was cut, and the demon pulling art ripped away the sickness. It took moments. It was not gentle, but the cultivator was stable, and he was free to turn his attention to the rest of the critically wounded. Ancestors. He barely flicked his fingers. I'm healed. I'm healed. I'm not going to die. Oldru. Stay down, you old fool. You will rip open your stitches. You don't understand. I'm not going to die. You will if you don't stay down. Qian ignored the chatter. The mortals were in worse shape, and dying faster. He needed to delegate. You and you two, sort them out. Don't just pile them up. Sister Hong. Tell them where to put people. Bring him to me for now. He pointed to a soldier with an arrow in his neck who managed, against all seeming justice, to not die. Time stopped being measured in minutes. If it ever had been, it was measured in heartbeats, in breaths and drops of blood, measured in stitches per second, and speed of infection versus medicinal tolerance. There was only one patient, the one in front of him. It's just that the patent's wounds changed as soon as he had them patched up. Lord Immortal has treated all the critically wounded. The rest will heal on their own. No need to trouble yourself further. He recognized the voice, distantly, but it wasn't important. He was still in the triage place. The hell I have you, and you. Get your asses over here. You stop the bleeding. But what about the infection? Front and center. Now, the rest of you. Start sorting out the broken bones. See how the limbs are swelling. You think those can't turn gangrenous? Get them sorted. Qian had been practicing pushing vital energy into his voice since he first visited Burning Flag City. The effect at the heavenly realm was magnified. The soldiers and teamsters moved as though they were injected with chicken blood. Some time later, the same familiar voice returned. Lord Immortal has already displayed boundless compassion. It is shameful. But could we impose on you to treat one more? We managed to capture one of the shamans alive. We want to make sure he lives long enough to be interrogated. Tian paused. He had healed heretics. Once, he knew exactly what would happen to them: torture, then execution. He didn't imagine the fate of the shaman would be any better. Did it make a difference if they were essentially rebels, as opposed to heretics? He found that it did. Healing the heretics had made him sick. Knowing he was assisting torture made him sick. He wasn't in the sect anymore. Not 14. Not feeling pressured by his seniors and sense of duty. Maybe people would die because they failed to gather some crucial piece of information. But he didn't really believe it. He had been an earthly realm cultivator not so long ago, and he didn't know a single damn thing worth knowing about the war in the Redstone Wastes. Strategically, anyway. He didn't imagine the shaman knew more than he did. Most of all, though, he didn't want to assist torture. Simple as that. Silence gathered. He felt more than saw the man bow silently and retreat. He kept his hands moving, setting the broken leg of the soldier in front of him. The soldier was biting hard on a leather strap, the whites of his eyes showing as he hyperventilated. His leg had been broken in 3 places. One a crushing wound that compacted the bone inward. Repairing them was not quick, nor easy, nor painless. Tian was doing a lot of mechanical manipulation, and his rough acupuncture wasn't doing much to ease the soldier's condition. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. It went on until it stopped. Everyone was as healed as they were going to get without time and rest. The battlefield was cleaned up. To Tian's quiet surprise, prisoners were taken, and not killed on the spot. For some reason, he had assumed they would be. He stood, stretching his back. Once again, there was no satisfying crunch or click. It just felt nice. That would be enough. Heavenly Immortal, on behalf of all us brothers, thank you for your life-saving grace. Tian looked down. There was a soldier on one knee in front of him, his fist clasped, the white plume on his helmet stained with dust and blood. A commander, and not one who stood at the rear giving orders. A true battlefield general. Duty needs neither excuse nor thanks, though I appreciate it, and I consider it my duty. Please rise. My thanks again. We expected to be attacked, of course, but we thought our contingency plan for the appearance of a grand shaman would be enough. Were it not for your intervention, I fear the battle would be lost, and with it, burning Flag City in all likelihood. Tian smiled slightly. We were here to see an old friend anyhow. Might as well make ourselves useful. Speaking of, Liren, he stopped by earlier. Her voice had gone a bit odd. Tian looked over at her, seeing her gazing at a rather heroic-looking youth. For some reason, that bothered Tian. And I found who we are looking for. No, that easy. Tian blinked. She snorted. Finding him was the easy part. It's the making him safe that's going to be hard. That had been the second part of what Merciless had said, wasn't it? Which meant managing his irritation would be a little more difficult. The commander of the White Horse Fellows followed Tian's gaze. He clearly wanted to ask something, but stayed silent. Tian snorted and said, "Ask." The immortals were looking for Imperial Inquisitor Hanshin. No, or not for his own sake. We were looking for the boy. What can you tell me about him? His name is Hanzi Chang, from Bluestone City. Inquisitor Hanshin has taken him as a student and as his sword-carrying attendant. I know little else about him, Lord Immortal. He is famously silent. He practices martial arts, and has acquitted himself well in several battles along the journey, including this one. Tian nodded. Hates liars. I regret that I do not know the answer, Lord Immortal. Tian cupped his fist, bowed slightly, and said, we just need a word with Hans Hen. Please see to your troops. There was nothing worth mentioning between here and the city as we flew over. But that was then. They found Censor Hanshin, now Imperial Inquisitor Hanshin, or colloquially, King of Hell Hanshin, sitting in his black carriage with a book. The paper binding the cover was worn shiny, the faded letters of the title dimmed to gray from vivid black. I don't believe I have read the Rituals of Joe, Censor. Worth reading. The censor smiled, a startling expression on his severe face. He looked paler than Tian remembered, but then, Hanshin had been traveling under the sun a great deal when he traveled with them. It seemed he spent most of his time in the coach. These days, it is a little difficult to read, if you don't understand the context. Some of the terms are a bit arcane, but I would say it is one of the most worthwhile books anyone could read. You can hardly understand ethics without it. Congratulations, Heavenly Immortal. There wasn't a good moment to say so earlier. And I must say, I didn't expect to see you again. At least, not in this life. The censor's voice was still high-pitched, still with that effortless elegance that comes from a lifetime of careful etiquette. Tian smiled, both at hearing the familiar voice and how carefully the censor was picking his words. We aren't being listened to, right now. I would know if our reliable allies from the Radiant Dawn were listening in, and they aren't strong enough to read your mind. It is good to see you again, Censor. And you. Congratulations to you and Immortal Hong both. But what brings you here? I was sure you were on the mountain when it was sealed. I was. Do you know your attendant's background? Better than he does, I suspect. It seems there was something extra in the Count of Jin's ancestry that didn't make the official records. No, he's Little Treasure's brother, half-brother, and officially acknowledged, due to his being born on the wrong side of the bedroom door. What does it matter what side of the door he was born on? And how can something be acknowledged and officially? Tian gave Censor Hanshin a worried look. I'd forgotten your aversion to idioms. He's a bastard. The Count grew fond of a maid before he assumed his title. and she wasn't suitable for even a concubinage. Certainly not before a proper wife had been wed and an heir produced. He didn't treat her harshly, and looked after the boy even after she died. So, he has acknowledged the parentage, but not officially. The boy isn't in the Jin family record. I believe they met for the first time not long after you and I met. His mother died. Jian stretched the words out carefully. He had read those histories, after all. And inconvenient maids and their children rarely had happy endings. One of several thousand deaths during a cholera outbreak, I'm afraid. Little Han was terribly sick, but managed to survive. I have wondered if that was the reason he is mute, though the doctors tell me they are almost certainly unrelated. His father arranged his adoption with the widow of a guardsman. By all accounts, he loves her as his mother, and she treated him as her born son. He's mute, according to him. He always has been. I take it there is more to his background than even I expected. Yes, his ultimate great-grandfather is still alive on the mountain. High up on the mountain. Higher than the monastery. In fact, the already pale Hanshin managed to get a few shades paler. I didn't know there was anything higher than that. From your perspective, they might as well not exist. The same could be said for almost every cultivator in the kingdom. In fact, their main function, as far as the kingdom is concerned, is to sit up on the mountain and do nothing, deterring other, equally powerful people from doing something. Your attendant has activated some trace of his ancestral bloodline, and his grandfather found out. We are here to make him safe from heavenly realm immortals, at least for a little while. How can any mortal be made safe from heavenly realm immortals? Hanshin spread his hands helplessly. If yet more immortals interfere, Jian smiled, happily finding both a good solution to his problem and the opportunity to vent his irritation, as well as through your very favorite thing, education. The convoy was a week out from Burning Flag City. They would pick up the pace now that the ambush had been sprung. But wagons moved slowly no matter what you did. They had wounded to care for, and the threat to the city was now much less urgent. The Great Wolf tribe was decimated. The surviving warriors would be more worried about their fellow nomads than the kingdom. A tribe with few warriors but many horses was delicious prey indeed. Perhaps their great shaman could protect them, or perhaps not. Tian and Liren didn't hang around. Traveling at the speed of a mortal caravan sounded impossibly irritating. Instead, they took a token from Hanshin and flew directly to the city lord's manor. They were immediately arranged a very nice, very secluded courtyard, where the only questions they were asked were whether they would want meals delivered, did they want servants attending them, and would they receive mortal guests, to which they answered yes, no, and here is a short list, respectively. The battle had confirmed what they already knew. They were powerful for just beginning the heavenly realm, but only compared to other ranked beginners. The centuries of accumulation by their seniors were not easily overcome. Equipment was probably the most urgent need, followed in short order by better combat spells, then everything else. Even combat experience was lacking. All those hundreds of hours spent practicing on the martial squares in the West Town Temple, weren't they to prepare him for combat in the earthly realm? The lack of brothers to train with was painful, and surprisingly lonely. It sure would be useful if there was a senior expert, possibly even one in the human realm, or at least the peak of the heavenly realm, that could guide our development. They would be doing us a massive favor, practically acting as a second parent for us. Liren's mouth was twitching. Cheon threw up his hands in frustration. He didn't think anything he said before was wrong. It's just that he had not sufficiently understood the sacrifices he would make by going without a master. Think this is all a scheme by the seniors, or at least a happy side effect from their perspective. I'm certainly much more likely to be open to persuasion when we get back. Liren settled into a bitter grin, no longer bothering with trying to keep a straight face. Tian groaned and buried his face in his hands. He glanced between his fingers at Liren. The shaman was weird. Well, a foreign cultivator using foreign magics, no, not that. His chi was weird. His vital energy was only a little better than an ordinary mortal's, and he was properly using his weapons. None of that treating a sword like a dart nonsense. His horse was obviously magical, or spiritual or whatever, but he was riding it. I could see he was guiding the horse with just his legs and his intent. Some of the troopers can do that. It seems to be something normal for horse archers. Liren hummed a little. Her eyes hooted. Those wolves were magic, though. He just threw out a fistful of teeth, and out popped those not ghostly enough wolves, who were yin, but not cursed or necromantic that I could tell. You are right. That is weird as hell. They shared a helpless look. Who could they even ask for answers? Their battle against the tribesmen had been a success, technically, as the person they were sent to protect was still alive. On the other hand, they left with no loot and, in Tian's case, badly damaged equipment. Worse, their neighbors and rescuers from the Radiant Dawn sect had a very clear grasp of their equipment and capabilities now. They only intervened when they did because it was their best opportunity to kill the Grand Shaman, not to save Tian or Liren. He wasn't even sure they had managed that much. Tian would believe the Grand Shaman was dead when he sawed his old head off. Really, the only thing he could take comfort in is that the kind seniors in the Radiant Dawn sect would be absolutely certain Tian and Liren had nothing worth stealing. Truly, the protective power of the Path of the Brookie was unrivaled, if uncomfortable. Don't have it. Figure out how to get it, make it, or do without. They needed equipment. Armor was particularly urgent. They had the mermaid silk. Now they just needed to find someone who could craft it into armor. They needed weapons, usable weapons. Tian could upgrade his darts and make more, even if the ones he made were rather shoddy. Shoddy and usable beat non-existent. He would spend more time on it. Need better spells. Wasn't he already developing his own palm art? A lot of good thinking going on. You are neglecting a key resource, however. Oh, what's that? Me? I can't efficiently give you a new spell, but I can help you make your own. Mostly by guiding you away from mistakes and nudging you to look in the right directions. You will still be doing the heavy lifting, and it's slow, but in the end, you will have something very suitable for you. Tian looked upward for the first time in what felt like days. The sky of the steppes was enormous and endlessly blue. It spread as wide as his smile. A week passed. To a mortal, they must have looked rather idle. It's hard to persuade anyone you are working hard if you are sitting around all day, mostly with your eyes closed. Liren and Tian felt like they were working flat out. Liren had a very good combat art. She just lacked the strength to use it. Bitter cultivation was the answer, steadily burning through their stock of spirit stones. They weren't in immediate danger of bankruptcy, but they knew it was coming eventually. Taken from Royal Road. This narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Tian had more things to take care of, but he didn't neglect his cultivation either. Power was the foundation of everything, after all. It was what the Dawnlight Lark had told him. The tool wasn't important, he was. Though without the right technique, he could hardly show off his capability. The day the military convoy arrived, Burning Flag City turned out to watch. Not only was it the arrival of elite reinforcements, though disappointingly few of them, it was the arrival of military supplies. That, in turn, eased the restrictions on supplies for civilians. A very welcome arrival indeed. Though older heads knew it wasn't enough on its own. Cities needed constant streams of food and goods to survive. A single convoy, no matter how welcome, couldn't meet that need. Why don't you go watch the parade? Tian nudged Liren. What parade? It's a bunch of wagons and soldiers walking down the street. There will be food vendors, people selling ornaments and knickknacks, musicians, probably. You should go take a look. You should go take a look. She nudged him right back. I don't wanna. I have a scheme. Scheme. A scheme. Tian nodded, very seriously. Tea scheme. What kind of tea scheme could you possibly have? Me sitting here and drinking some. And I want snacks. And I don't feel like stirring around in the crowd. Tian Ziho. Are you sending me for snacks? They do great lamb skewers. From the look of it. And I still haven't tried them. Lamb and leek. Please, lots of them. And see if you can find some rice crackers. I'm pretty much out. Oh, there are a ton of potters in this city. Maybe you can see if any of them are a bit special. The Wangs made those malahite cups for us, and they are lovely. But I just don't enjoy drinking out of them. Too busy, too fancy looking. You want me to do some shopping for you? There was a hollowness in her voice. A certain coming together of the eyebrows. I do, yes. Tian nodded. His own eyebrows raised wide in encouragement. She gave him a long look. It bounced off his blithe enthusiasm. How? Fine. I was bored days ago. I'll see what I can find out in the city. I won't run off. I'll be right here. And if I go somewhere else, I will send you a message. Also, you know perfectly well that you can feel my breath just about anywhere in this city. Shoo, I'm scheming. Liren shook her head and pulled on her hat. She was almost at the entrance to the courtyard when she came to a dead stop. You are scheming. I am. I said I am. Tian had his tea tray out and was warming the kettle. The snack situation wasn't ideal, but it wasn't dire either. He would make do. Perhaps some of the abominable sweets could be balanced against a woodier aged white tea. Or possibly that rolled dark dragon tea he found in the storage rings in the tiger's midden. You are training me to be more trusting, to be less anxious. Tian looked up from his tea set and caught her eyes. That too. But this scheme comes with a reward for you. It does, yes. Happiness. And a peaceful heart. They gazed into each other. Lirian looked away first. It's a good reward. Once Liren had left the courtyard, Tian rubbed his hand in what he believed was the approved manner for schemers. Wheels within wheels, schemes within schemes. You thought you found my secret plan. But really it was merely a distraction from the true secret scheme. Ha 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 ha. No, that doesn't sound right. Maybe oh ho ho. No, now I sound like Mingyu calling me a peasant again. Another thing to work on. He rubbed his hands together again. He was pretty confident in the hand rubbing. Bush, waha, bawaha. Damn, it's hard to laugh right. Maybe there is an art for it or something. He quickly finished his setup. Tian laid out his little table and the tea set. He arranged the special equipment he got from the Beggars Guild in No Gate City behind him. Just behind the cushions he had picked to recline on, the trees and bushes were swiftly pruned into a more pleasing shape, and some of the prettier flowers he had harvested were artlessly put in a pot on the table. Tian checked his books once more, concluded the scene looked just right, then settled down to wait for his prey to return. Liren had put herself under immense stress, and had been carrying it for a long while now. She deserved a chance to release some of it, and making a big fuss for her should probably do the trick. He looked around the courtyard. It was perfect. He rubbed his hands, then frowned. Liren was still heading away from him. He could feel her as clearly as she could feel him, and she was definitely still headed away. He glanced up at the sun. It didn't appear to have moved much since he started redecorating. In retrospect, it had only taken him a few minutes. He had sent Liren out on errands that would probably take hours. He rubbed his hands again, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. Fine. Not every scheme goes perfectly according to plan. This is fine. It will keep. I'll just brew a fresh pot when she gets closer. This is fine. He drummed his fingers on the table. He was bored too, and wanted to watch the parade. He could eat skewers fresh from the grill then, and that's when skewers are at their best. Truly, schemes are best left to schemers. This is too dark a fate. No fresh skewers. No investigating pottery shops. No getting Liren to buy him things. And worst of all, no one to blame but himself. Tragedy upon tragedy. How cold the southern sky could be. No matter how wistfully he stared up into the blue infinite, no rescue could be found. Tian collapsed back onto the cushions and pulled out his flute. Perhaps music could express what was in his heart. He lifted the bamboo to his lips and gently blew, sending his emotions up into the sky, flying high, free and happy. He and Liren, soaring together. Others would come with them from time to time, burning heaven, the Wangs, all the other lives that had touched his. Then they would part from him, to return again further down the road. But it would be him and Liren, soaring through the vast heavens together. A sky road. A Tao as broad and open as the heavens themselves. A heart as unfettered as the clouds. He poured his heart into his flute, letting the notes fly upward, yearning, joyful and alive. When he was content, he lowered his flute and looked away from the heavens. Standing at the entrance to the courtyard was the young man they had been sent to protect. He looked a bit kicked in the head. Careful instruction would be needed. Han Zicheng, of Bluestone City. This little Taoist has the surname Chan. For the next little while, I will be your teacher. It took the sword attendant a few moments to recover. Once he had returned to himself, he patted his chest and reached into his robe. He quickly shuffled through a pack of cards and held up one. On it was written Teacher. A certain senior asked us to look after you. Not forever. We just need to remove the heavenly people who might be coming for your life, and do what we reasonably can to help you survive somewhat longer than you otherwise would. Tian's lips quirked. You have cards prepared for the words you want to say. Another card. This one worn shiny, with the corners rounded from frequent handling. The same things come up a lot. Tian's quirking lips were involuntarily pulled up at one corner into a half smile. To distract himself from the unseemly enthusiasm, he pressed on. The heavenly people aren't likely to attack you directly, and you couldn't do anything about them anyway if they did. So don't worry about them. You need to worry about mortals. And that's going to be on you to deal with. In order to help you help yourself, I will teach you some body strengthening methods, a palm art. I can see you practice a light body art. The one I practice isn't suitable for you, but I expect I can help you use yours better. He tapped the flute against his lips. That sword of yours is no good. My Tao companion can teach you a bit of spearmanship. That will keep you alive much better than that. Or if you prefer, I can teach you how to use a rope dart. Tian looked hopeful. The young man looked awkward and shuffled through his cards again. I am a swordsman. This card was practically worn into pieces. He'd have to replace it soon. No, you are a mortal man, which means your reach is pretty limited. Tian stood from the table and stowed his flute. He pulled out a boat pole to replace it. Draw your sword. The young man did, not without some reluctance. Good. Try to cut me. The boy started to lunge and banged his head against the outstretched pole. The next few tries all ended the same way. It's not that Tian was impossibly fast. It was just a long stick, and he was strong enough to keep it extended for as long as he liked. Han tried to dodge a few times, but it made no difference. And so we see the superiority of the long pointy stick over the short pointy stick. You can keep the sword as a backup, if you must. But before we get to that, let me demonstrate the palm arts I plan on teaching you, as well as the body strengthening skills. Then we can talk about what kind of price you can offer. You may just spend your whole life paying me back, which, depending on how well you learn, could only be a day or two. Isn't that lucky? A half hour later, Tian could see that Han was completely sold. More than that, he looked worryingly excited. He had out a small, light gray slate, which he wrote on with a brush dipped in water. The characters lasted just long enough to be read, before fading away. He had excellent handwriting. The dragon suppressing palms comes with its own energy gathering technique. Technically, yes. Tian wiggled his hand in the air, then corrected himself. I shouldn't say technically. It does come with a breathing technique for gathering vital energy and helping a mortal convert it to qi. Tian decided not to point out that twice nothing was still nothing, in part because it wasn't entirely accurate. It was more like twice almost nothing was still almost nothing. Strictly speaking, it was an improvement. More importantly, I can provide you with an ointment that will nourish the yang qi in you. It's quite good stuff. He left out for a mortal. It was probably implied. Besides, he wasn't going to charge extra for it. So there was really nothing to complain about. Amazing. Han could write very quickly, Tian noticed, while maintaining the neatness of his characters. It was quite a feat. A body strengthening skill, a poison and disease resistance skill, a yang qi cultivation method, palm arts. Sold. What do you need from me? I'm told gold and silver are worthless to immortals, let alone an ancient with an age reversion art like yourself. Tian silently added whoever is spreading rumors about age reversion arts to his list of people to take terrible vengeance upon. The urge to claim he was indeed an ancient who remembered the days when the mountains were young swiftly landed on him, and swiftly departed. It wasn't good to lie to your students, especially when they could tell when someone was lying. Be true to yourself. Conduct yourself in the world in a way that won't make me ashamed to acknowledge you as my student. Do your best to uphold the virtues of compassion, humility and frugality, though I won't expect a man of the rivers and lakes to hold them to the same degree as a mountain ascetic like me. And Han, I am an ascetic. I do what I believe is right, not what will profit me the most. To slightly misquote the single most powerful being I have ever met, I will not restrict you once you re-enter the secular world, but should you disgrace my teachings, consequence will find you, quickly. Tian let his qi fill the courtyard. It was a gentle rising, like the tide called up by the moon, or the long steppe grass reaching for the sun. Gentile, alive, and utterly inescapable, vast beyond mortal comprehension. Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. John was, by the standard of the myriad colors Holy Land, barely into the second stage of his novitiate. By the standards of the cultivators of the Brodsky kingdom, he was an expert strong enough to suppress a small region. By mortal standards, there was already one shrine erected in his honor in Burning Flag City. A second wouldn't be difficult to obtain. Han fell to his knees, head pressed into the dirt. Tian smiled awkwardly. It seemed Voidcatcher was right about yet another thing. Tian released his chi and squatted down in front of Han, with soft hands. He reached out and straightened the young man up. I don't like people genuflecting to me. It makes you look too much like frogs. A human should live on their feet, not their knees. Once Han had calmed down enough, Tian ran him through the calisthenics and gourmet. When Han had the basic movements down, they switched over to reviewing the youth's light body art. It was a bit of a struggle, but Tian managed to conceal his irritation at seeing this mortal effort being called a light body art. What did that make moon crossing the lake? An earth-folding spell. But technically the youth was actually using his internal energy to make his body a fractionally lighter and more nimble. So it wasn't actually misnamed. The vital energy flow was absolutely trash. But that was a separate issue. One he was going to fix. All right, please stop. Han looked inexplicably proud. I'm guessing you practiced that a lot. The slate came out. It is my best technique. I'm so sorry. That's not a light body art. That's a tragedy. I have seen stray dogs in the rain that looked less miserable. Tian made an effort to use his kindest voice to soften the blow. But the good news is that your insult, your trash, your thing is fixable. Give me a few days to experiment, and let's go with adjust it for you into something usable. Han sagged. Tian patted him on the back. Look, I'm not being accurate for no reason. Your light body technique is a key piece of keeping you alive. It has to be as high quality as possible, even if it's basic. The first light body technique I learned was also really basic. But still quite good. Really. Here, I'll demonstrate. Hold out your pointy stick. With a look of quiet grief, Han extended his sword. Tian lightly hopped up and landed on the blade. The sword didn't even flex. Judging from the shock on Han's face, there wasn't any strain on his wrist either. Would you believe that I'm heavier than you? By a lot, Tian grinned. This is what I would consider an acceptable level of mastery in an entry-level light body technique for an earthly realm cultivator. But it was important to provide motivation. Probably. For some reason, the handsome young man, already at the threshold of 6 foot even, made him a little irritated. Tian felt Liren turn and start making her way back towards the courtyard. She would be here in just a few minutes. That's enough for today. Eat well. And practice what I taught you tonight. Come again tomorrow morning. I'll have the ointment ready for you. And depending on how things go, we might spend all day building your foundations up a bit. Dissolving you with snake venom and rebuilding your body from scratch would be faster. But everyone looks at me like I'm crazy when I suggest it. There probably aren't enough lotuses around anyhow. We'll just do it the slower, less effective way. Once he had shooed away Han, he raced around and tittied everything up again. Once he had everything just so, he set out his secret weapon from the Beggars Guild once again, refreshed the water in the tea kettle, and settled back down behind the table. He liked the idea of playing the flute. That had been a good addition. Feeling that Liren was barely a minute away, he pulled it out and started to play. It was a tune he had heard in a tea house. Light and vibrant and sweet. With this, his ambush was perfect. Liren returned to the courtyard to find a miniature immortal garden. The plants and trees seemed to conspire to make a backdrop for the young man reclining at his little table. His long white hair blew gently in the breeze as he lost himself in the music of his flute. Even the hot afternoon sun could only fulfill the role of beautifying him, softened by the pure white paper of his umbrella. Even that carried a theme of joy. Painted on that white umbrella paper were vivid purple orchids. Liren staggered, clutching her chest. Tian didn't give her time to recover. He stowed the flute in his belt and hopped to his feet. Into darting steps, he crossed the courtyard, long white hair fluttering behind him. His slender hand reached up, gently removed Liren's hat, and sent it flying away. He loved her face. He loved her high cheekbones. and the arch of her eyebrows and the vivid red that lit up her hair. He loved the way the sun brought out the shine in her bronze skin, and loved the way she looked so stunned, so lost to see the love in him. He loved the way her hair felt between his fingers, soft and springy and lively. He loved the way the back of her head fit the hollow of his hand. He loved that when his eyes asked her a question, she said yes. He loved that when he pulled her close, she bent to him. He loved the way his lips felt upon hers. He loved that when he pulled back and asked again, her eyes said he was a fool, and her lips came for his. They sat on the pillows by the little table in the garden, shaded by the orchid umbrella, and carefully catalogued the things they loved about each other. Sometimes, immortal moments were made, not found. Later, after the sun had set and the moon shone upon the youngsters, Liren declared that the umbrella was cheating, and demanded to know where he had obtained such a treacherous thing. Tian rubbed his hands together and announced that it was all a scheme of long standing, and he was always 6 moves ahead. I usually beat you at chess, though. I don't see how that's relevant. I can assure you, I am an excellent schemer. She grinned at him, and rested her head against his chest. No, you aren't, but you are my favorite one. They snuggled a bit longer. Then, Liren said, you are absolutely forbidden from going out in public with that umbrella. I'm strong enough to stand the impact, but unless you want to spend the next century making bunk beds for your harem, it's just not safe. They watched a nightingale bob around on a tree branch, the golden feathers at its throat catching stray moonbeams. It sang, high and prettily, calling for another. The crickets and buzzing cicadas added their songs, each playing alone, yet making a wonderful harmony in the stillness offered by the secluded courtyard. Outside the palace, the city bustled. Things were rowdy. Heroes and villains mingled in the winehouses. The brothels blazed with light as the barkers called out to passing travelers and merchants to come see the show. They, too, contributed to the song of the city, trilling skyward in the quiet of the steppe, the heavens above, the earth below, and between them, humanity. Singing in the silence. Their notes were grief and courage and so much more. How could the Tao be expressed in just 2 strings? How could a single voice express its entirety? It took everyone, everywhere, all at once. Forever. An immortal moment. It could only last an instant, or an eternity. Tian meditated on the day to come. Last night had been a triumph, but new days brought new challenges. Most of his problems didn't have an immediate solution, so he focused on Han and his problems for now, which were significant. How, exactly, did one optimize an art? Grandpa ran him through what he called the basics of the basics: gathering energy, storing energy, transmitting energy, and recovering energy. Everything was built from those things, apparently. Tian scratched his head increasingly hard as he thought about it. Mortals were not known for their ability to understand internal energy. A mortal's ability to sense the flow of energy is going to be limited, but not zero. Their endpoint is roughly equivalent to level 1 of the earthly realm. Those grandmaster level people running around the city, for example, or whatever they call themselves, supreme experts, doesn't matter. The point is that the boy has all 3 types of energy in him, and can slightly, indirectly, manipulate them. Same as everyone else. I don't see how that helps, though. He still needs to gather the energy, move it around, all of that. And I don't know how to cycle energy to make the body lighter, which is kind of the whole point of the art. That, and becoming more flexible, I guess. A mortal light body art isn't just about lightness. It's about adding speed and elusiveness by changing the power to weight balance. Gross physical manipulation, not internal energy work. Add in feints or deceptive footwork, and you have an evasion art. Learn how to run soundlessly, or across rooftops, or leap over walls. You have a traversal art. At the mortal level, most of that is down to body control. They aren't that much lighter. They just look and move like they are. Tian's shoulders relaxed as he breathed out his tension. That made more sense to him. Gathering your energy to control your body and weight distribution. Maybe a slight shift in actual weight at the highest levels of mastery. That all sounded doable. So the next thing to consider was, what kind of conception should we use to build from? I'm not getting anything meaningful from his crappy movements. Maybe something related to water, or swaying. That could just be me thinking about Moon crossing the lake. Oh, he's an urban kid, Bluestone City. That was on the agate. Lots of canals too. We can keep the water and moonlight themes from Moon Crossing the Lake and tweak the kids' art to get a bit of the flavor. How about calling it the river treading art? Too practical. And he can't actually walk on water using it. Or, I don't think he can anyway. Twisting River 7 steps. Are you planning on having 7 fixed steps he needs to master? No. Damn. It sounded really good to he's a bastard, right? So, he probably grew up in a rougher neighborhood. Winnicup moonlight as the moon in a Winnicup, always moving, always at hand. Never reachable. Not very mystical. But it's got a lot of flavor to it. Make the steps light, but swaying. Illusory. Emphasis on evasion and controlling weight. So, he can turn a dodge into a lunge quickly, whether it is with a spear or a sword. As may be. If it's not a spear, he can forget me picking up his bones, let alone avenging him. Tian grumbled. Let's see if we can't adapt something from Liren's Yang high-speed movement art. Something more suitable for covering long distances or going over roofs and things. That can be a separate art. Doable. Focus on this first. What followed was a great deal of grumbling and fussing, as Tian repeatedly tested ideas, discarding them with efficient brutality if they didn't prove immediately useful. When something was useful, it was added to the heap. And once the heap was large enough, he started calling that instead. Routing vital energy through this acupoint added too much complexity for too little flexibility. Gone. This breathing pattern didn't provide enough air, especially since Han would be using the art in a fight. Gone. Not elusive enough. Gone. Too rigid. He grumbled. But he wasn't really mad about it. This was a test run. His own arts would be infinitely more complicated to develop. Like everything else, learning to do the simple things laid the foundation. The hard things would come with time. Han arrived mid-morning to see an immortal glaring at a wine cup sitting on a battered low table. Not drinking it, just glaring at it like it had stolen the last pork rib at dinner. Student Han, get over here. Do you know anything about wine? The youth nodded and trotted over. Is it supposed to smell like this? Tian pointed to the cup. Han gave the immortal an odd look and gestured towards the cup. Sure. Pick it up and give it a sniff. Han did so. Only Tian's sharp reflexes kept the cup from flying over the wall. Han staggered and stumbled onto the ground, eyes rolling up and a crazed smile plastering across his face. It suddenly occurs to me that having you sniff the wine I got from the storage rings of heavenly cultivators might not be the best idea. Oh well. We needed to build up your yang qi anyway. Tian gently pushed Han into a sitting position, then sat behind him. His cool hands pressed against the sweat-soaked back of the swaying youth. Funny. Han was probably only 4 years younger than him, or something like that anyway. He felt much younger to Tian. I'm going to take all that excess yang qi and start running it through your body. Just try to feel it. Don't try to memorize it. Just feel the flow. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Tian cycled the yang qi along a route he was dreadfully familiar with, leading it through the 3 dantians and through the young man's limbs, nurturing yang, but carefully expanding the ability of the flesh and bones to utilize internal energy. The body had to explode, yes, but also relax and recover. Internal energy, what immortality cultivating Taoists called vital energy, was just the thing for that. The baptism of yang qi couldn't turn a mortal into a cultivator, but Han would be a remarkably resilient mortal, a fact which irritated Tian, for some reason. Adding to his irritation was the fact that Han had a remarkably good body for martial arts. No missing limbs, no damaged meridians, dantians in perfect working order other than his inability to speak. The young man was disgustingly healthy. Han couldn't cultivate, but under the circumstances it seemed a minor matter. His life would be a mortal one, but he would grow a root, and in his next life he would cultivate immortality. Tian could see it plain as day. Why that was so irritating, he didn't know. Some part of him insisted that talented youth should start in a garbage heap, or on fire, or suffering some other immense tragedy. Raised by a loving mother in a decent city, just didn't cut it. Han was panting hard, flushed red, with beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his face. He probably couldn't stand anymore. He was certainly sober. And rest. Han fell flat, laying on the courtyard, his mouth opening and silently gasping for air in a remarkable impression of a freshly landed carp. Tian smiled. He had been a bit worried his teaching wasn't up to standard. But his student was already looking the same way Tian did when Voidcatcher was teaching him. He would have to add excellent teacher to his list of titles, right behind excellent schemer. That was the energy cycle for the dragon suppressing palms. Believe me, you will have the route memorized soon enough. I'll give you some time to recover. The sounds of the city could be faintly heard over the walls of the city lord's compound. The crickets in the bushes were far louder. Han was panting like a dog in summer, not quite beating out the noise of the crickets. Now that you have recovered, Tian said, exactly 10 breaths later, let's move on to condensing your physique. This will sting a bit, but I've repeatedly weakened it so the side effects should be manageable. Strip off your robes, please, so we can start applying the ointment. It will form a nice base for the solar orange and waxberry ointment we'll be applying from tomorrow on. Han did not look properly appreciative. He was also very slow about taking off his robes and trousers. Clearly he didn't understand that good things have their price. No matter. Tian was a generous sort of teacher. He'd use lots and lots of the ointment. After all, he had diluted it very thoroughly. It would be a shame if it wasn't potent enough. You have burned up an enormous amount of yang qi. Your meridians have expanded a bit. Your dantians are well nourished. It's going to be that little bit easier for you to gather vital energy and qi in the future. But now your fleshy body is depleted. This is normal. We shall nourish your fleshy body with yin qi. This will improve muscle density, bone strength, flexibility, and improve skin tone. This is a heavily diluted version of the skincare ointment used by my teacher, incidentally. So the quality is guaranteed. Han relaxed a little. Tian chuckled and started spreading it on. He was quite good at therapeutic massage. Han was silently groaning with relief. Sure, some people would find teacher's appearance upsetting, even frightening. But none of us can help the way we look, right? Teacher proves that beauty and charisma are not necessarily the same things. The library of women who still find him charming runs to so many logbook entries. Even navigating the index requires memorizing a few ciphers. Really, he showed me that amazing thing. Given the horrific file, there we go. I was worried I had diluted it too far. The sloppy face of happiness had turned into a frozen rictus of suffering. Tian wondered what it felt like for the youth. When he tried it, he thought it was a bit like frozen needles being punched through every pore of your skin. And pleasant, but hardly the worst. Tian never wondered if his pain tolerance wasn't a little unusual. If asked, he would have said it was quite ordinary. Once we have worked this into every, and I do mean every, inch of your skin, we'll let it soak in for a couple of minutes, then do a little light sparring, just to see where your boxing is at, and to help with absorption. A nice, easy day of training. Oh, and do come back this evening. We have some extra training to fit in. It's not so easy, living. You have to work hard at it. It was a productive few hours. Tian wound up finding a servant with a wheelbarrow who was willing to take the young men to his quarters. Hanshin and his retinue were on the other side of the governor's fortified compound, so it wasn't anything too difficult. His student would be well rested for the evening's tuition. Liren returned from her errands around the city to find Tian cheerfully mixing up another batch of ointments. It's surprisingly tricky to get it thinned out enough to be safe to use, but still tacky and absorbent enough to penetrate the skin. Tian smiled at Liren, enjoying the way the sunset made her look like a bronze sculpture. It's been a fun little problem to solve. Speaking of solving problems, I may have solved a few of ours. Possibly. Tian frowned. We have a lot of problems. Yes, we certainly do. And as ascetic as you are, have more stuff is the solution to most of them. Disagreeable. That's true. But shame on you anyway. Why shame on me? Liren grinned shamelessly. Because. What's your solution? She snickered and held up her fingers. Other than us, there are 4 heavenly realm cultivators based out of Burning Flag City. Red Spear and Stone Splitter are representing the Blazing Dawn sect, and nobody's seen or sensed them since they chased after the Grand Shaman. Ominous. But I'm with you so far. I'm trying not to dwell on the implications. Moving along, there is Dao's Sweet Dove, a member of the Myriad Waters sect, which I found out is basically a glorified artist's colony. And the heavily implied to be a heretic Taoist Liang. Oh, I didn't forget about him, Tian growled. I just don't care to be set up. Funnily enough, he might actually be a heretic. And the object of the setup isn't even him. He's a guard, watching over a warehouse and handling the highest-end cultivation supplies. This is the closest city to Black Iron Gorge in the kingdom. Lots and lots of trade comes through here. Lots of merchants had to transition out of the salt trade and into other goods. Was it Tian's imagination? Or was there a halo floating over Liren's head? It had vanished a little while after their breakthrough. But he was sure he could see it now. She must be a saint, spreading blessings and joy as she traveled. The Long Clan Trading Company, by complete coincidence, now owns and operates the former Jin family mansion, with all its attached facilities, including a warehouse, storefront, and moneylender. Feel like bringing honor to your teacher and comfort to your Dao companion. Tian rubbed his hands. It seemed like it was time for the great schemer to plan a crime. His hands came to a stop, and he frowned. Why do you think Taoist Lian might actually be a heretic? He's almost certainly not a good person. But even I wouldn't go so far as to say that working for the Long Clan makes you a heretic. I might, Liren growled. The sect's definition of heresy is broad enough to cover almost anything. It definitely covers selling people into slavery. Tian's eyebrows raised. I thought the salt trade was shut down. It kind of was. Nothing is airtight. And the salt from Black Iron Gorge got more expensive. It still exists. There is just less of it. But what there is that is a lot more important is slaves. Slaves that can be traded for all kinds of other goods, not to mention gold. Yes, Ziho, we aren't importing slaves. We, meaning the kingdom, aren't running the usual scam of brokering sales of nomads into slavery. We, meaning the merchants of the kingdom and the merchant king of the ancient Crane Monastery, the damned Long Clan, are selling people from the Brodsky kingdom into slavery. They are getting shipped to Black Iron Gorge and then resold across 8 nations. Tian looked away. All the prettiness of the sunset seemed to fly away and turned the world morbid. Now it was all emblems of dying, the sun, waning yang, waxing yin, civil war, pestilence, famine, invasion on the borders. Lots of peasants suddenly without homes. Lots of bandits and rebels. Can't be that hard to round up a few hundred people at a time, Tian muttered. I heard soldiers talking about it. They flattened the old slave forts out on the steppes, killed everyone, freed the slaves, ambushed the people coming to trade there. Huge success. Then they went away. Not 1 week later, and the forts were being rebuilt. 2 months, and they were operating again. Liren rubbed her temples. Why not? You could stop them. It wasn't just a kingdom-run operation anymore. The steppe tribes had gotten in on it. Some of them, the Borisky, getting their well-deserved revenge, among others, including heretics. But yes, I don't know why I'm surprised. After the way they murdered your clan. The other thing that really shouldn't surprise me, but still does, is Taoist Lian. Working as a mercenary for a decade or two probably doesn't seem like anything worth mentioning for older Heavenly Realm experts. And who cares where the spirit crystals come from so long as they arrive on time? Liren nodded along, watching Tian's fingers flick through the reds and oranges of the sunset. His pale skin seemed flush in the light. Compassion, frugality, humility. This behavior is none of those things. Tian's voice went soft. He remembered Brother Wang explaining everything to him in the hospital in the wasteland. The virtues every orthodox Taoist tried to embody, each knowing they did it imperfectly. It was the heretics who denied the virtues entirely. They didn't see any point to them at all. Or perhaps they saw it as hypocrisy, the virtue of those who already had everything. Sometimes, Tian thought the heretics had a point. Not a very good point, since their response to orthodox hypocrisy was to commit unspeakable horrors. But they did have it, doing good deeds and getting paid for it. How? Tian smiled a little at Liren. Good deeds might be a stretch. More like, there are good outcomes to our villainous actions. Oh well. That makes it all better. Tian shook his head and turned back to the sunset. They would do it. But first, he had important matters to attend to. Want to help me educate a junior? I'm enjoying it a lot. And he'd benefit from your teachings. Though if he makes eyes at you, he will be feeling the flat of my hand. No matter who his terminal grandpa is. Han looked inexplicably reluctant as he made his way into the courtyard. Perhaps he ate something bad for dinner. Tian couldn't imagine what. His digestion should be roaring for food. The youngster was in for a period of explosive muscle development. Though he wouldn't add much bulk, there was more to muscle strength than volume, as he would soon learn. Maybe it was because Tian and Liren were sitting at his little table, 2 cups between them. He could see Han being a little leery of immortal wine. The moon is up. Just the right time for a man of the rivers and lakes to learn evasion. I don't believe you have been introduced to my Dao companion, Han Liren. Like me, she is in the heavenly realm, and like me, she is a student of your ancestor, and like you, she can sense lies. Han's eyes opened wide at that. Tian grinned and continued. First, I will demonstrate a proper immortal evasion art, just so you have some sense of what those words actually mean. Then we will learn the cut-down version I have modified for you. It's loosely based on the cruel joke, the doubtlessly useful method you have been using thus far, but many times more effective. Han looked a bit wounded, but adopted an expression of one determined to soldier on. He cupped his hands and bowed with gratitude. Tian nodded lightly, then raised his hand and water sprayed out. More and more poured into the courtyard. He had gone down to the river outside the city, thin and unnavigable as it was, and loaded up a storage ring with a cartload of water. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. The young aspiring swordsman looked like he was watching a miracle. The world looked very different, depending on where you were standing and what you had already seen. Tian kept the water flowing until the courtyard was a sodden mess, with big puddles of water everywhere. See the moon on the water, student Han, the youth nodded. See how it ripples with the waves, and when you shift where you stand, it changes which puddle it is in. Draw your sword, student Han. See if you can cut me down. Tian let his yinqi softly fill the courtyard, mixing with the moonlight and the shimmering waters. Han gulped and did as he was told. He drew his fine steel sword, offered a martial salute, then lunged at his teacher. Tian didn't turn a hair as the sword came closer and closer to his chest. Han stopped after a few seconds. His sword got closer and closer, but never seemed to reach Tian. There was always a gap, even when it seemed in your hands. The moon was always just out of reach. Double quotes continue. Han cut and thrust, his feet stamping and spraying water upwards. Glistening in the brilliant moonlight, his sword was soon covered in dazzling gems of water, even as his shoes soaked through, and his trousers were spattered. Water stained his robes. The sprays recorded in patterns of dark dots that looked black under the pale heavenly light. Cut and thrust, stab and slash. It's always right in front of you, always in reach. Yet you can never reach it. It's always faster than you, even though it doesn't seem to move. I'm not moving quickly. I'm no faster than a mortal, but you can't reach me. I could let you cut and thrust until the sun rose, and you wouldn't reach me. And yet, Tian stretched out a slender hand and tapped Han on the chest. Even without a sword, I can reach you. You don't control the distance to the moon. The moonlight reaches you, not the other way around. Tian smiled and waved Han away. Sit. You can consider that a demonstration in the mortal realm. Liren and I will go slow, so you can see a little of what an immortal battle looks like. Maybe you will gain inspiration from it. On the spear, for example, your little stick just wasn't long enough to get the job done. Liren snorted and jumped from the table and into action. She kept her wide hat on, the veil making her mysterious, a being of shadows, attacking like fire, trying to pierce the moon as it drifted over the water. She wasn't shy about displaying her fairy maiden spear arts, though they wouldn't be usable by Han. It was about inspiration and imparting a feeling. Tian frowned slightly. The feeling wasn't quite right. Moonlight on the water was free and unfettered. Both water and the moon were symbols of exactly that, as they were also symbols of purity. Or so he had read, and he had no reason to disagree. He ascended to the heavenly realm with a lotus crown over his head. Lotuses were rooted in muck, but they overcame their origins, not allowing even the water to stain them as they reached upward. Liren's spearmanship was all wrong. It was fierce, yes, but too sinister. The fairy maiden descended from a fiery star, every move bold and open and proud. This was Yang, cloaked in an unseemly shadow. It wouldn't do at all. He would have to set an example. Tian raised a hand to stop the sparring. He smiled at Liren, his eyes glinting with mischief. Without a word of explanation, he pulled out his dragon hairpin and let his long white hair spill down his back. He pulled off his robes and shoes, leaving only his trousers. He gleamed in the moonlight, his skin as fair as mutton-fat jade. He looked like a spirit descended from the moon. His feet unstained by the water they stood upon. Throw away your hat and gloves, and attack. Do it properly. Let the fairy maiden descend from the fiery star, and trail her war banner across the steppes. He sent the message mentally. Liren frowned. He didn't have to hear her arguments. He knew them all already. Just let it go. Just let the sun blaze in the night sky. You are Han Liren, unafraid to battle the heavens and earth, and everything in between. He let his smile widen, and stretched his hands out, inviting her. Come, Liren. Show me your heart blazes for me, as mine does for you. Now that's just not fair. She didn't bother to send the message mentally. Watch carefully, student Han. Let us to Mountain Taoists show you the difference between performing the forms and embodying the concepts. She pulled her gauntlets off, letting them drop in the puddle at her feet with a careless splash. She untied the chin strap of her hat, and flung it high in the air. The veil fluttering like a living thing, drifting through the night sky. The moonlight caught her, making her seem unworldly, ancient and powerful as she drew out her long-horn spear. A fairy maiden descended from a fiery star, and struck. She didn't use her full chi, nor did she go as quickly as she could. It made no difference. Liren was the fairy maiden. You could see it in every move. A goddess descended from the heavens, outraged by the sins of the world, and furiously battling against them. Her swift steps landed like hammer blows on the earth, yet she carried herself as light as the summer wind. Each thrust of her spear was direct and explosive, rigid and piercing, yang, yet utterly female, utterly herself. There was no fraud here, no putting on of a costume. Liren moved true to her nature, and as such, her every move seemed to embody a natural law. A brilliant line of fire, piercing the darkness, yet she struck nothing. If Liren was a sunbeam, then Tian was the night sky. Where she blazed, he cooled. Where she moved directly, he waited calmly. A sidestep, a twist, never combating Liren directly. He simply let her explosive yang dissipate in a void of yin. The moonlight drifted over the water, illuminating it, yet never touching, nor being touched by anything it illuminated. It was like trying to split the night with a spear. Han's eyes shot wide open when she seemed to stumble, almost falling to the ground. She straightened up and pointed a finger at Tian's nose. You can't just go around saying things like that. Like what? Tian blinked, tilting his head to one side. Han did almost the same. He was quite sure neither of them had spoken. I know you know what you just said. Of course I do. I said it. It looks like your old troubles are acting up again. Not to worry. I've had years to develop my famed kick to the head treatment. You will be cured in no time. Watch closely, student Han. We will demonstrate the 18 dragon suppressing palms, as well as a certain medicinal art usable in the mortal realm. Tian sent Han home in a wheelbarrow at dawn. The young man looked drunk again, intoxicated by two stray immortals demonstrating the truth of martial arts under the stars while they played and flirted like love-struck fools. Lying in the wheelbarrow, he silently laughed as he watched the sun rise over the rooftops. Even if he could speak, he couldn't possibly explain all that he had learned in the moonlight. Morning came with scheming. I believe it is traditional to silence the witnesses first. Tian opened the discussion with an offer of fried breadsticks and a cup of green tea. Breakfast and conspiracy fit his mood nicely. Though, it had to be said, even though it was the season for green tea, the heavenly realm green tea he had found in the looted storage rings just wasn't up to snuff. It beat drinking mortal fare, but it tasted a bit stale, lacking in brightness. It had a sort of muted beaniness and an unpleasant astringency. He'd switch to a white tea after they drank this pot. Waste not, want not. Don't there have to be witnesses before they can be silenced? Which means the crime must come before the silencing. Besides, we need to consider who even qualifies as a witness under the circumstances. As long as we are even a little careful, the only people we have to worry about are other heavenly cultivators, and there are only 2 of them left in the city. Other than us, obviously, our target, Taoist Lian, and Taoist Sweet Dove, who is apparently an artist from the Myriad Waters sect. What's an artist doing in a border city that is also Depart's military fortress? Burning Flag City is strategically important, but I think even a local would struggle to call it pretty. Tian noticed Liren grimacing as she drank the tea. She hid it well, but he knew her. He suppressed a sigh. The tea wasn't undrinkable. Maybe if he put the leaves in a pitcher of cold water and just let it slowly steep for a few hours. That might be nice. No idea. She's not stirring up trouble. And I heard some earthly cultivators saying she was an artist. Do you think that? No, never mind. What? Go on. We are scheming. All ideas on the table. He gently rapped the battered wood. What if we blended the green tea with some fruit juice or something? Something sweet that could be moderated by the tea. Tian gasped and recoiled, then frowned, then leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, frowning even harder. Good tea needs no additions. But this is not good tea. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We will have a look around and see what sorts of juices could be made in Burning Flag City. Liren nodded, her face grave. And the witnesses. None shall know why we are buying the fruit, and we can seal the courtyard when we commit the crime. Oh, you mean the other thing? Well, that's why we are going to have a walk around. We need to, as we expert schemers say, look at the place we are going to do the robbery murder. Let's have a word with Taoist Sweet Dove. I have a feeling anyone with an honor name like that won't want to be caught in the middle of things. Maybe we could hint that she should scram. They finished breakfast, tittied up, and set out for the day. Please, I am seriously asking you. Don't what? Tian asked, all innocence. You know what? It's a hot, sunny day. I need something to keep the sun off me. This is a perfectly lovely umbrella. Brother Dogleg got it for me, and some of his brothers fixed it up. Look, you can't even see where it was repaired. It is lovely. It suits you shockingly well. I'm seriously considering investing in an umbrella maker, just to keep you supplied with them. At the same time, I'm not sure my heart can take it. Ziho, please. You are pretty enough as it is. I don't want to deal with armies of hungry young misses and outraged men besieging you. You saw how Han looked at you. Our being around mortals has an impact. You will mess up a big piece of the whole city if you go out like that. Tian looked at Liren closely. She had turned her head away by the time she finished talking. A high blush on her neck and cheeks. Her words had gotten a lot faster too. He reached out and cupped her face. You will always be the one I look at. What if I were to wear a hat instead? That would be wonderful. Thank you. The words were heavy with meaning. She leaned into his hand, her cheek warm in the cup of his palm. Burning Flag City hadn't changed much in terms of architecture since they had last visited. The buildings were uniform height, uniform dimension, and built flush against one another, each coated in cement and stone, to serve as internal fortifications or fire breaks, as needed. What had changed was the people, and the change had come in just the last few days. The people walked down the middle of the street. They spoke loudly, ate sloppily, complained loudly about the lack of food, not out of fear, but because they couldn't cook their favorite dishes. Were the steppe tribes still out there? Were they still dangerous? Did they still yearn to conquer Burning Flag City and plunge her people into servitude and misery? Yes, of course, and they would fail. Burning Flag City was protected by the heavens themselves. Burning Flag City was a blessed place. The martyr Venerable burned away his life and hope of reincarnation, all to save an innocent child and wake the city to the corruption within. Because of his sacrifice, the heretics were purged. Great merchant houses were leveled. Their ill-gotten treasure used to compensate those they hurt and to make improvements to the city. One of those improvements was a shrine honoring the martyr Venerable. It had become a point of civic pride that while you could go hungry, there was always at least one stick of incense burning in the shrine, and at least one offering of vegetarian food. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Those who had sacrificed were feeling especially, loudly, smug these days. Immortals had returned to the city in its hour of need. True, heavenly immortals. The soldiers reported that two strayed fairies descended from the heavens, alerting them to an ambush. They stopped the dire wolf Grand Shaman, fought him until he was forced to flee, fought him until that hateful ghoul abandoned his own devotees and escaped across the grasslands on his green-furred horse. That would have been enough. That would have been blessings enough for generations. But they didn't stop there. They healed the wounded soldiers. not discriminating between mortal and immortal, officer or enlisted. The soldiers showed faint patches of puckered pink skin that were all that remained of a sword through the guts, or the bare patch of scalp that insisted an axe had landed their fatal wounds. What was that? There were those who lived, and those unlucky enough to die before the emissary of heaven's mercy could reach them. There were new prayers offered before family shrines these days, praying the martyr venerable would protect them from devils, the guardian fairy would protect them from villains, and the emissary of heaven's mercy would keep away all sickness and disease. It was working. 2. After the soldiers came, messengers raced in on lathered horses, leaping off as their poor beasts dropped dead at the castle gates. There was a momentary fear of an oncoming invasion, or the announcement of a new disaster. It was nothing of the kind. Rumors were spreading through the city, leaping from eager mouths to anxious ears. Something new had come, new knowledge about how to grow stronger, stave off sickness and disease, how to survive famines and disasters. The knowledge wouldn't be hidden either. It was going to be proclaimed and spread through the city any day now. There would be no hiding it, no trying to hoard the knowledge, keeping it just for the rich merchants or the city lord. Not when the king of hell knelt in the grand shrine before the demon's finger, leading his personal retinue to offer their respects and make sacrifices to the martyr venerable. Things were done properly and according to the law. When the shadow of the king of hell fell on a city, Tian was fascinated by the way the people of the city spoke about Hanshin. They wouldn't mention him by name, only by epithet. They would only speak of him when standing in the light, and never gesturing with their left hand when emphasizing his deeds. He was a figure of dread. Clouds of tormented spirits followed him. The souls of those slain by his dragon's contempt sword were trapped in the 9 hells carriage, made to kneel on blazing iron boards and repent in this world, before being sent below. It was only fair, the rumors said, that King Yin be given the chance to weigh in on sentencing. The boss always had to look involved even as his subordinate was doing all the actual work. The thing was, they feared Hanshin, and dreaded him, and whispered about him. But they didn't hate him. He wasn't a figure of contempt. He was the Pale Magistrate, the Lord Inquisitor, the Emperor's Scourge. He put entire families to death. Yes, but they were merchant families, or landlords. Most of all, they were the senior civil service. The once untouchable bureaucratic masters of the land found that their robes of office had lost their talismanic power. The buttons on their hats, precious stones, ivories and corals that once proudly proclaimed their precise status and authority to the world, were now matted and stained with their former owner's blood. It was well known, a universally accepted fact, that there was a chest in the 9 hells carriage, big enough to bury a man, and it was being filled with the hat buttons of executed corrupt officials. What would he do when the chest could hold no more? He was the king of hell. He already had a second chest empty and waiting. He's become another guardian god for the people. What do you want to bet he gets his own shrine? Liren grinned under her veil. Tian shook his head. He won't. I figured out why he's praying to the martyr venerable. No doubt he is here on imperial business. But I get why he's in the shrine so much. Remind me later to find out about his family. Taoist Sweet was dressed rather similarly to Liren, with white silk gloves and a veil that stretched from the brim of her wide hat to halfway down her chest and back. That was where the similarities ended, however. Liren hadn't had a chance to find suitably gaudy robes. Taoist Sweet had been a heavenly realm cultivator for centuries, and wanted to make sure everyone knew it. Long robes in flowing yellow, exquisitely embroidered with drifting flowers in a fascinating variety of whirling chrysanthemums, with threads of silk and cotton, and more obscure material Tian couldn't put names to. It wasn't the most exquisite robe Tian had ever seen, but it was far better than any he had seen in the Low Country before, befitting an artist. She was painting the scenes in and around the shrine. Tian's appreciation for painting had been sharpened by Liren, but he was a long way from being knowledgeable. The subtleties of what she was doing eluded him. The fact that the painting carried a certain Dao charm did not. She painted the way he played the flute or made tea. There are myriad roads to the Dao. If you think about it, a Dao that focuses on peaceful observation, reflection, and self-expression is extremely worthy. Not easy. No world with cultivators is an easy one, but very worthy. What is she doing? Grandpa, painting, just painting. Recording the flow of people, and more importantly, the flow of their hearts. Be a little careful with her, grandson. She isn't your enemy, and doesn't have to become one. But you can't trust her either. Find the balance. Tian thought that made sense. He approached Sweet Dove with soft steps. She had known they were coming, of course, but was clearly confident she could handle them if things went wrong. It was an unsubtle sort of subtlety. Tian cupped his hands and bowed, waiting for her to lower her brush. I think I can guess which of you is the emissary of heaven's mercy, and which of you is the guardian fairy. Dao's Sweet Dove stood, clasped her hands, and returned his bow. This inadequate painter is called Sweet Dove, an elder of the Myriad Waters sect. It is said that no one visits a temple without a reason. But before I learn your reason for visiting, might I shamelessly ask you a favor? Sweet Dove bowed towards Liren. Might I have the honor of painting your portrait? Pardon. Tian was proud of Liren. She kept her voice remarkably flat. How often can one paint a goddess from life? You could hear the smile in her voice, and see the hope in her clenched hands. Taoist Sweet Dove was entirely sincere. Tian hadn't really explored the other shrines in the city, beyond the one dedicated to the martyr venerable. This shrine was rather older and more established. A collection of smaller buildings built around small courtyards and paths, with housing for the. Tian wasn't sure what to call them. Monks, nuns, priests. Presumably someone would tell him if he said the wrong thing. Taoist Sweet Dove led them to one of the side buildings in the shrine. The female attendants glared at Tian. He slid Sweet Dove a glance. One of the traditions of the city is that women who are being battered or abused by their husbands and who can't return to their families can visit this shrine and beg the Queen Mother of the Southern Sky for protection. They throw slips of paper dyed in their own blood or tears in the brazier. Once they do, the shrine attendants take them in. Cells are provided, as are simple meals. Most importantly, I think, is the companionship and comfort from speaking to people who have lived what they have lived. What about battered husbands? Liren asked. What about them? Sweet Dove shrugged. They have the whole rest of the world. I expect they figure something out eventually. Tian and Liren didn't miss a step. Their breath didn't hitch, their faces were still. Sweet Dove still picked up on their change of mood. It seems I have offended you inadvertently, but I truthfully don't know what to say. If it is a problem, it isn't one I have encountered. Nor is there a place in this shrine for them. This altar is dedicated to the Queen Mother. Sweet Dove pointed towards the large bronze casket half filled with sand. Long sticks of incense jutting upward from it. Behind the thin wall of blue-gray incense smoke was a mural depicting a heavenly garden. The garden was filled with beautiful female servants and attendants, some carrying urns, or fruit, or scrolls, or fans to cool the goddess at the center of the picture. At first glance, it seemed ordinary to the point of invisibility. Tian and Hong had grown up in a temple and a convent respectively. Sacred art and architecture was simply how things looked, with the details often fading into irrelevance. Compounding the problem was that they were immortality-cultivating Taoists. They absolutely believed in gods, offering worship and sacrifices. But to Tian, there was always a sort of unspoken qualification. You are the supreme, greatest of the greats. I am nothing before you. For now, they were cultivating immortality. Mortals already treated them as saints and figures of legends. In the heavenly realm, they really might as well be local gods. So how much deference did some distant being on a mountaintop rate? Some, certainly. But blind worship, not in the Brodsky kingdom. Or, at least, not in the ancient Crane Monastery. When you know the founder of your sect was an old if unfathomably powerful wading bird, it took much of the mysticism away. Things were clearly very different for the mortals. You could feel the sincerity in the offerings, and the paintings hid much within them. He carefully examined the fruit the servants were gathering, and the peach the goddess was holding. Doubtless they were so-called fruits of immortality. More subtle details emerged as he looked closer at the picture. The queen reclined on a throne, but there was a weapon rack off to one side. Bow, spear, and iron rod all rested there. Her hands formed into mudras inviting mercy, and she was smiling. But there was something in that face, something in the slight narrowing of her eyes. The queen reclined on her throne, but there was a concealed readiness in the studied artlessness of the pose. The queen was relaxed, but ready to jump up and fight. She was merciful, because she was strong. And if she wasn't to be merciful, she was equipped for that too. There was no higher authority in the picture. No king, no emperor, just the queen. Her hands and face carefully painted with gold leaf, and tarnishable and immortal. Tian smiled. Honestly, this time, I see why you want to paint Liren. She really does look like the queen. Larian sputtered her opposition, and was soundly ignored. You see it too, more than the complexion needs the attitude, or the balance of things, humble and haughty, domineering yet welcoming, symbols of life and immortality set against war and death. They stepped out of the small shrine, so as to not bother the worshippers. Sweet Dev pressed her advantage. I don't know if the fellow Taoist has inherited a bloodline or cultivates a special technique, but you clearly have some connection to the ancient gods. No need to be too defensive. It might not be common, but ancient god atavisms are hardly unheard of. See, King Murong in the Green Dragon Nation is widely known to be an atavism of an ancient sea deity, and he's been living very well for 600 years now. Tian grunted. He had a biography of the sea-treading Murong family. Presumably there was a relation. So what do you say? Ready to let the glory of the ancient gods return to the Brodsky kingdom? You truly are exquisite, and the painting will be worthy of you, I promise. Sweet Dev smiled at Liren, her eyes sparkling. Tian coughed. Speaking of exquisite, we were admiring your robes earlier. Might I ask where you got them? Sweet Dev covered her mouth with her hand. The wide sleeve of her robe elegantly displayed. Oh, this old thing. I just couldn't find anything in the shops I liked, so I wove it and did the embroidery myself. Tian and Han exchanged a glance. Really? Well, what would you say to a trade? A bit of modeling work for a bit of weaving and sewing, Liren offered. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. I'd say no thank you. You are severely underestimating the amount of work that goes into weaving, to say nothing of the work that goes into making a robe. Though I would love to dress you. You have the perfect figure to display a truly glamorous robe. Eventually a somewhat complex deal was cut. Tian and Liren would both have their portraits painted. They also gave over the pelt of the demonic tiger. Sweet Dev had utterly failed to conceal her avarice for it, so Liren pushed hard on the trade. Sweet Dev would weave the mermaid silk into simple, unpretentious robes that would also double as soft armor. As for what happened to Taoist Lian, it was no business of hers, though she was quite willing to profit from it, should the opportunity rise. They didn't put it so plainly, of course. Tian started by feeling out what Sweet Dev thought about Taoist Lian. We have almost no interaction, as he's a man well suited to being a guard. He sees things without imagination, and can wait without becoming bored. How he obtained a revelation and ascended to the heavenly realm, I'll never know. Sweet Dev shrugged. I would have thought after living in the same city for a while would bring some degree of closeness. He's that insociable. Yes, and you overestimate how long we have been here for. Heavenly people only started coming here because of the civil war in Black Iron Gorge. Before, they were either fighting in the wasteland, or in some more chi-rich place. There were no opportunities here for those in our realm. Now, all the heretics are fleeing the wasteland, bringing who knows what strange and terrible things with them. Liren smiled. Exactly. It's not ill-gotten gains if I take them from the body of a heretic. We might be a sect of artists, but we have our little ways. There is no beauty in what Taoist Lian does, save, perhaps, the beauty of tragedy. I have long since tired of such beauty. Tian controlled the urge to share a glance with Liren. Sweet Dev was even less subtle than Taoist Red Spear, encouraging Tian and Liren to make a move without actually saying anything. Tian suddenly, vividly, pictured Taoist Ko and the ambush at the caravan in the Redstone Wastes. The lives of the earthly cultivators were used to draw out all the hidden dangers, making it safe for the heavenly people to swoop in and save the day. Red Spear and Stone Splitter had just run the same game just the week before. It was like they were all playing some idiotic version of Go, and whoever went first lost. Tian had to bite down on the urge to laugh. It was all so stupid, and everyone was deadly serious about it. He was no different. Just what kind of prick was Taoist Lian, that everyone would scheme against him? Or was it simpler than that? It made sense to rob the richest person, especially if you had sacrificial soldiers to draw out any hidden formations, or life-saving talismans. The laugh escaped. Sorry, fellow Taoist, just laughing at myself, and thinking of all the people I need to apologize to. He cupped his fist and bowed. I'm afraid you are one of them. I rather badly underestimated you. This little Taoist is still lacking in training. I will know better in the future. Taoist Sweet Dev gave him a bemused look and a one-shoulder shrug. She truly seemed unbothered by everything, just interested in her painting and perhaps earning a little on the side. Though the looks she was giving Liren lingered a hair longer than he was entirely comfortable with. He was probably just being oversensitive. Liren described the Myriad Waters sect as a glorified artist's colony. She had clearly misunderstood them. Tian probably was misunderstanding Sweet Dev now. It wasn't just art. They were talisman makers. It made sense. That's why she knew weaving, painting, and other crafting skills, but was unbothered by slaughter. She was a talisman maker who had doubtless seen her share of killing. She might not have the depth of learning the scholars at the Five Elements courtyard possessed, but the Myriad Waters sect was some local power, not a kingdom-dominating one. To have survived this long relying on her skills was worthy of respect indeed. At least, Tian wouldn't try to test her. Not without a damn good reason. They would take their time on solving the Taoist Lian problem. They were still woefully under-equipped. So the robes were a real necessity. A little extra time to study heavenly martial arts would also be very welcome. If the two from the Radiant Dawn sect came back early, so be it. Plans could change. He would learn from his seniors and keep his moves concealed. Another instated benefit of a sect. No need to worry about any hidden traps left in the products crafted by strangers. Yes, Grandpa was quite correct. It wasn't necessary to make an enemy out of Taoist Sweet Dev. And it would be best to make her a friend. And for that to happen, they would have to start building the rarest, least reliable thing in the heavenly realm. Trust. Double quotes fellow Taoist. We are staying at a courtyard in the governor's residence. Would you care to join us for a cup of tea? The backdrop is rather pretty, and I'm told I make a decent cup. Sweet Dev accepted, and Tian got to enjoy watching her paint Liren. There was a simplicity to her movements. A brush went down on the white paper, and the lines flowed, thick or thin, fluttering or straight. The ink combined with the paper just as she wished. Tian thought Liren looked rather dashing, posing with her spear. Sweet Dev made sketch after sketch. Tian was painted with a fan, to his amusement and Liren's muttered indignation. Though she did watch Sweet Dev sketching over her shoulder. Sweet Dev spent most of her time on Liren. Tian could see the fire in her eyes as she lifted her brush to thin a line for a cheekbone, or pressing down with just the right pressure as a single strong stroke drew out the spear. She looks more properly herself in the picture than she does with her hat and veil. How strange. An ancient goddess. I'm not the reverential sort, but I get it. It puts a different light on the way people have reacted to her too. They don't think she's hideous because of her skin or her height. They think she looks like a god, and it scares the hell out of them. Speaking of, Grandpa, too expensive to talk about. In specifics, yes, generally. No, about the two of you, not really. Liren's physique comes entirely from the body cultivation skill she's using. She isn't a descendant of a god. She might have a tiny strain of fire sparrow or something in her, but her connection to the ancient gods of this world is diluted to the point of near non-existence. That tiny thread of bloodline she has is, by now, irrelevant, no different from anyone else. It's completely because of her cultivation art. It is called the 10 Sons God-slaying body refining art, or something like that. Exactly. The reason I rated her body cultivation as first class is because it is slowly, safely, transforming her body into that of an ancient god. Sounds like the bottom end of first class to me. It's not that the gods aren't powerful or don't matter. They are and do. It's just that this world, and worlds like it, are a little interesting. The relationship between gods and humans, between mortals and immortals, are not quite as top-down as those words might make you think. Your birth family name is quite interesting too. And that's where I have to stop. Keep your ears open and your eyes sharp, grandson. You are starting to find the trail of the mad god. A productive week passed. Tian and Liren focused on their respective arts and cultivation. If the equipment was lacking, they could only make up for it in other ways. The increasingly noticeable absence of Red Spear and Stone Splitter weighed on the city. It wasn't that the mortals, or even most of the immortals, were aware they were garrisoning the city. It was the increasing presence of nomadic bands outside the city. The Great Wolf tribe had been butchered, but that just meant more meat for the others. Tian made a point of visiting Hanshin. He found the pale man in the shrine to the martyr venerable, not kneeling or worshipping, just sitting on a bench, looking at a painting of a small man, covered in rags and a ruined basket hat, holding a broom handle as a staff, and facing demonic gods without fear. His face was still, and his eyes didn't slide around. Still, Tian could feel the thoughts moving inside the sensor. Slow, but deep. Tian sat down next to him on the bench. I'm starting to learn how to use a staff. What happened to the rope dart? Cut up by a sword cultivator. And I've grown. I'm not sure it's still a useful weapon for me. Sensor Henshin nodded. Do you know the story? He pointed at the painting on the wall. Intimately. What do you make of it? He was sincere. Hyun smiled. I can't say much else. But I can promise you this. His words were sincere, as were his actions. You think he came to the city looking to die? Of course not. He wanted to live. An ascetic's life is full of sweetness. Though you might not think so. He wasn't indifferent to living or dying. He wanted to live. He sacrificed himself for the girl. He threw open his arms and let himself get stabbed in the chest with a cursed weapon. Hanshin argued. This and that are two different things. He wanted to live. But he could accept dying. He could look at what he was doing, see the whole situation, and say all right. If that's what it takes. I sure hope it isn't. But it's fine if it is. A hero. The words lingered softly on the air. Hanshin's voice, always high-pitched, seemed a little deeper, a little longing. I am sure he didn't think of himself as such. No, I don't imagine he did. The real ones never do. He was simply doing what was necessary, which happened to be the right things, for the right reasons, whatever his motives. He was willing to sacrifice himself for that duty. A longing blended with bitterness. The emotions bled through the dry words, coloring the sensor's voice. Tian struggled to put into words what he had been thinking and feeling. Sensor, I imagine you understand quite a bit about hate these days. The sensor closed his eyes. Oh yes. Well, I don't know anyone who hates like Liren hates bandits. But the little monk had seen heretics at work. He knew exactly what the consequences were of letting Jin live and letting the girl die. It's not the angry kind of hate, or the obsessive kind. It's a bone-deep refusal. It's the kind of hate that is willing to put in the work. He knew what it would cost. He hoped he would live. But even if he didn't, the price was fair. Hanshin sat with his eyes closed, hands clasped in his lap. Even in the shrine, his sword rested within his reach, and his gauzy civil servant's hat was pinned to his bun. He looked jaundiced in the yellow light of the oil lamps. Sensor, is the price fair? Will you get what you wished for? I don't know. I don't know. If it was just me paying the price, I would say yes. I am proud of my work, and I do my duty gladly. But it won't just be me that pays, Hyun sighed. I don't have friends abroad, but I expect Liren and I could get your family out, should it come to that. The crane is still behind the ward. Did you know she ascended too? She did, and took the name Burning Heaven. I don't expect the ward to come down anytime soon, but there is at least a chance she could be let out early. With her around, getting them out of the country would be trivial. But even if she can't, I have a good boat, and Liren has a strong back. We could row them all the way to Green Dragon Country and the sea. And the price? We're keeping your immortal beseeching token. I'd always planned to give it back once we reached the capital, but I'm pocketing it now. The materials are expensive, and I'm very poor. Flat broke. In fact, you should take bribes. I don't, these days, but I can tell you it is very lucrative. Hanshin's voice was light, high-pitched and airy. Tian let their sounds echo in the hall, then fade away. The sensor's shoulders started to shake, then hunch forward. He covered his face with his hands. There was no sound. Tian looked away. When the censor had gathered himself, Tian asked, "How are they doing? Your wife's name was Shinyi, right? And the boys, I'm sorry, I've forgotten their names." "Remind me," Tian lied. "Wenkai and Dexing. We kept their names the same when we adopted them. Brilliant boys, brilliant. Wenkai just passed the provincial level exam this year. We celebrated for 3 days. Dexing tries hard, but he doesn't have the same social graces as Wenkai, which will hurt his prospects. In any other time, I'd be confident about him climbing the ranks at least a little way. A good, stable career. He would have 3 wives, and perhaps a concubine when he got older. He would have many children. So would Wenkai. Only he'd have just 1 wife but for concubines. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Cheon snorted. Is that how that works? I arranged his fiancée personally, a charming girl, from an excellent family, and a snob to the very middle of her bones. She would enjoy having inferiors do the heavy work of producing children, so long as she bore the air. Charming, really. She's lovely to everyone she can look at in the eye, and even nicer to those whose eyes she cannot meet. She's just a bit strict with those she looks down on. Hanshin closed his eyes again. If you can't get out their fiancés, just Shinyi and the boys will be more than enough. In the very worst case. His voice choked off. Tian reached over and patted his hand. I have been studying medicine these last few years. Last year I studied under someone who is easily the best doctor in the kingdom, and probably for 8 nations around. Once they are in my care, they will not die easily. I can't promise perfect safety, but I can promise that much. More than enough, more than enough. No words of thanks were said. No promises, no tokens of gratitude. Such fragile things couldn't bear the weight of the moment. The censored was always the weapon of the emperor, used to find and punish abuses by the civil service. Once Hanshin had fulfilled his purpose, or once the emperor could no longer tolerate such a powerful eunuch, he would be discarded and killed. The details could change, the who, what, when, and how still fluid, but the why was obvious to anyone who read a history book. Tian had read a lot of history books. Hanshin had read even more. I'll leave you to your meditation. I'm not following you when you leave the city, but I need to keep your sword attendant for a while longer. I'll send him back to you once the time is right. Good enough. Hanshin nodded. He has started eating enough for 6 men, has a godly physique, is more flexible than an eel, and his martial arts are advancing at a rate that makes me jealous. Hard to say he'd be better off sticking with me. I'll leave him with some books to study. A man should know ethics as well as martial arts. You say that, but what if he believes what he reads? I dare to guarantee nobody will be happy if he actually practices what has been preached to him. Tian shook his head and pulled a letter from his pocket. Here, I wrote this using some special ink I made. Should it come up, you can show it to the heavenly or earthly cultivators you might run into. I don't have a name anyone knows. Certainly not a feared one. But it might do you or your kids some good. Might be useful in court too. But that's not something I'll stick my nose into. I'm busy enough as it is. Tian stood up and dusted himself off. Should the worst come to pass, have them take the letter to Mountain Gate City. It should keep them safe enough in the lower town, even if it can't get them into the city proper. I expect that whatever happens to you won't be quiet. I'll hear about it, and come looking for them. Little Han will be a help to your kids, then. Hanshin nodded. He's another young hero, one with enormous potential. Should he live long enough. We have so few heroes left. I would trade my right arm and all my martial arts for just 10 more. The air felt heavy with his words. The two sat in silence, until the censor shook his head and freed himself of the dark land his thoughts wandered through. I'm leaving in 2 days. The city will likely come under attack within 3 months. The army is being mobilized, but what can be sent is a fraction of what would be needed to crush the Boriski. At best, we can hold the city and patrol the road to Red Reed Crossing. Sounds tough. Lucky it's not your job to fix things here. Hanshin snorted, then chuckled. Yes, lucky me. He blew out a breath. The local censor is a beast enchained. And I mean that in the best way. He's been hanging heads that I wish I could have hung myself. I've sent back glowing reports to the capital. The Red Plume General is another rare hero, and his continued loyalty is a source of continuous relief. His Red Plume army is the last real nail holding down the kingdom's claim to the steppes. Even if effective control stops 100 miles from the city, if you can help them, please do. I'm going to put on a show tomorrow. Just to drive home a few things. I'll be watching, discreetly. Cheon told Liren what he had arranged, and she kissed him hard on the lips. But why didn't you offer to rescue him? If anyone deserves saving, it's him. We don't even know his family. He wouldn't go. If the emperor needs him to die, then he needs to die. If the emperor wants his family dead, Hanshin should let them be killed too. He can pay the price with his own life. He's not willing to pay with his family's life. So he's being a little bit of a hypocrite. Tian smiled happily. I like him better for that. The emperor would be crazy to kill him. Or let him be killed. Crazy. Killing a loyal subject who has so many merits. And if his head is needed to buy peace, there may be rebels who are willing to submit, so long as they know the king of hell won't be coming to find them in this life. And what about when he starts butting heads with the nobility? It's coming. You can't clear out that many merchants and senior officials without rubbing up against some titles too. Little Han came later that evening, carrying his luggage. They got him squared away and settled back into their routines. The next day, they watched Censor Henshin bestowing the governor, the Red Plume General, and 100 randomly selected people with 2 life-saving manuals. The grace bestowed upon the people by the Son of Heaven. With these, the body can be strengthened, while disease and injury are resisted. Even plague and famine may be beaten back. Let no one save immortals have forsaken the Brodsky kingdom. Let the slanderers and fools read these, and dare to claim the pillars of heaven shake. Han was giving Tian quite a bit of side-eye. When he thought he wasn't being watched, Tian glanced over at him and said, I heard it was the Beggars Guild spreading them around. A manual that teaches you how to live on scraps. That sounds like something the beggars would invent, even if the Son of Heaven would deny it forever. That made Han jerk, then narrow his eyes with suspicion. Liren snorted and bumped Tian's shoulder with hers. Yes, it's the kind of manual a junkyard rat might use to survive and to thrive. Copies of these manuals are to be printed at imperial expense, and each household is required to obtain copies. Practice is mandatory, and inspectors will circulate to see that they are being put to use. Practice sessions will be organized. See your street captains for when your area is required to gather. The governor had taken over. This is part of your corvée, and failure to attend will be harshly punished. Each week the street that shows the best improvement will be rewarded with meat and grain. Little Treasure was safely in the monastery, so there was no one living who could see the shower of golden merit drizzling down onto the city plaza. He probably would have complained about the way the censor, once quite easy to look at, was glowing brightly. And he definitely would have complained about Tian blazing like the sun. However, even he wouldn't have been able to see the ancient ghost making rude gestures towards the sky, as merits fell on him like a summer storm. Han was a little weird, in Tian's opinion. He carefully washed his whole body every day, using a washcloth and a basin of warm water when baths weren't available. He kept his hands and face carefully scrubbed throughout the day. He kept separate clothes just for training in. Rough things cut for ease of movement and short enough for manual labor. He had 2 sets for training. He also had 2 sets of robes he wore when not training, much finer, but still cut for a man who expected to be moving fast and fighting hard. All kept tidy, with nary a loose thread or torn seam. It was an extraordinary amount of clothes for a mortal. Tian didn't own so many robes, and he had the advantage of storage rings. It was a real education watching the boy use a needle. He patched and mended cloth with a surgeon's eye, the stitches perfectly even. Tian couldn't help but notice the sorts of stitches Han used were quite different from what he studied, though there were similarities. Still, what did it matter if the robes were muddied and torn? They were just clothes. He mentioned that to Han, and got a very polite look back. A well-worn card was raised. A gentleman speaks to the world with his clothes before his face, and his face before his words. It's far better to just listen, isn't it? What could you possibly say that would interest the world? They blinked at each other in mutual incomprehension, and silently agreed to return to their own business. Then there was his stubborn obsession with swords. The sword is the gentleman of weapons, and the weapon of gentlemen. This card was particularly worn down. The corners had become rounded, and the paper was shiny where he held it. A gentleman is a sack of rotting meat in a constant process of dying, animated by the faintest spark of a truth so profound. He refuses to consider it. Yet, despite that, he considers himself a more dignified, more cultured sack of rotting meat than his peers. A weapon is a tool meant to evict that spark from the rotting meat regardless of how pretentious the meat is. You show me where on this bit of abused metal you see anything dignified or cultured. I can show you the meat-chopping bits. Han seemed to want to sulk after that. He didn't, but Tian could tell he wanted to. He decided to cheer the young man up with a round of evasion practice. Liren chased him with her spear, while Tian flung darts and little bags full of rice flour at him. The blunt darts and the flour were ruled poison, with penalties to be applied to the practice should they connect. Han was much calmer afterward. He just lay in the shade and breathed, not stirring a finger. Looking up at the blue sky. Tian quite approved. Then there was the money strangeness, though that turned out to be a useful trait in disguise. Tian had suggested a quick trip to the steppes to kill some raiders as a way for Han to earn some pocket money. A reasonable, sensible suggestion, in his considered opinion. Liren disagreed, saying that while someday he might fight 10-1 and win, he surely wasn't there yet. It would be better to just give him an allowance, at least for now. It feels like we are setting him up with bad habits. You can't just expect people to give you money. You have to kill them. I was thinking of picking a band of 40 or so, and having him trail them, slowly picking off the weak and unsuspecting. When the band figured out something was going wrong, it would give him a chance to practice his escape and evasion techniques. A brisk run across the grassland for a week or two, trying to get back to the city and safety, would be immensely educational. Oh sure, that's basically how we were raised. But we actually knew how to fight. Liren shook her head sadly. Little Han still has a long way to go. We'll just have to take it slow and stop trying to brainwash him. You know perfectly well people earn salaries and wages and things. Sure, what earned me more money? Working in the hospital or killing heretics? Money slides into the purse most easily when lubricated with blood. This has been proven repeatedly. Liren rolled her eyes, but didn't argue. Just trust me, please. We have more than enough to give him some pocket money. And it means we don't have to keep an eye on him while he runs for his life across the steppes. If he looks like he's developing bad habits, we'll just toss him out into a raider camp or something and let nature take its course. Fair enough. There was an urgent tapping sound. Han was holding up his slate and desperately trying to draw their attention to it. I don't need any pocket money. I have savings. And my meals and room are all provided by the governor. Nonsense. Even I know that city folk need pocket money. The beggars I know spend all their time trying to get it. I guess you could just go beg. Tian frowned. Liren snorted and pulled out a pillowcase-sized burlap sack from her ring. Just take what you need. She handed it to Han, who was yanked sideways as the sack pulled him sharply down. It was impressive, Tian thought. The way the young man kept his death grip on the slate, he'd half expected it to go flying. There was a hurried shuffling of cards. Then how much is in there? Was pulled out. An uncommon card, still with sharp corners. How many grains of rice are in a bowl? I don't care, as long as the answer is enough. It's not really money for us. It's just stuff we collected and kept to make moving around in the mortal world a little easier. Now that we are in the heavenly realm, it's even less useful. Liren shrugged. If it was spirit stones, I could tell you down to the last stone what our savings are. Same with the valuables. Mortal stuff, it just piles up. That won't do. A card worn almost into a circle. Then, I'll do the accounting. Not heavily worn, but John could see where it had been smudged from use. How odd. Odder still was the way the teen brought out a table to the courtyard, then set up a ledger book and a set of scales. From his bags he took a small leather case. When he opened the case, there were a series of weights nestled in velvet. He quickly sorted the money from the sack into piles based on denomination, then examined each coin individually, weighing them as he went. Some of the coins went back on the table, the others into a small bucket on the ground. What's he doing? Tian whispered. I have no idea, Liren whispered back. But have you noticed that the coins that go in the bucket are different from the ones on the table? Tian shook his head, then extended his senses. Liren was right. The coins on the table were generally uniform in size and weight, while the ones in the bucket weren't. Perhaps they were counterfeit. After 2 hours of steady work, Han presented a ledger in impeccable handwriting, noting how much of each denomination they had, as well as an accounting of coins that were clip-shaved, clinked, counterfeit, or otherwise tampered with. Tian stared at the ledger, then turned to Liren. She grinned and asked merchant family. My mom is a tailor. I helped keep the books. I was the debt collector. 3 cards this time, each modestly worn. Liren laughed. Well, we'll keep all the fake coins, and you take a gold a week. Is that too much? Han nodded violently. A silver. Han hesitated. 10 silver. Han strongly shook his head again, then wrote on his slate. 600 copper cash is a good weekly wage for a skilled laborer. I'm not even working for you. You don't seem to have many copper or brass coins. I could make change for you and take some money out of that. But I really don't need pocket money. How? Tian shrugged while Liren suddenly jerked upright. We've been getting robbed. I've been paying for things in silver. Oh well, we don't really care. The principle's the thing, Ziho. We've been getting scammed for years. Liren roared. Han had the face of one watching another, regrettably, suffering what they deserve. Silver is mostly used by banks or high-end business deals. Normal people would use it for really big purchases, and even then would probably just bring in strings of copper cash. Mom charges around 20 taels of silver to make robes for someone, and people almost always pay in copper. Usually, if someone asks for silver, they are negotiating and expect you to come back with a way lower number. I hadn't seen golden taels before today. Han's tidy characters vanished as they were absorbed into the slate, not removing the sting of his words. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. How many copper to a silver? Tian asked. It varies, but I think it's around 1,000 or 1,200 copper cash to 1 tael of silver. Han looked uncertain, his brush strokes hesitant. Liren looked ready to die of embarrassment and wanted to do something violent about it. Tian patted her back. Told you merchants were greasy-minded people and not to be trusted, killing heretics and bandits, then looting their remains. That's the honorable way to accumulate wealth. Han was hired on as their steward while he was in training. Salary of 1 tael of silver a week, and the promise that they would keep the guards away if he had to break a merchant's legs. I was 10 when I went into the convent. I'd run around with some pocket money, of course, but that was in Mountain Gate City. Everything is crazy expensive there. Another week had passed. Liren wasn't any calmer about things. I know. People are used to cultivators there, and have adjusted. It's a hidden reason why families were willing to kill to be on the mountain. It's not just extending your life or being healthier. It's the chance to rip off cultivators who don't know better, or don't care. She pounded her fist into her hand. Yes, you are right, Hyun agreed. He had agreed the last 16 times she had said some variation of this. There must have been something in the tone of his voice. Liren gave him a look, then turned away with a sniff. Hyun sighed silently, and the two carried on walking down the street. You could feel the change in the city. Just 2 weeks in, and you could see old-timers making a point of dramatically throwing away their canes, or lifting big jugs of wine. The effects of gourmet were much funnier. The city dump had gone from a place inhabited by foxes and vagabonds to needing a full-time garrison to stop medicine hunters and chefs from collecting ingredients. Nobody knew why the best-tasting dirt was found under old piles of well-rotted garbage. It just was. Enterprising folks had started trying to compost at home, with varying levels of smelly results. Tian couldn't give them any advice. He didn't know why the old piles made better dirt either. And Grandpa refused to explain. You know, something just occurred to me. The mortals know there are immortals walking amongst them. Tian smiled a little. They make a huge fuss when we come out in force. But you can see it in the people who deal with cultivators regularly. We are like hereditary nobles or high officials. Not someone safe to play with, but still essentially human. Yes, Liren tilted her head to the side, eyeing a brilliant topaz ring on a passing woman's finger. They might not see us when we are strolling, but they definitely know we are around in cities and things, at least in the earthly realm. Yes, she hit the precise harmonic necessary to tell him to get to the point. They adapted. They are used to looking out for people who are that little bit too odd, too unworldly, or too dismissive of things like odds or certain death. What did the storyteller say the other day? The one during dinner. He said a lot of things, but 1,000 silver to see a beauty smile was the one that stuck with me, Liren said, with some heat. That's the one. He said it was a king acting a fool, and maybe it was. But I bet there are cultivators who have done that too. I can easily see one of my brothers eating a really good apricot, then buying every apricot in the market, then deciding they don't like apricots that much, and giving them all away, all within 5 minutes, and without haggling, possibly not even asking the price. The mortals know there are people like that out there. They have adapted. They found ways to survive and to thrive. It's funny. We could empty this city without so much as getting dusty. But it's still their world. We just live in it. Liren snorted at that, but she was hiding a smile. Tian spotted it, and hid his own smile. They were 4 blocks over from the old Jin compound, the current site of the Long family storehouse, and most importantly, Taoist Leon. The older cultivator was in residence, and they could feel the pressure of his attention on them. A bit like standing next to an open oven. You could feel the heat on you, even if it wasn't burning, though you would certainly be burned if you tried to touch it. Taoist Leon wasn't actively hostile, but he wasn't subtle either. He didn't have to be. I still think we could take him out in the open. Liren mentally grumbled to Tian. I agree. You let me know when he leaves his nested wards, the talisman reinforced walls. And what I swear are some kind of enchanted statues. You know what I mean. Constructs. They are called constricts, or sometimes golems. Like the guardian statue that senior brother Jen nearly died for. I don't think any of our sect crafters made them. Or at least none that I knew of. Liren's grumbling intensified. Stone Splitter and Red Spear still aren't back. Think they are waiting and hiding, hoping we will finally take the bait and attack. Tian kind of wished they were. The fact that they hadn't returned after nearly a month said worrying things, particularly since the Grand Shaman had been wounded when he fled. Liren just shook her head. I can sense about 24 people in the warehouse. More coming and going on the covered wagons. Looks like not all the slaves are kept in the forts out in the steppes. They were hidden under an obscuring formation. But Tian and Liren had rather excellent senses. The results might not be the most accurate, but they could feel that a whole lot of somebodies were in there. Most importantly, there was the faintest breath of vital energy about them. I still think it's a hidden attack force. It doesn't make sense otherwise, Tian disagreed. Or victims to be chained up in brothels or something, the higher-end goods. He spat. Liren shook her head. This wasn't the first time they had this conversation either. She looked over at Tian, then jerked to a stop. All my ancestors. I know who they are, and why they are being kept here and not out there. Heap cultivators. They are all the lousy, level 1 or 2 in the Earthrealm cultivators who hire out as guards or become bandits. He's here to keep them under control. The Long clan needs exports if they are going to pay for imports, right? Well, what do we have a surplus of? Tian stared at Liren in horror. Bandits. Cultivt or bandits. And the heroes that travel around fighting them. Soldiers came cantering down the street. They too had been making good use of the calisthenics. But they had been fit to start with. The difference was less dramatic compared to ordinary folk. The troopers rode with frowns and tight shoulders. Despite the sunny skies and peaceful city, Tian and Han continued their walk, just stretching their legs and seeing what there was to see in the city, comfortable with silence, and just being. When they were in sight of the walls of the governor's compound, Liren cracked a smile. It slowly widened and grew, the happiness breaking through the frowns she had been wearing most of the day. Burning Flag City is doomed. As things stand, right now, they are doomed. Who knows if reinforcements will actually reach them? Even if the reinforcements do come, the nomads have shamans, while the city has, at best, a handful of mercenary cultivators. Judging by what we saw at the convoy ambush, they aren't anything special either. At least, I'd put any of my sisters against all of them. Tian nodded, agreed. And I'd do the same for my brothers. There was, one level 8, and the rest treated him like he was their ancestor. The governor met him personally, with Hanshin and the red-plumed general, once they reached the city. Exactly. Which suggests to me that he's the strongest earthly realm combatant in the city. I haven't felt anyone stronger. Have you? Nope. Doomed, Hyun sighed. He liked this city. It was ugly, but it had become important. So many important things had happened here. No heavenly realm fighters to combat the grand shamans. Now that Red Spear and Stone Splitter are gone, Liren continued, Sweet Dev won't fight, nor with Leon. It does explain the governor being so happy to give us our own courtyard in his compound, and cover our meals with no questions asked. We aren't ordering wine. I guarantee that even with little Han, Our meals cost less than the governor's family does. She waved her hand, dismissing the tangent. Aren't you getting it? We can change the future of this city. What do you? The captives in the warehouse. Right. You and I can hold off the grand shamans. And the soon-to-be liberated enslaved cultivators can bolster the earthly realm fighting force. If we hit the tribes hard enough, it will buy more than a little time for the city. It might even change the whole flow of things in the border country. They kept walking, taking in the city, its sounds, its smells, the pride of the people, and the lightness of their posture contrasting with the firmness of their steps. It is worth remembering that we lost against the dire wolf grand shaman. Tian's voice was quite mild. We were losing, not quite the same. And we will have had weeks and weeks to get stronger, better equipped too. If Sweet Dove comes through with those robes. Plus, who knows what other good things we might find in that warehouse. Or on Leon. They smelled the scents wafting from the food stalls. The frying oil and the roasting meats. The savory sweet smell of steamed rice rising in white clouds into the aching blue of the steppe sky. Tian swerved suddenly. Sis, buy me one. No, 5 of those skewers, he pointed, practically vibrating. You say that, but do I dare, grandmother? How much for the lamb and leek skewers? Horace eyed them thoughtfully. Please cut us a deal, Granny. This idiot spent most of our cash on his damn exotic pet. Tian controlled his jolt of shock. The granny shook her head. 5 cash each skewer, no bargaining. If you can find a better deal on this street, tell me about it so I can buy some for myself. Fine. Liren reached into her sleeve and pulled out a beggarly string of coins. The granny snorted, but she put the skewers on the grill over the coals. The fat quickly melted and sputtered as it dripped. Little flames licked up, charring the leek and lamb. The granny reached into a bowl full of orangey powder and sprinkled it over the skewers. She flipped them and applied the spice to the other side. It took just a couple of minutes to be done. Tian gleefully tore into his, not minding the oil smudging his face and dribbling over his fingers. The orange spice was tangy and spicy and smoky and sweet. The leeks were charred, sweet and savory, cutting through the gamey, grassy lamb. It's even better than I thought it would be. It's delicious, but it's also unsatisfying. No chi. The core is missing. He sent the thought to Liren, still grinning like a mad one. I was feeling the same way about killing and robbing Daos Leon. But you know what? I think I found that core. We have perhaps a month to plan, equip ourselves, and launch the attack. Perhaps less. But let's assume a month. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and grabbed another skewer from the smiling Liren. It's going to be a busy month. Sis, I'm eager to get to it. A second mountain rose from the monastery. It was an illusion, a sensation brought on by a manifestation of the Tao. But for a few seconds, one had a feeling that an unshakable mountain had risen, a holy land, one strong enough to support itself and others. A breakthrough to the heavenly realm, and a strong one. The heavens didn't stir. There wasn't a hint of tribulation clouds, but then, that's normal. They were always supposed to be legendary. Brother Fu sat barefoot and cross-legged in his cave, the waterfall flowing over the entrance. He couldn't see much through it, but he had far better senses than just his eyes. These days, his senior apprentice brother flew down from his residence higher up the mountain, presumably to welcome the newcomer to the inner court. With a breakthrough like that, whoever it was would be promoted to direct disciple on the spot. A few minutes later, his senior apprentice brother had flown into the sky, not too far from Fu's cave. Fu could feel the turbulence in his brother's shen out with a sigh. Fu walked out through the waterfall and into the sun. He could have stepped through the water without it touching him. He chose not to, letting the flow batter him as he crossed from yin to yang. His senior brother stood in the air, a nimbus of rainbow-colored light around him. No need for a sword or flying tool. His mastery of the sky-treating art had long since reached the pinnacle. With a gentle stir of his hand, the winds gathered. Clouds were drawn in from 8 directions, cotton white. With a flip of his hand and a firm press, the clouds condensed, turning inky black and plunging the monastery into darkness. A clench of the hand, and torrential rain fell, monsoon hard, hammering on the black tiles of the roofs and flooding the courtyards. Fu's senior brother made a sword with his index and middle finger, and sliced through the clouds. A brilliant line of sun blazed through a gap 40 miles long. The storm boiled and raged on either side of the line, but in that gap, there was only a sunny day. It seemed his senior brother was troubled about something. Fu sighed again and raised a big umbrella. He set out a little wooden table, a fine kettle, a teapot, and little clay cups. Junior brother, did you know your son takes after you? The Sectmaster flew down and landed on the other side of the table. He has a long way to go, but I am proud of how far he has come. The moment seemed to call for the sweetness and richness of an aged white tea. Fu dug out a rather good tea cake and pried away a generous chunk. The teapot was gently warmed, and all was in readiness. The little bastard turned me down. I did say he had a long way to go. Fu dropped the tea in the pot and added the near boiling water to it. Not that brat Tian. That grinning devil Wang. Which one? There are a lot of them. Wang Shizong, your son's good brother. It seems your boy gathers talented people around him. More like master arranged it, I think, Fu murmured. The wash was poured over a rather clumpy-looking shape that, charitably, looked a bit like a Taoist priest dot from the right angle dot in the right light. If you knew what it was supposed to be in the first place. Fu had been in the cave for a while, and had tried his hand at sculpting. It hadn't gone very well. Another good reminder of the virtue of humility. Oh yes, our thoughtful master. Assembling the most ungovernable juniors in the sect in one place, and showing them exactly how we bungled the world. His senior brother sat at the tea table with a thump. He didn't dispel the rain or the clouds. And this Wang rejected you. How could he reject you? What did you offer him? Is it even possible to reject the Sectmaster? You know, I would have said it was impossible. But it's happened 3 times in a row now. I mean, I think the sky-treating art is pretty great. It let me roam the world unhindered for these last few thousand years. I can't say I'm unrivaled in my realm, but there are very few. No one in the wasteland of song would dare to take me lightly. And yet, lightning tore across the sky, the thunder beating like hammers on the mountainside. And yet, not 1, not 2, but 3 of my so-called disciples politely refused to learn. No, worse, they want to learn it. Just not from any of the elders, or me. Junior Wang turned you down to your face. He always seemed slicker than that. Fu poured the tea, serving his senior brother first. He said, I am honored and flattered beyond words to receive the kind attention of the Sectmaster. A master for a day, a father for life. Compatibility is the most important thing, I think, rather than station or power. Therefore, I beg the Sectmaster to grant me a little time to find the most suitable master from amongst the elders. Fu didn't smile. He sipped the tea, sweet, with the musty flavor that came with deep age. It was a bit of an acquired taste, but since he had acquired it, he enjoyed it immensely. He set the cup down on the table. Double quotes reasonable. Very reasonable. It is completely reasonable. Fu's senior brother gulped down half the cup and set it down considerably harder on the table. However, what he was thinking was, let one of those treacherous rat fuckers stand behind me, as I called them, daddy. Get fucked. Get fucked forever. Die in a fucking fire. I won't even piss on you as you burn. Fu's composure cracked, and he had to pound his chest to stop the coughing. I suddenly feel the storm is a lot more appropriate. I'm amazed you didn't strike him dead on the spot. I nearly did. Except I could feel the fear. He was cursing me because he was terrified. He had a genuine horror in him at the thought of taking a sect elder. Anyone really, as a master. Fu frowned, then sighed. Master Ru visited me a bit over a year ago. He suggested that there was more to the backgrounds of the kids Master Starseed gathered than it seemed. He didn't say anything concrete about Junior Wang, but he hinted it was extraordinarily ugly. The Sectmaster's eyes went distant. Fu refreshed their cups as his senior brother communicated with Ru. A moment later, his brother sagged in on himself, collapsing inwards, his heroic posture dissipating with the fleeing storm. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Oh, we really did wrong that child. The words came out flat, almost uninflected. As we did your boy. Yes, and the Hong girl, and the Su girl, and even the Lin girl. But those are just the talented juniors. What about all the rest? The Sectmaster slowly sipped his cup. I don't suppose there is room in that cave for 2. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. But I would recommend the cave about 200 yards up and to the east. It's hard to really wallow in self-recrimination when you have company. There was a longer bout of silence. Brother Fu refilled the teapot and served again. This time, he accompanied it with some rice crackers. They were simple fare, but quite sturdy and held up to the humidity of the cave when fancier varieties would have spoiled. These are terrible. His senior brother munched on one as he sipped his tea. Brother Fu ignored the comment. One should indulge one's hurting brothers at least that far, even if they are terribly misguided. I just got so mad. I am Jin Wujian, the heaven-cleaving immortal, sect master of the ancient Crane Monastery. I can hold my back straight and look any of my peers dead in the eye, unafraid to come to blows. The sect prospered under me. Our numbers grew to unprecedented levels, our wealth grew, and while our critics said we weren't good at anything in particular, we weren't bad at anything in particular either. Fu nodded, giving his brother room to talk. Who under heaven in the wasteland of song hasn't heard my name? How many have groveled at my feet, begging for instruction, for even a single word of guidance, but not one, not two, but three of the most promising juniors seen in generations rejected me. Two to my face, one silently. Who? She never made the slightest effort to reach out. Believe me, I'd have been there in seconds, dragging along whoever she wanted to teach her. I'd take her as a disciple myself, gladly. The sect master snarled, but she didn't. Merciless wouldn't teach her cultivation art. Not for free. And she doesn't have anything he wants. She would rather muddle along with nothing, or some random thing she picked up somewhere, rather than learn the art that let our sect dominate a kingdom. The fire drained out of him. Tian and Hong grew up together, inseparable since they were 10, practically, and Dao companions now. It shouldn't have been a surprise that if you refuse one, you lose both. And yet, somehow, it was, you know. Most centuries would be considered blessed with 3 direct disciples being discovered. 3 in a year. I've never heard of such a thing. A legendary golden era. And Disciple Su looks close on Wang's heels, while Disciple Lin is trailing a little behind. Potentially the greatest generation of disciples our sect has ever seen. Miles ahead of people a century their senior. And 3 of them already rejected me. I'm Jin Wujian. My legend has shaken the wasteland of song for thousands of years, and I have some little fame even in the northern expanse. Not many in the wasteland could say as much, and yet, Brother Fu munched on the cracker. I had no idea. She was discreet. No, about your legend and all that. Actually, this is the first I'm hearing about it. I knew your name, of course, because Master Rui mentioned it once, but that was it. I think I was 150 or so, maybe 160 when I first heard of you. Other than that, I was vaguely aware that there was a sect master, somewhere in a place called the monastery, high up on a mountain I would never climb. For all intents and purposes, you didn't exist. Brother Fu smiled a little, as his senior brother stared at him with blank incomprehension. How long is a year to you, senior brother? A decade, a century? Fu asked. Time passes no more quickly for me than it does for anyone else. Fu shook his head. I'm old enough to know the days flow past like water and wind, seemingly blending into a single whole. When I was young, they seemed so long. Now, I don't know how long I have sat in this cave for, other than to say it hasn't been long enough. And I am not even a 10th your age. Your juniors are born, live, and die between the blinks of your eyes. Fu poured out 2 more cups. Senior brother, do you like being the sect leader? That got a snort. Aside from master, I was the strongest and most senior. Now I am the strongest and most senior. Period. It's not a question of like. There's literally no one else who can hold things down. Fu smiled, looking up at the sun through the gap in the clouds. Filial. Master truly was filial. He is giving you a chance to be happy. Senior brother, with love and respect. You have been a terrible sect leader. Terrible. Because you don't want to be the sect leader. You want to be Jin Wujian, the heaven-cleaving immortal, roaming the wasteland of song, and even the northern expanse, adventuring and cultivating your Dao. Managing people has always bored and irritated you. So you left it to those who enjoy that work, and they have not always lived up to your trust, nor the trust their juniors put in them. Fu pointed up. We are behind a ward, sailed away from the world. You don't have anyone to fend off. No one to over. You barely have anyone to manage. Everything has come tumbling down. Time to let it fall away and rebuild stronger. Time to let go and be happy. You think I should step down? Yes. Become the Grand Elder and go on an adventure. Take a concubine, explore a hidden realm, kill some evil monsters, cultivate under a waterfall for a few centuries. Do whatever makes you happy and calms your heart. Do whatever lets you be who you really are. Thousands of years of tradition. Brother Fu emptied his teacup and set it down gently again. A moment. A blink of your eyes. What kind of tradition lasts only the blink of an eye? Do you honor your teachers and seniors by making yourself and others miserable? Let it go, senior brother. Let it go. So much for filial piety. I am extremely filial. Fu gave his senior brother a hard look. And I have failed at being filial. We all failed. That's why I'm in this damn cave. I failed. And because I failed, I tortured my boy. I murdered his parents because of a sect tradition. Damn near murdered him. Left him living on rotting garbage a few miles from my own front step. And then he was so damn filial. So full of love for me, that he forgave me. He forgave me. And you talk about what you are owed. What we are owed as their seniors. What the hell do we owe him? Hey, tell me, senior brother. How exactly do I make this right? He jabbed his finger straight at the nose of the most powerful human in the kingdom. I'll tell you how. The same exact way we'd expect a junior to make things right after they screwed up so badly. We change. We show we understand where we went wrong. And we fix it so it doesn't happen again. That is how we show proper filial behavior. By being people worthy of respect and obedience. The sect master stared at Fu, then shook his head, his jade dragon pin catching the sunlight. He really is your son. He believed what we taught him. To be a cultivator is to cultivate oneself. To strive for improvement, correcting errors. Growing stronger through accumulation, yes, but more importantly, by understanding. Senior brother, do you want to be the bandit king of the mountain? Or the grand elder of a sect of immortality cultivating Daoists? Brother Fu met his gaze without fear. The two fixed eyes for a minute longer. Then Jin Wujian looked away. I have the horrible feeling that your son and his wife think my name actually is Dog Nose. The next sect master damn well better prioritize spreading my legend amongst the juniors. Senior brother, my master told me, my disciples told me, my apprentice brother told me. Heatman's entire realms ahead told me, and you know what? I'm tired of hearing it. Fine, you are all right. I quit. The second the wards are down, I'm running off to the northern expanse. To hell with being a grand elder. I'm going to run wild like my senior brothers and sisters. If you are still around in 10 or 20,000 years, we can share a jar of wine and reminisce. Junior Root, drag your hide up to Fu's cave. I have a horrible job for you. Kiao Fu walked the mountain trail with light steps. He used a short walking stick, as befitted an old man, but he didn't seem to need it. Perhaps it was to balance the sack on his back, or to drive away snakes. With a dirty cloth cap and filthy clothes, he seemed like someone who slept outside a lot. He whistled as he walked. He had a very cheerful whistle, and plenty of wind despite his weathered face and thin limbs. Hiking up a mountain and whistling. Not everyone could do that at any age, let alone reach his destination in just a day. He looked up and caught the eyes of the old custodian sweeping in front of the tall red doors set into a rough brick wall. Old monk, any chance a man of poor fortune could beg for some tea and a meal at your temple? Oh yes. A man of poor fortune can expect a meal. Vegetarian, of course. And we don't have wine. We offer shelter. 2. Our beds are hard, but very clean. I'm grateful for whatever you can spare. Why would I spare you anything? You aren't a man of poor fortune. This old Chen may be a little blind, but I'm not deaf. That breathing comes from martial arts, not old age. The Pure Lands Temple is a place of peace. Leave, wanderer. There is nothing for you here. Kiafu blinked, then laughed. I'm the one who's going blind. Iron Arm Chen. Is that you? It isn't. MMMHMM. Well, tell old Whitebrows that Kiafu is at the gate. And to my surprise, I'm here to give him something. Old Chen hoisted his broom in a way that looked like something was about to get tittied up. And it wasn't the flagstones. You want me to summon the abbot? Kiafu started patting his robes, raising clouds of dust and dirt as he did. I have it here somewhere. There you are, you little rascal. I think this should do the job. In his dirty hand lay a flat iron token, inscribed with the picture of a monk with arrows sticking out of him, and the words Pure Land Temple written on it. Chen lowered his broom. That will do. Come in. I'll fetch the abbot. A few minutes later, an older man strode into the room, still tall, still broad-shouldered. The remnants of a once heroic physique haunted his body. His white hair and long white eyebrows framed his face well, which made his tonsure a massive shame. In Kiao's opinion, shaving the sides of your head down to your scalp and tying the remaining lock of hair in a complicated bun was just absurd, in his loudly expressed opinion. But he wasn't here for that today. You are in the clean clothes faction. Yet you come in here looking like a mitten and smelling like a brothel trying to make its end-of-month quota. Should I congratulate you on the disguise, or on following your martial path so well? They say the abbot of Pure Land's temple is unworldly and detached, but you still keenly, intimately, understand the difficulties of working people. I am not your match, not your match. Kiao clasped his fist and bowed. The abbot snorted, clasped his fist, and bowed back. Then, not minding the smell or the dirt, crossed the tiles with powerful steps and embraced the smaller man. It is good to see you again, brother. Even if you do smell like someone had a terrible accident while trying to clean up an even worse accident. Good to see you too, big bro. Even if you do look like you were bullied by barbers. The two sat down on cushions or on a low table. Hanging on one bare wooden wall was a tall painting of a furious guardian deity, other than a few oil lamps. There wasn't anything else in the room. Chen came back with a pot of tea and 2 clay cups, setting them out, bowing, and retreating silently from the room. What brings you to my temple? Not that I'm not happy to see you, but you aren't free enough to drop by for a visit. Isn't that the truth? Kiao muttered. Even if there were 10 of me, I'd be overworked. And it's going to get worse. He locked eyes with his brother. The world is turning into hell, big brother. And all the saints are dead or missing. It has been that way for a long time, despite what some people are saying down south. The latter sentence came with a distinct growl. But they can't be. Not any longer. The people need heroes, desperately. Kiao leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. The immortals have gone insane. The holy mountain is sealed. And the Dirty Clothes faction reports a lot of well-known immortal heroes have vanished. Hard to say for sure. But we are talking true legends, vanishing. The Blades of the Green Valley, 3 Knights Huang, Fist King Men, Long of the Silver Spear. Dozens of names that echoed across the rivers and lakes, all gone. The abbot frowned. Mortals and immortals do not mix, or should not. Banditry notwithstanding, shouldn't, but do. And speaking of bandits, you know what happens when all the heroes vanish. The abbot sighed deeply. I see. It's worse than that. All the lesser immortals are acting wildly. Heretics, mortal and immortal, are sprouting up like bamboo in spring. And then there is the situation on the borders, all of which might still be manageable if we had a strong emperor, but we don't, or capable heirs, but we don't, or a powerful, honorable civil service, but we don't. Careful, brother. Kiao grinned bitterly. Going to report me for slandering the royal family. But this is what I mean. Right now, the kingdom is held together by habit and the emperor's thick face. Everything is on the verge of falling apart. No, not on the verge, we are falling. Kiao flicked his teacup, sending it flying off the table. The abbot snagged it before it could fall. He started lifting it back to the table, but paused. It's down to us to rescue the situation. It's down to us. Kiao nodded heavily. Those of us who step back or never existed at all. We aren't soldiers or scholars or kings. We certainly aren't immortals. But there are still heroes out there, and those with the heart to be heroes. You just said they were all dead. Abbot Whitebrow sighed and poured out 2 more cups of tea. Not dead, missing. And it's just the immortals. I think the best of the immortals were recalled to the mountain. Though naturally, you are the only other living person I have said such a thing to. Kiao tapped the table. Wise decision. An era of chaos needs heroes. Heroes need many things to turn their heroic spirits into reality, the foundation being, of course, a strong body and strong heart. Silence gathered around the brothers once again. Broken Saint Hall has been closed for 2 centuries. It was a condition of the Blue Dragon Emperor for ending his His damn Inquisition. For rehabilitating us. As though we were rebels. You were rebels. You killed landowners, magistrates, tax collectors. Tell me they were all good people. Tell me a single one of them didn't have it coming. Abbot Whitebrows. Kyo noticed. Had forgotten the need for circumspect language. Kyo sipped his tea, saying nothing. He entirely agreed with his brother's assessment. A chaotic era has descended. Very well. We have cultivated our hearts for days like these. We will go out and bring comfort to the world. And if villains kill us, then we shall go to reincarnation with grace. The abbot's back was straight as a pillar, his eyes clear as the call of the morning bell. Kyo envied him both those things. A chaotic era has descended, but there are still good people in the world, Kyo said. Yes, so one of them, a mountain ascetic who just happened to be passing through No Gate City and started treating plague victims while refusing all payment, transmitted to scriptures to one of our dirty clothes brothers, sitting in the dirt by the side of the road, sharing cold tea and steamed buns, not minding the smell or the filth. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Abbot Whitebrows frowned. A heretic searching for new recruits. They often put on a pleasant face to disguise their evil hearts. If it's a false front, he fooled a 9-bag supervisor, a hallmaster, and 8 experienced juniors ranging from 4 to 7 bags, for a period of nearly a week. And read the texts for yourself. Every hall and branch manager has copies, and strict orders to practice them, and make sure the brothers practice hard too. I passed on copies to every decent official I could still find in office. I even made sure they landed in the hands of the King of Hell. You tell me if I'm crazy. The manuals were quite short, just a few pages long in fact, and most of it was pictures. The abbot opened one and his eyes fell down the page, then stopped, then went back up again. His eyebrows, long as they were, also went up. He flipped to the next page, frowned, flipped back, flipped to the end. Read carefully through the entire pamphlet, then closed the cover gently. The other book took even less time. These have been tested on everyone from children to an 88-year-old grandmother with a bad back. Kyo's smile was tight-lipped. They are safe and work as described. It's martial arts, but not, or perhaps, martial arts stripped of violence. Literally gung fu, body strengthening, Abbot Whitebrow murmured. I've heard of sutras that could make one stronger than this promises to, but none so gentle or universally effective. Very few strengthen the organs this way either. I won't even mention the other. If it's been tested, it has. Then this mountain ascetic is nothing less than the emissary of the God of Mercy. You aren't the first to say so. But if it was just that, I wouldn't be bothering you. Try out some of the moves from Ancient's Comfort, Kyo urged. Might as well start at the beginning, Whitebrows grumbled. He stretched up, over, then reached out with both hands, his breath flowing with every movement. Even someone who grew up using the calisthenics would be shocked by the fluency of the motion, the unification of breath and will. By the third movement, the abbot was frowning again. By the fourth, he froze midway. The rest of the move was completed with deep focus, each breath intentional. It can't be that simple, the abbot murmured. The fifth move flowed a little quicker, but the concentration was even more ferocious. But that would mean. The abbot's eyes started opening wide, his long white eyebrows spreading outward. Do it. I know what you are thinking. I walked all the way up your blasted mountain to see you do it. Go on. The abbot flexed his broad back, and a tiger descended from the mountains. He spread his arms, and a crane soared, long legs kicking snakes to death, kicked so fast, they had no shadow. Then he crouched low, becoming a mantis. His hands transformed into serpents. A burly bear slammed his back into a pillar and Kyo felt the hall shudder. Ha! I knew it. I knew it. It forms a foundation. The most perfect foundation for martial arts imaginable. It strengthens the body. Yes, but it's really nurturing the organs and internal energy. Once you understand how the movements work, you can adapt them to other arts. It's not better than our arts, it enhances them. Kyo roared with laughter, pounding the table with his fist. I want to say it's impossible, but I am living it. These motions are so simple. The breathing pattern is nothing. A child could master this, but it integrates near perfectly with our arts. A little tweaking and it will be seamless. bedrock sound foundations for a tower of martial arts. A lifetime blessing of martial arts. A child could master this, a child. I had the same reaction. Except with a lot more swearing. You should have seen how the discipline elder and the scriptures elder reacted. If you don't mind seeing old men acting like their crush had flirted back. Kiel leaned forwards and tapped the table softly. The first people priest John preached the scriptures to were children. Poor children. After he led them in cleaning bedpans and comforting those suffering from plague and other illness. Not a child fell ill, I might add. This is plainly intended as a gift to the people. Anyone can use it and live better. But those with a heart for martial arts can use it to climb to the very peak. Get me a portrait of him. I want it hung on the wall and venerated. A saint. A true saint. In this vile era. With this, our arts. No. Martial arts as a whole shall be reborn. Give me a week, and I dare fight 40, 60 if they are of the younger generation. The abbot clenched his fist, veins rising like twisting dragons. The two brothers settled into silence for a moment, seeing the future. Then Abbot Whitebrow snorted and stretched his fingers. The old emperor wanted to exterminate us, you know. Burn us to death in our temple. They had the soldiers ready, the torches. They read out the proclamations of heresy. Our martial arts could smash individual soldiers. But what use was that against an army? What use is one fist against 10,000 arrows? But you weren't planning to rebel, so what's the worry? Hio asked. No, I'm not going to rebel. But you didn't let me finish. Do you know why our order was spared? The damned ascetics from the holy mountain. I haven't heard that. This time, Hio's frown was more sincere. It was his job to hear things. And his hearing was the best in the kingdom. Sure you have. You more than anyone. Did you know it's bad luck to harm a wandering monk from Pure Land's temple? Everyone knows that. Sometimes comma villains just explode. Pardon me. I need to go smash in my head with a block of tofu. How in the hell did I miss that? If we didn't exist, they would have to invent us. I won't even comment on the damned, honorable person. Kiao could see the veins throbbing in his brother's forehead. The events in Burning Flag City had plunged the temple into a whirlwind, from which it had yet to emerge. Well, you won't call it Broken Saint Hall anymore, and obviously, you are still peaceful monks. Empty hands and begging bowls, sometimes a walking staff, but no weapons. But if people want to build strong bodies, or if evil needs to be cleansed from the world, we will be there. Abbot Whitebrow smiled. Oh, we will be there. The martial world will be reborn with this. You wouldn't believe the recruits we have had these last few years. I know you are hard at work, but what about the rest? Plum Blossom Island is being visited by an emissary of mine, as is the Cold Plateau Tang family, who is going to have a lot of feelings about gourmet. I can tell you that. The two brothers snickered. The Tang family were orthodox, technically, and it was the kind of technicality that hung on being very useful inside the tent, and very dangerous outside of it. Then there is Mount Emmy, who will also be getting copies soon, as will the Harmonious Sword Sect and the usual others. Kiao flicked their names away with his fingers. All good. But the center hasn't moved, has it? Abbot Whitebrow stroked his beard. Without them, we are simply loose sand on a plate. Speak for yourself. My sect has 10 million members. Kiao leaned forward and pounded the table. We are the best organized, best informed. Hell, we are the richest sect too. Who else needs to move the nation? Good, good. 10 million arrow-catching meat shields will be very handy when the rebels attack and the barbarians invade. I'm sure the charge of the legless beggars will be remembered beautifully by the singers in the brothels, though in a foreign tongue. How many of your millions can fight? How many of them will fight? Silence fell on the hall. The furious deity glared down at the two brothers. Kiao spoke again, a little more quietly. Enough. And that's why I came to you. Your martial arts train the body and the heart. I have sent messengers to the Zhang men at the Living Dead tomb, but the order is strict about keeping out of worldly affairs. They are more reclusive than the damned immortals these days. More Taoists too. If they make a move, so much the better. If they won't, I will find a way to move them. Until then, we must do our best. The abbot's eyes dropped back on the manuals, like painting the eyes on a dragon and giving it life. This kind of martial strength, armies rely on organization, that is to say, they rely on the kingdom. When the armies collapse, true martial arts will mean the people will have something of their own to rely on. Of course, so will the bandits and invaders. If it is being spread as widely as you say. Kyo drew himself straight, his dirty clothes becoming dignified raiment worthy of an emperor. We are the Brodsky kingdom, not the soldiers or the nobles. We, the mortal people of this land. The people have outlasted good dynasties and bad. Outlasted invasions, outlasted immortals. A man dies. The people endure. Our culture, our language, our traditions endure. And we, the Orthodox, are organized. We treasure our juniors and revere our elders, maintaining the continuity of past and future. We will take losses, but we will endure. In the end, we will triumph. Abbot Whitebrow slapped his knee. Well said, Brother Chen. Ring the bell, and have the disciples assemble. Bring my razor too. I can see your scalp shining, brother. Is it really time for a touch-up? Kyo grinned. Oh, I'm cutting away my hair entirely. Kyo fell over, sputtering uncontrollably. A man wears his hair long and tied up, to honor his parents' gift of life, to prove his virility, and to show he is not a barbarian. A woman wears her hair short, to show she is modest and decent, and reserved. We cut our hair back to mere donkey tails, to show we are willing to labor humbly for the emperor. Damn his ancestors. Well, no more. After today, we shall have no hair at all. Pure Land Temple has obtained true martial arts. We will be dignified in the eyes of the gods. For everyone else. Abbot Whitebrows glared back at the furious deity. For everyone else. We don't give a damn about your opinion. You want a strong kingdom with flourishing martial arts. And you don't fear others gaining a little power because you are already organized, rich, and strong. The abbot slid his eyes over to his brother, narrowing. But I never gave a damn about money, or how many served me. Were they strong, righteous, and ruthless, even in an era where we laid down our weapons? That's what I looked for, and that's who I found. We will re-enter the martial world as its conscience. You mighty ones can serve the people decently, or perish under our hand. Kyo laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck and looking away. But his heart was cold. He was Kyafu, head of the Beggars Guild, controlling 10 million members, innumerable businesses, banks, brothels, and beggars. He proved his martial prowess by defeating 7 grandmasters, and proved his virtue by performing 7 great merits to ascend to his seat. He was, above all else, a patriot, not for an emperor or a dynasty, but a people. Hell was coming. He would stand against it. And now, so would his brother. It would kill them both. So be it. Old men died so the young might live. Such was the pride of the dragons hidden in the broad sky. Burning heaven drifted out of the false sun, falling on the hive below. She didn't know what to call the monsters that lived there, neither insect nor leech. Yet somehow both. And they numbered in the millions. Individually, they were nothing. Barely in the earthly realm. Collectively, they were far more powerful than her. It looked like a million wriggling, toothy horrors, but in truth, there was only one, endlessly hungry, endlessly strong. Her teacher had sent her in to clear out this secret realm and make it habitable once more. So no matter how many millions of them there were, number matter their endless and natural strength, they had to die. Burning heaven spread her wide wings. Hazy light gathered along the tips of them. The false sun seemed to grow stronger, its rays concentrating over the hive, ignorable to start with. But the heat kept rising. The things writhing and vomiting their cement-like secretions like to be cool. They couldn't ignore the heat for long, and they didn't. The creatures wove their worm-like legs together, segmented yet fleshy body to body. Star-shaped mouths filled with teeth opened and spread like flowers, then interlocked. Groups of 10 formed into a single being, which launched beams of gray light at burning heaven. She ignored the beams, focusing on intensifying the sunlight. When the groups of 10 merged into groups of thousands, she started dodging. The bolts of gray light had turned into pillars of light, the gray feeling corrosive. Simple proximity becoming enough to erode and destroy the stone structures it passed over. They had caught her with a beam like that once before. She wasn't going to let them do it a second time. Instead, she turned and flew over another section of the hive. The concentrated sunlight followed her, riling up the creatures infesting that section too. A second gigantic abomination emerged, then a third, then they combined. And now the thing was tall enough that its obscene, star-shaped mouth could bite her out of the sky. The gray beams were as thick around as a river, and where they landed, rock turned to fine dust. The sun narrowed its oppressive light and heat into a beam of its own, searing a line of stinking, burning flesh along the abomination's back. It didn't scream. Instead, it opened 100,000 pores, ejecting a blue secretion that sealed the wound and kept it from worsening. Its light-sensitive patches of skin, the networks of nerves that could sense electrical fields and taste the minerals in stone, and feel the vibrations in the ground and air from miles away, and other, far more strange and obscure senses fixated on burning heaven. Multitudinous limbs writhed across the stone floor of the secret land, propelling the beast far quicker than something of its bulk should be able to move. The gray beam was never far from burning heaven's talons, and while a snow-gray crane could fly for a very long time, she had never been the quickest. She didn't have to be. She didn't fly alone. The beast rushed into a stretch of stone much like any other, save that it was jet black. The endless limbs touched the black stone and stuck. Jets of pale acid poured out of the abomination, reeking, melting any ordinary stone it reached. It sank into nothingness when it touched the black stone. And soon, the beast was sinking too. Long whips of flesh covered in mucilaginous excretions lashed out, grasping for pieces of the hive, any sort of rocky outcropping it could use to pull itself free. Burning heaven curved back through the air, making a high, tight arch to rise into the sun again. The sunlight narrowed into a cutting beam once again, burning through the reaching flesh whips before they could rescue the monster. It was an enormous aberration, and the ground could only absorb so much. It slowed its sink, then reached equilibrium. There was a dreadful moment, as new mouths opened along the thing's back, and new beams of gray light coalesced. From out of the black stone, a darker blackness emerged, near invisible beneath the horror. It rose with a quiet inevitability, landing softly on the belly of the creature they had come to kill. What it touched, rotted, decaying meat dripped onto the black stone below, and vanished. The black form, darker than ink, darker than the night, seeped into the monster, and began to move about. As it passed, the region of rot spread, the rate of disintegration, the range of it, increased. More and more foul liquid poured from the wound and vanished into the stone below. The abomination couldn't stand that sort of abuse. Not for long. It tried to separate again, the individual segments sacrificing the dead and damage to escape the killing field. But it was all too late. Burning heaven spread her wings wide. Brilliant light coalesced around her. As the earth started to burn, the soft insectal horrors couldn't withstand it. Refined between yin and yang, they returned to nothingness. Once the battlefield was empty and all traces of the creatures obliterated, the darkness coalesced into a crow, and reasonably large for a crow. He was no smaller than burning heaven, precisely the same height, in fact, to a feather's width. Brother Brightheart worked hard. Burning heaven nodded at the crow, folding her long legs beneath her as she settled on the stone floor. Once again, the unpleasant work was done by you. It's nothing. Truthfully, I benefited. Burning heaven nodded contentedly. And you, really, already so clear on your Tao. Brightheart laughed, soft and self-deprecating. I wonder, some days, it feels less like a path and more an absurd dream. From extreme yin, yang is born. Can the darkest crow be reborn into the light of the sun? Must we always chase the external, neglecting what already accompanies us? Brightheart dipped his beak and started straightening his feathers. Burning heaven thought it over, then sighed. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but it seems I must come out and say it plain. I'm not interested in taking a Tao companion at this time, and I am completely unwilling to even discuss a more casual relationship. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. There was a pause, then a longer pause. Brightheart looked over at the brilliantly glowing burning heaven and blinked. I beg your pardon. A good start. Yes, but forgiveness is earned by deeds, not words alone. You know perfectly well that cranes are monogamous. And even though we have awoken our spiritual wisdom, I have no interest in many partners, to say nothing of how I was raised. Or do you seek to add me to your harem? To join an army of sisters building bunk beds? I'm single. Bunk beds. Brightheart's smooth voice descended into a croak. Ah, heavens. You don't make them share nests, do you? I like a good nest. But that's my nest. The smell must be incredible. Unless they are replacing the grass daily. Brother Brightheart, I thought better of you. I don't have a harem. I don't want you to join my harem. I don't want to join your harem. That you don't have and I don't have. What? How did we get here? Through the portal teacher opened. Oh dear, were you hurt? I don't want to dual cultivate with you, but I do consider you a good brother. I know a treatment for sick brains that might help. Hold still. Burning Heaven hopped to her feet. Brightheart backpedaled, flapping his wings. I don't want to dual cultivate with you. I never said I wanted to dual cultivate with you. I'm not a virgin. But I'm not some sort of lascivious person. Where does this madness come from? You were plainly using metaphors to try to seduce me. Don't play innocent, brother. It doesn't suit you. I did no such thing, HRMPH. You think I haven't been studying metaphors since we reached the Holy Land? Birth of Young from Extremian. Neglecting the clothes while chasing the distant. A crow reborn in the light of the sun. And what is the sun if not the burning heavens? She transformed. Growing dozens of feet tall. Leaning over the crow and glaring at him with a single enormous, yellow eyeball. Not for the first time. Brightheart thought the contrast between her red face and white feathers were quite striking. 100% out of his zone of interest. But striking. You weren't the only one hoping things wouldn't reach this point. But it seems that I, too, must say some things plainly. Burning Heaven, you are an adult. How can you not understand proper language? We deal in metaphors all day. Our manuals and scriptures are all written in metaphor and allusion. And they are nearly all incomprehensible trash. Don't try to sneak out of this. You aren't a loach. And I haven't yet let a loach escape me either. Oh no you don't. Brightheart transformed so he could see Burning Heaven giant eyeball to giant eyeball. I'm not standing a minute more of this slander. Are you even a decade old? Naturally. There was, Brightheart thought, entirely too much conviction in her voice. Well, I'm 408. I realized long ago what I desired. It's women strictly over the age of 200, fully awakened, with a cultivation practice and doubt path that is well developed and interesting. Nonsense. Birds mature. I don't give a damn. Brightheart hopped with agitation. Do you have the faintest idea how boring most people are? Even the ones that can make conversation don't have anything worth saying. I developed a real reputation for dignity and silent reserve after my second girlfriend. Silent cultivation was the only way to get the twittering to stop. Burning Heaven gave him a dubious look. Conversation, sure. Oh, stow a brain in that hole in your head, won't you? You live with a pair of Tao companions. What percentage of their time is spent mating? And how much is spent talking, or cultivating, or practicing their martial arts, skills, working, all that? 100%. Must say I'm impressed Disciple Qian can work in a hospital while mating, truly. A hidden dragon amongst juniors. No, he's probably human. I mean it's 100% talking and working. Burning Heaven shook her head, clearly confused about where all this was going. I don't think they are mature yet. Sometimes I wonder just who is. Brightheart's voice dropped to a growl. You spend, at most, a few days or weeks out of the year mating. But what about the whole rest of the time? If a person is boring to be around, if they tax you, drain you, for most of your time, why be with them? And damn it, below a certain age and degree of cultivation, there just isn't anything worth talking about, and nothing much interesting to do together. But, what was all that yin-yang nonsense then? This time it was Brightheart who made himself loom over Burning Heaven, glaring down at her with a giant eyeball. My literal Tao path. You dits. The booming echoes made the ruins of the hive shudder. Brightheart shrank, matching Burning Heaven's size. I pursue Extreme Yin to be reborn into Extreme Yang. You know my lineage goes back to the three-legged crows, literal sun gods. Yet here we are, inky black and eating carrion, creatures of Yin. There is so plainly a path there, and a mystery worth solving. I have dedicated my entire self to walking that path. An upright, honorable descent into absolute darkness, that I might be reborn in the light, because Yin isn't evil, any more than Yang is good. It's just that there are things associated with both that humans ascribe to evil and good. Burning Heaven nodded. I really do envy your clarity about your path. See how much better it is to just speak plainly. We understand each other better, and once again, we are good brother and sister. Shall we let teacher know we are done here? Brightheart stood with his beak open for a long moment, then collapsed back into a crow of ordinary size. Yes, for the love of all that is good and true in the world. Yes, escape. I must escape. Besides, I need to report to Big Sis Dullnight that I accomplished her mission. Burning Heaven muttered. Oh, she said something about taking you in, letting you experience the sweetness of being kept by an older woman, so long as you didn't have a Tao companion or something. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what she meant. Her metaphors were a bit tricky to figure out. She was saying something about morning cry carving her bones with constellations. I'm connecting the literary references here, though I don't think I have read a literary book. I'm quite sure she was hinting to me that she wanted me to see if you were single, and since you were hitting on me, I thought now's the time to find out. Burning Heaven nodded sagaciously, her boat-sized head bobbing up and down in a blur of red. It seems she is just your type. 2. I am an excellent matchmaker. Another thing I have learned here. I have learned a lot in the Holy Land. Teacher says I am never boring. Come along, brother Brightheart. Let's get you safely nested while you study. You must be ready to join me when the mountain opens. Stick with me, and we shall dominate the world. Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos.